Is it live? Yes, it's live. We're live. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to this year AGM virtual edition. Still, I hope you guys are well. We have a day full and packed, and we all wake up early in the morning to have the full, the full half of the board here today. You're gonna see some of us throughout the day moderating the sessions, and I'm here to introduce a little bit the chapter, what we do, and the conference, and the wonderful activities that we have today. So today with me, I have Vladimir, Kriti, and Shireen, and you see them throughout the day. Guys, you want to wave and say hello?
Hello, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
So today we have a day packed full of activities. So in the headline, we have Raj this early afternoon. I'm going to go through the agenda later. This is just a headliner, but we have much more, many more speakers. Ben Hanson from Microsoft. We have Mario Platz from Cloud Margin. We have myself. I'm going to talk, of course, about application security and cloud security as Sedar, Owanate, and then we have a wonderful diversity panel and with Shireen and Kriti moderating. Today's moderator will be myself in the morning, then Vladimir will take over from me, and then this afternoon you have the wonderful Kriti and Shireen taking you through the session. So for the talks, of course, we have the talk this morning. It's going to be a little bit longer because I'm Italian and I like to talk. So we're gonna go till 10:30. Then we have the opening keynote with Antti Gilligan on threat worst in PowerShift left. So talking about threat modeling and shifting left. Then we have Abhishek talking on the experience about Google Cloud and Google security and how they are building that in other groups. So it's a very interesting talk. You should definitely looking forward for that. Then Kriti is gonna talk a little bit about the research and the cloud enablement program that we are conducting in Circle and the whole activity. And then Lee will take over and discuss a little bit on our panel. So we run a number of panel, and I'll talk more about this today. And we publish the report and the output of those panels. And today we're going to talk about zero trust. Then Vladimir will take over as a moderator, and Raj Shamani from McAfee will talk about cybersecurity resilience. That is the key and core element of what we talk through the conference. Is the conference theme, and then Owanate is going to take us the angle with Bestman solution on certification and why it is important and what people really want. And then Vladimir will talk us through to what we have done in the past year and what we have plan forward and the activity to get involved. And then in the afternoon session, we have the wonderful Shireen and Kriti moderating the diversity in cyber panel, and we choose this time to actually be very diverse. So last year we wanted to be first woman in cyber. This year the theme is diversity, so the panel is diverse to keep the conversation going between everybody and having a diverse approach on the diversity panel. Then Mario Platt is going to talk about the risk model and threat modeling in dynamic environment. And I'm going to talk about damn smart security. And I'm gonna talk a little bit about the title and why I chose that specific title. And closing through the day, Ben Hanson is gonna have very interesting talk that has very few slides on cyber and is very much about talking about cyber with quote. I really liked that talk. And Krit is gonna moderate the afternoon session. Then Sedar is gonna talk about full IT outsourcing and the key learning from Deloitte, and then Paul Simon is going to talk us through the announcement election. I'm going to talk a little bit throughout this. We have a number of roles that are going to become available for the board. We have few positions that we open, and we're going to explain how to submit your name for the raffle and then how to actually vote. And then I'm going to close the day with thanks and a wrap up of the sessions. And yeah, that will be it for the day. We're going to try to keep it short so that at 5, I know that everybody is crammed on desks. And this was also going to be available offline. The recording is going to be available for everybody to listen to and to watch later. But we decided to keep it till 5 so that we know that everybody has a life. So I want to talk a little bit about who we are and the wonderful team that made all of this possible and all of this happening, because it's not my face, but it's the people that sit behind and managed to organize this. And a big shout out to Vladimir Jurasek, our deputy chair and the director of event, has been wonderful in making all of this happen. It's been coordinating the background, keeping us on check, keeping us on time, making everything happen, making sure that we have all the speaker. There is a lot of thing going in the background, and everybody in the board is making the chapter happening. So every talk has a lot of background research, background work, and it's only possible with donation, with support, sponsorship, and with the enormous amount of work that we all volunteer into. But this is the board. This is who we are. We do this to give back to the community. So I really hope this helps getting cyber out there and getting everybody a little bit more cyber safe. But going around, we have Lee, that is our historic memory as the board member, the previous chapter leader, myself as a chair. Then Paul Simon, the other historic memory, is the one that keeps in check and knows the rule of the land. Vlad, as I said, is our director of event and also the deputy chair. Shireen is our board treasurer, diversity, and it helps us throughout. Sean is our director of membership. Crit is our director of research. And also runs a number of forums on Circle and a number of activities that she's going to talk us through. And then the media, it's our board members. And we have few roles vacant that I'm going to talk you in a second. So on election runs every 2 years. The rules are up for 2 years. We did vote throughout the last year for the majority of role. Up for voting and candidate this year will be my role as a chair. We have the deputy chair that Vlad is currently taking as an interim, and then Dimitri Yates as a general board member. We have new roles. So if you want to come and join this wonderful group of crazy talent and help us through, we have a secretary, we have 2 general board member position, and a communication director. So if you are, it doesn't necessarily need to be in cyber. If you're in marketing and you want to help us out, if you're in communication, if you are a graduate and you want to learn and start building up your experience, this is a perfect place to be, and a fantastic thing to put on your CV. So please come and join us and help us getting CSA UK as wide as possible and to as many people as possible. So the candidate form and an election will run through November. After November, we will announce who are the runner for the various position, and then the voting will be from December to January. At the end of January, so beginning of February, we will announce who is the winner for the various position and the new board structure. So the chapter, who we are right now, is a chair that is up for voting. That is my name, the vice chair or deputy chair, Vladimir, Shireen as a treasurer. We have Kriti as director of research, Vlad as well taking double hat like we all do as director of event, and then we have the comms and secretary that are vacant. So what we do as a chapter is fundamentally organize this talk, distribute fundamentally white paper, coordinating the activity in CSA, interface with the various group, with global, and I'm going to talk about how to do that, either if you're a member, if you are a board. And then as a board is making sure that you make things happen, as an event, as a sponsorship, as a research, as a white paper. So a board has a bit more responsibility roles. So you can join as a member for free, or you can join as a board and make the difference. As a CSA, as a global, we have a chapter presence and a global presence. We are a non-for-profit organization. We have over 70,000 individual members, 300 corporate sponsorship, and 65 chapter and growing. And we're here to actually build the next level of open, vendor-free, independent research on what good looks like from a cyber perspective. There is a number of modules that you're gonna hear throughout the day that we publish. The more famous one is the CCM, the CAQ, the Star Register, the Egregious 11, the CCM is fundamentally used by any cloud vendors to evaluate what good looks like in the cloud. CIQ is a traditional security questionnaire. If you are in the cloud and you don't have this, please look at this. STAR is our registry for to publish who is certified and who is not certified on cloud security, and so many more. So in terms of research, in terms of UK chapter, what we do is that's our website where you can see all the talk, all the previous event and the upcoming event. So please bookmark it and look at it. We also have LinkedIn. We're very active on social media to actually make sure that we outreach as much as possible. And we have a LinkedIn group. What we do as a chapter is we do research, one page, a blog post, host a blog post. So even if you don't want to talk and you want to say something about cloud security, please come and join us and talk about cloud security and make your voice heard, and make and is a very good thing to add on your CV on event. It's something good to give back to the community, talking about your thing. And from my personal experience, it helped me grow massively, because it helped me putting my ideas out and validating my ideas out. So even if you don't think you ever wrote a blog post, come share what you think, and it's a useful exercise. We run events, and we run academic outreach. We work with a number of universities. In terms of chapters, we have a LinkedIn presence, so we do a lot on LinkedIn. We have our website, but also we have Circle. So Circle is our community, circle.cloudsecurityalliance.org, where all our members discuss and debate in a forum, and we share the latest news, the latest event. So please join us in Circle as well, if you're a member or not a member. As I said, we need more people. We have the board role, but also we have people. If you want that, if you want to contribute, you can mentor other people on cloud security. We have Kriti that's going to talk around a little bit the mentorship program and how they work. We have research. Again, Kriti is going to talk throughout this. We have event happening. So if you want to talk, if you want to help us coordinating event, if you want to help us getting a message out there, we have Vlad talking about this. And then networking is the key thing. You can find us at CSA UK chapter on Twitter and LinkedIn. We have CSA UK. If you search CSA UK, you're going to find us. We have a few pages that you can access directly, so I'm not going to dwell too much around it. All right, and last element, we are accepting sponsorship, of course, because we need to make this this group running. So if you're a vendor that want to do a talk, if you are somebody that wanna make your voice heard, and if you want to contribute to our community, please come and join us. So let me see how we're doing with time. I've gone throughout a little bit faster. So let me bring back our team. Let's leave me on this slide. Guys, you wanna come back on live? Yeah, we're gone a little bit too fast on the presentation, so maybe we can talk a little bit throughout the event that are happening and what it is. How do you guys join CSA UK, and why did you join in the first place? Maybe, Kriti, do you wanna take it?
Yeah, sure. I suppose for me, it was important that I was at a stage where I felt I would need to give back to the community. And I mean, there was a large learning curve for me when I started in the industry. And I felt that at that moment I was ready to be there for people who are newcomers, new joiners, and hence I'll be speaking about the mentorship program and the research. And I think it's very important for people to be involved. Just it just enlarges your whole knowledge and encompasses, and you do better at work. And it's such a great thing to do as well to help everyone in the community.
Fantastic. And what's been your experience? How has joining the CSA help you growing personally and your business and in your business and in your career fundamentally?
Oh, certainly. I think it's been a great learning curve to be on the other side, to be part of the organizing team. I think it's just being part of this is, and also being able to actively participate and run sessions and also meet everyone. There's been a lot of positives, I think, that's come out of being part of Cloud Security Alliance. So certainly, guys, if you are thinking or you're part of the cloud community, I would say come and join us. It's a great team to be around. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of research going on, and I think there's great opportunities to learn in here.
I think from my perspective, what I took out of a lot of this conversation is you have kind of free consultancy or free brainstorming activity where you can talk to your peers. If you are in the cloud, if you're doing an activity, you can brainstorm, and it's talking about it's validating your idea a lot. So you have an extended community that helps you growing faster and validating faster what you do. But let me pick on Vlad. Vlad is my second shoulder. Is what made the whole conference happen. So maybe give the audience a little bit of a feel of how crazy it is to run a conference.
Well, it's a lot of shuffling. I'm sure everybody in the industry, working remotely, kind of understands how sometimes difficult it is to find a common time to meet. Many between many people. Also kind of update the website, make sure that the bios and the synopsis is correct. But probably the most, I guess, interesting part is to go out to the community and find out interesting speakers that are willing to share their experience and knowledge. I think that's most challenging, but also most rewarding as well. Building contacts and getting to know each and every one of them, either personally or online. And of course, these relationships, you know, um, might last longer. For next events, for next conferences, in personal or business life. So it's kind of win-win for everybody. I personally started with CSA probably when it was even launched in UK, with Raj Samani and Paul Simmons at that time. Uh, I believe it was back in 2012 or something like that. So long time ago. At that time, cloud computing was fairly new concept,
Hmm.
and the cloud services were certainly, you could fit them on one page, which today is probably very difficult to do from any cloud service provider. And I think the the common purpose of the Cloud Security Alliance was really to give the guidance how to secure the cloud, but also, and it is more important, today as well, uh, to actually give the like a common questions and questionnaires and controls that the potential clients and prospects that are looking into to evaluate their cloud security provider, what kind of questions to ask for, rather than having their own kind of questionnaires, and then imagine a service provider answering 50 versions of pretty much the same questions, but in different formats, different language, different meanings sometimes, and it was a pain. Back in 2011-12, when we were doing assessments of the providers, the CSA work really helped, and we were pushing for end user companies to start using that as a common way to evaluate cloud security providers. And it obviously built from then, and now we have a registry of the certified cloud providers at various levels. So I think it was very beneficial work, and it has been great journey.
Yeah. And today, just to pick up on what Vlad said, we have the registry, but also we have the auditor certification that just come out. And I think it just come out from the edit and being part of some of these work. And this is what good benefit I think adds by being part of this community, by being part of Circle. You get to influence the future state of an industry standard like the CCM. You can be part of these things and define what good looks like from your perspective. So adds enormous trustworthiness and authority on you, help you validating a lot of stuff, help you pairing and networking with a lot of the industry leaders that participate in this forum. So it's a community that brings people together, makes you shine, makes other people shine, and make everybody more knowledgeable. So please come and join us. But let me ask Shireen, how did you start in CSA UK, and what did you get out of this journey?
Hi. So I think for me, so I actually returned from a career. I had a career break, and I came during that career break. I think, Francesco, I met you at a conference in cloud. I think during that career break, I was already working in security, but I knew I needed a new direction, and I wanted to move from like the more advisory consulting side into learning about new technologies and cloud. And I was like, where do I start? And I think somehow we met, and then I got to know you, and then you told me about.
And I start chasing you down.
Yeah, and I was like, the more I thought about it, and I thought as someone sort of mid-career, why not just get involved in your industry and just learn? It's a really good way to network, to meet people, but give back. If you want to have a really rewarding career, I think for most people, that maybe they're happy just doing their job day to day. But I think for me, and I think for a lot of people, to take it that little step further and get that enjoyment of, and especially around education, because a lot of what we're doing is promoting as you said, promoting best practices in this industry. And obviously we're all on our different learning journeys, that we're constantly learning, and it's just really nice to kind of give that back, and also showcase other people in the industry who share the same sort of viewpoint about giving back as well, and talent in the industry as well. So please do come get involved. That's the key thing.
So maybe thank you, Shireen, and maybe let me ask, what is your view and expectation on the next year to come? What would you like to see more doing in the next year? And guys, please comment of what you like to see, because we're here for you. We're here to address what you like to see, and we can only know if you guys tell us what you want to see in comments, in forums, in communication. Which talk did you like? Which talk didn't you like? If you like to see some us discussing and debating and publishing some content around specific things, please let us know, because if you don't let us know, we're never gonna know.
Yeah.
So maybe let me start around Shireen. What you're looking forward for next year?
I'm particularly looking forward to, so Kriti's doing a talk later on about cloud enablement and sort of targeting people who perhaps are new to the industry, or maybe they want to learn more about cloud and cloud security. So I'm quite interested I'm interested in helping people, because obviously the issue, we've got so many jobs in cyber. We haven't got enough talent and skills, or we've got talent, but we haven't got the skills to fill those jobs yet. So it's more tackling people earlier in their career, or like at a younger age. So I'd like to perhaps do something at a younger age, school age, but also career changes as well. So I'm really excited from the education perspective. What can we do as volunteers to help others learn more? Just start with the foundations, so that you can learn more about this. Once you learn about this new way of working, the new paradigm of cloud, but obviously it's not new anymore. But,
I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of the cloud maybe later on, and it's 15 years and more old, so it seems a new concept, but it's actually not that new.
Yeah. So yeah.
Vlad, how about you? What you looking for next year?
So we definitely want to organize great events. We've had really good blast, and I have a session later today. So more of these, and we want to structure it maybe slightly differently. Of course, having panels, and this conference is great. Then we have the lightning talks, but I also want to bring in sponsors and also, let's say, moderated explanation and intro into the vast library of collaterals that Cloud Security Alliance have accumulated over years. It's becoming a huge body of knowledge that is sometimes difficult to navigate. So I think we need to do better at that, and that's the focus for next 12 months as well. And I totally agree with Shireen, and it's like my daughter is in school, and although at young age yet, but I do see that the schools need to do better at curriculum, and it's not targeting anyone in specific, but we need the school system to produce people that are confident, can jump into the business at various roles, and are willing to learn more, because the school, in my view, is just a baseline.
And nothing better than going out there and trialing by fire, like we all have done.
Exactly.
Pretty as a conclusion, what has been your journey? You touched a little bit before, but what you're looking forward for next year?
I mean, certainly, I think for me it's very, very important to have this community build for cloud security professionals and beginners in the UK. Not just for the community to have a safe space to actually discuss the things which matters to them, the things where they can openly talk about and gain the knowledge and share equally as well. And I'd say very much agree with Shireen and Vlad. It's a question of confidence. When you know what you're doing, you do those things better. So why not start it early? And hence why I was thinking about the mentoring program, the research, and get people involved. Really, the more people we have in this growing community, the better it is for everyone. And we're just going to create that professionals. There's a skill shortage already, so it'll be great for the community and also for Cloud Security Alliance. It's a great space for knowledge. So guys, come and join us to learn and share and grow together.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to go back in presence and doing this, maybe a little bit more in presence, doing meetups, because I think we have missed that. We have missed that last year. All right, brilliant, guys. We have Antti, our first talk, so we're gonna have several talk this morning, but let me introduce Antti Killigan, a friend and a wonderful professional. Welcome, Antti. So what are you going to talk about today?
Well, first of all, can everybody hear me okay? My screen is showing okay? Everything good?
Oh, good.
Perfect. So before I get on about what I'm going to be talking about today, a big thank you. Cloud Security Alliance has been a great resource of information for me over the years. So I'm honored to be speaking here today. And you mentioned earlier about, getting involved. Some of you already know I myself am a member of another security nonprofit. I'm founder and organizer for the Security Besides Dublin conference. So I appreciate
We
the
need
amount
more of that.
Yeah, I know. March isn't coming soon enough. Pop over the water and come over to Dublin. We'll have a great time. But I genuinely appreciate the amount of effort going into these things. Like, I know it takes a lot of evenings. I know it takes weekends to organize something like this. So as a participant, I wanted to thank you and the rest of the chapter board members for organizing this. And I'm sure the day is going to go without a hitch. Like, you filled in really well when you went through your slides very quickly. I was impressed. I was kind of waiting for a text to come through, Anthony, join early. You did a fine job, every one of you. And on kind of the same note, like, these events don't happen without the work that the volunteers are doing. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize that, you have your day jobs and you have your life, and then you also need to, make sure that these events happen.
You know very well what our job is like, because we have a very similar job.
Oh, absolutely. And it was actually quite cool to hear from you, Francesco, and from Kriti and Vladimir and Shireen, talking about what they're doing and why they got into this, like, basically giving up their free time for what is essentially the benefit on others. So
but also how people got what they got out of it.
Exactly,
because I think
actually,
if you
it
tell...
was funny to hear about Shireen. Shireen and I used to work in the same company many years ago. And it was actually quite cool that her career break turned into this in the end. So some good stuff. And I would recommend to everyone watching this, get involved. Like, these types of nonprofits, they wouldn't exist without that time that the volunteers put in.
Right.
And what I also wanted to say was that I'm very grateful for the late-ish start, like 10 o'clock. I'm not an early riser. And to steal a phrase from one of my colleagues, I am subhuman before 10 a.m. So that's
why we have coffee.
Right
Don't
here.
talk me before coffee. All right. So what's your background? So who you are? Tell the audience a little bit who you are, what you do, and then what you're gonna talk about today.
Well, this is all part of my talk, so I'll do my own intro.
All right, I'll leave to it, guys. Everybody, thank you so much for joining, and please welcome on the stage Antti Gilligan.
Thank you. I should also mention, and you can probably see from your screen, there is going to be multiple references to Star Wars throughout the talk. So apologies to anyone who's never seen the movies, although if you haven't seen the movies, I give you permission to not watch this keynote, drop off the call, go start watching the movies. They're just incredible. You have permission, go right now. You need to watch these. So the who am I and why I'm here, as I said, I was going to answer this anyway. And I've asked myself these questions many times over the years. Who am I? Why am I here? And, sometimes I get nothing, while other times I have epiphanies about those particular questions. And if you're interested in this type of answer, my social media, the deets are on the screen, so hit me up. Happy to talk about that. Today, however, I'm not here to discuss the philosophical aspect of the who am I and why am I here, so I'll just stick to the facts. My name is Antti Gilligan, and I'm currently a CISO at Akiro, and I'm physically located in Ireland, which, believe me, makes playing beach volleyball very challenging. And when I say challenging, I mean it literally. Like, we often have impromptu competitions who can set up their tent faster than the rest when the rain showers hit mid-game. Beach volleyball is what I like to do for fun outside of work. And if you're wondering, do these floating dog heads belong to dogs that I own? You're of course correct. And they are here for no reason other than that they are my 3 rescue archers. They are 3 great dogs, and They're here really because the animation really cracked me up when I was playing around with the slides, so I just left it in. And public service announcement to anyone considering adopting lurchers. They call them 40-mile-per-hour couch potatoes. So prepare to spend the next 2 years of your life fighting for space on the sofa. So going back to what I was saying, I am currently a CISO, but I spent many years slumming it as a pen tester, as an AppSec engineer, as a DevSecOps engineer, a security architect, and basically, you name it, I've probably done it. And that's the benefit of being old. You've had the time to try the stuff that you wanted to try. I've always been very curious about how things work in general. It kind of serves a purpose in my quest for efficiency. So when I started working in security, I really wanted to learn and understand about all the different areas of security. With the exception of forensics, my interest in them was very short-lived. I just never got into it. But anyway, I'm not here to talk about myself. And if you really want to know more, like I said, my social media is on screen. So, snoop around, have your fill. And to get back to the serious stuff, why am I here at this conference? I'm here to share what I've learned over the last 15 years working in cybersecurity, and also to share where I see the future going. And I'm only going to get that till the end. So I'll talk about that a little bit later. So as I mentioned, I had, loads of different jobs, doing loads of different things for loads of different companies, from startups to large multinationals, and also in loads of different sectors, so consultancies and banks and tech companies. And originally, when I started putting this talk together, my starting angle was going to be, there is no wrong way doing security. All security is good. But then I started thinking back to all of those different positions that I had and all of those different organizations, and how no matter what my job was at the time, people were coming to me for help, which is good. And they were coming to me for help because people in general, they tend to want to do the right thing. Like, no developer wants to write bad code, and no company really wants to sell a bad product to their customers. But then I also started thinking back to all the frustrating situations that I've been in over the years. And I came to the realization then that, yes, there is a wrong way of doing security. And a lot of you might be thinking now, like, who is this crazy lady and what is she talking about? Security is great, all hail security. But, just 2 minutes, hear me out. I once worked in a very large, a very mature organization. And on the surface, the security team were doing all the right things. Like, they were a very large, very well-established team. They had really good processes in place, and, that all sounds good. People were engaged in at the right time. Great. But that honeymoon period for me ended when I had a developer come to me asking for guidance, which, okay, it's a good thing. But it was guidance on one of the security policies that were in place at the company. And the issue that he was having at the time and wanted to discuss with me was that the data in the particular part of the application that he was working on were public data. So there was no requirement for protecting its confidentiality. But the security policy mandated that all data in that application was to be encrypted. By default, no questions asked. And if you've ever tried to implement encryption, you'll know it can be a major pain in the butt. You know that it's costly operationally to run, and that is also slow. So his question was valid. Why was he mandated to encrypt the data? Now, by that stage of my career, it had been, part of my day-to-day life explaining to non-security teams why a particular security control is required. I'd been doing that for years. Nothing new there. And security might not be their subject matter expertise, but typically the technical people understand the specifics if you explain to them. And at the end of most of such conversations, they tend to get it and agree. Yes, there is good reason why security are asking me to do something. But in that case, I had absolutely nothing to come back with. Like, what was the rationale behind encryption being a requirement in this case? And the sad truth was, and this is why the honeymoon ended there was none. It was a case of being tied to a strict organizational-wide security policy that was probably written first time a long time ago, quite possibly during a compliance box-ticking exercise that we're all very familiar with. And essentially, it was a case of doing security for the sake of security. It served no purpose other than just broaden that gap that typically exists between security teams and other teams in an organization. And that is the wrong way of doing security. No good can ever come of it. And if this is the wrong way, then what's the right way of doing it? Security always comes back to risk. And I know that risk is not sexy. I know that most people don't like hearing about it, and never mind talking about it. So why am I even mentioning this? And risking, pun very much intended, risking people heading off now to grab their coffee. So I mention it because when you get down to it, there's no denying it, risk is at the core of what drives security. And risk assessments are not foolproof. Like anyone who's watched Star Wars Episode 4 A New Hope is no stranger to risk prioritization gone wrong. Hello, thermal exhaust port. But they serve their purpose most of the time. And that's why companies around the world still use risk assessment as their driver for prioritizing security activities to this day. So I remember starting my first job as an AppSec engineer. And when I say first job, I mean it was a position where AppSec engineering was 100% of my time dedicated to AppSec engineering, not just something that was, bits and bobs here and there. AppSec engineering was something that I absolutely loved doing in previous roles. And, there was so much room for improvement at that new job. It was just amazing. I couldn't wait to get started. Like, the possibilities were endless. And then I realized that the possibilities were indeed endless. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have seen some version of this AppSec pyramid on the screen, AppSec testing. I came across it as part of that new job because the first thing that I needed to do starting there was devising a strategy for improving the security of a new cloud application that was being deployed in the organization. So this pyramid was very useful to me, very helpful, especially since back then I didn't even know application vulnerability correlation tools even existed. Like, what is that? My mind was blown. But none of what I saw in this pyramid answered the question that I was asking at the time. What should I do first? And you can see Chewy is thinking about the same question, but he's a Wookiee, so that's not what he's actually saying. But to get back to it, I was asking that question, and there was no amount of Googling that I did that was able to give me a solid guidance. And now I know it was because there is no one-size-fits-all approach to prioritizing an organization's security activities. And although every single one of them, and whether it's threat modeling or penetration testing or solution reviews or anything in between, it should add value and improve an organization's security posture, there are still ways to defining a prioritized approach that is best suited to address the security risks of that particular organization in an efficient manner. And again, efficiency is something I love, so always striving for it. And what my experience to date has shown, as I mentioned, I've worked in loads of different types of companies, is that, greenfield organizations and mature organizations are not the same. So a greenfield organization like a startup, or even when a more mature company starts working on a new product, it is typically budget that dictates where you start. And in those cases, a clean slate means no remedial problems. There's no existing fires to fight. Like, you start from scratch. And especially if you're a security person that's been hired at a startup, you can be pretty damn sure the folks there are security minded already. And they do a lot of things right to begin with. And you can start without weight on your shoulders. You can start with what you can afford, or you start with what you need in order to be able to demonstrate compliance for your customers. Now, on the other hand, we have mature organizations, and more often than not, and I'm sure most of you know this, they carry a significant amount of security-specific technical debt. And I should add that it tends to be significant because it's become common practice to deal with the criticals and deal with the highs, and sweep the rest under the proverbial rug, which is the risk register. But anyway, in a mature organization, you ideally have metrics, and they indicate, for example, the organization is drowning in a sea of vulnerable third-party libraries, or badly written code, or it has a mountain of insecure configurations affecting their cloud environment. And even at an organization that isn't quite so mature to have those metrics, you can still rely on anecdotal evidence being there to indicate that, because thankfully, security professionals, they tend to be aware of bad practices within their organization, even if they're not documented anywhere. So say you hire an external body to come to your organization and conduct a secure code review, and they continuously indicate problems stemming from insecure code, then probably starting application security testing tools is maybe where you want to start. But if you get page after page after page of problems with the security configuration of your cloud environment, well, then you typically end up getting a cloud security posture management tool. And if your pen test reports always come back with web application layer findings, then you typically invest in a dynamic application security testing tool. So on and so forth. Like, basically, you tackle the area that causes the most amount of rework on the back of security remediation activities. But say you're at an organization that has implemented a SaaS solution and has implemented the DAST and has implemented the CSPM. Basically, your thermal exhaust port concerns have been dealt with. So what next? Well, what typically happens next, and I've seen that in every single place I've worked at, is that the security engineering team get bogged down with those same insecure code findings each audit used to show, only now they're a daily occurrence rather than once or twice a year thing. And that same security team, they're also now chasing their tail with the constant flow of alerts from that CSPM, because agile development teams on the cloud, they don't deploy once or twice a year. Like, those cloud environments can change multiple times a day. So, how is using these tools helping in any way? Now, if you take a good look at the slides, and you look at the types of tools on the slide, you may have noticed a pattern. And if you did, well done. It's some things already gone wrong. And these tools then help bring this to your attention, to the attention of your security team. But now you're all dialed into this conference, so I've obviously been knocking about this planet for a little while now. And you should know prevention is better than detection. And if, I'm sure if you heard this from your dentist, if from nobody else. And security has traditionally been a detecting activity. Like, security testing in most organizations is usually just, one more thing that we need to do before we go live. So we leave it till the end, and then we throw it at whatever tools we got, and we end up with a long list of defects. And we'll fix whatever we absolutely can't do without fixing, and then we're going to throw the rest on that risk register and get the approved by security nod, and then we get on with building more stuff and deploying more stuff and, you know, going on doing the same thing. So, you know, we know prevention is better than detection. So why have organizations and security professionals alike accepted this futile cycle as, you know, this is just the way things are? Like, if insecure code is a big problem in your organization, then why not try resolve this before it becomes a problem? Like, you can provide meaningful security training to your software development teams. And when I say meaningful, I mean meaningful. Like, I challenge even the most, you know, dedicated security person here to sit through what is at best a 1-hour video of someone talking about phishing and talking about the importance of not writing down your password, or at worst, what I've seen is secure coding training that is a 10-page document that lists rule after rule after rule after rule, and often about coding languages that aren't being used in the organization by the development teams. So, you know, why not provide those problem teams, and I'm using the word problem here very loosely, why not provide those problem teams with access to a, you know, something more modern, like a secure coding platform, or, you know, send them to a high quality hands-on course, or, you know, give them access to an on-demand course platform, or give them time off work to read a book about secure coding practices. You know, don't forget, people learn in different ways, and what works for me, you know, might not float your boat. You know, or even take it a step further and, you know, spend a bit more on, you know, using a SaaS tool that can integrate with the development tools and catch that insecure code as it's being written. And similarly, a CSPM, it won't fix future cloud deployments. And, you know, don't get me wrong, security monitoring is extremely valuable, and nobody should be without it. And it should always be there, because without it, there's nothing to alert you when something has gone wrong. You're completely blind. At the same time, that something should not be a daily thing, and it should not be the norm. And if this is where security is still going wrong, then we're just moving the problem from one place to the other. So, you know, how you escape this infinite loop is, you know, you have to rip off the Band-Aid, just draw a line in the sand, accept there is this big list of things that are already wrong, need to be fixed, and define a remediation timeline that's based on your vulnerability management policies, and, you know, start doing something that is no stranger to most security professionals. Now, this is a Cloud Security Alliance conference, so I'll take this moment just to give you a cloud-specific statistic. So 10% of all breaches are caused by cloud security misconfigurations, and 99% of those are due to a customer's fault. Now, that's you, and that's me. The organizations that we work for as security professionals are the customer. So I'll say this again now. 99% of those are due to the customer's fault. Yet secure design and threat modeling are still not things that are embraced by most organizations. And companies that have migrated to the cloud, they tend to be agile. Things happen fast, while security design and threat modeling are slow because they take a lot of time. Now, I myself have conducted secure design engagements that lasted for weeks, and I've even worked on a single security architecture project that ran over a year. In fact, it was still running after I left that organization. So not only do these activities take a lot of time, but good cloud security architects are really hard to come by. And in fact, cloud security architects, period, are hard to come by. So there's a ratio of one security architect to, say, 100 software engineers, This isn't uncommon. And I've worked in a company where that ratio was 1 to 400. And these numbers are staggering. And my point here is that there are just not enough security architects to throw at the problem if the solution is still manual. And this is why organizations are reluctant to embrace secure design. And, you'll say, but automation is eating the world. And, yeah, shift left is now in everyone's dictionary, but that's because organizations have seen the value automation can provide in the code, build, and deploy phase of their software development lifecycle. But it's really rare to see this automation being used in the planning and design phase at the start. So why does shift left stop at coding? And before I get to that point, let me tell you a story. So I attended the conference about 4 weeks ago, and I saw on the agenda that there was a panel discussion about CISOs. And although I'm a CISO, it is my first time being a CISO, so I'm fully aware there's loads to learn. So off I went to sit down and watch this. And there was a CISO on that panel, and he was talking about how, security teams, they need to innovate and they need to move with the times. And I was thinking, yeah, that's great. Yeah. Tell me more about that. I'm listening. And then he was talking about how their security team completely stopped doing vulnerability assessments and pen testing. And they replaced that with running a bug bounty program. And they were getting really good results, really good findings. It was a great success until the point where one of their customers asked to do a vendor security assessment of them and asked for a penetration test report. So they went back to the customer and said, well, we don't have a pen test report, but this is what we've been doing. And the customer, of course, didn't accept that. So they went back to, doing the vulnerability assessments, doing the pen testing, and they stopped doing the bug bounty. And, this might seem okay to you. In that particular case, it didn't solve the problem, but it was the replacing this thinking of we need to replace this with something else. And I think this is why companies are reluctant to move shift left, even more to the left, because it comes down to the fact that, if you want to automate, say, threat modeling that happens at the very, very start, you need yet another tool. And, that means that you have to beg for more money for your security budget. And, that's already a really hard sell because, selling security is essentially like selling insurance because, the benefit is intangible day to day. You don't see what you're paying for. So people are reluctant to buy it and spend money on it. But while automating threat modeling is not going to replace your SAST, and it's not going to replace your DAST, and it's not going to replace your CSPM or your pen testing or, any of the good stuff that we all know and love, it does allow those agile cloud development teams to not only accelerate their product delivery, but also reach, the ultimate goal of continuous secure delivery. And there are actually a load of tools out there, both commercial and open source, that do automate threat modeling. And sure, I mean, some are better than others. The old adage, you get what you pay for, it still holds true for those. And, what you might not spend in pounds or in euros or whatever is your currency, you'll absolutely spend in time, configuring the tool or, setting it up, parsing results, all that stuff that need to get done in order for you to get that value out of the tool. But like I mentioned earlier, any activity that improves an organization's security posture, is good, and small steps are better than doing nothing. So, anything that you can add to your security testing tooling arsenal that will prevent the security defects is absolutely well worth doing. Now, again, going back to the start, I mentioned that I was going to share where I see the future going. And, I don't have a magic 8-ball. And if I did, I'd ask for the lotto numbers and retire somewhere in the Caribbean. But what I do have is the fact that I spent, the last few years of my career working solely in cloud environments. And there is things that I have noticed, as I'm sure others either have noticed themselves or know about through reading, any of the relevant reports that come out every year. So public cloud adoption increases year on year in double digits. And I know this isn't a surprise to most people. Companies are not only embracing the cloud, but a very large percentage of them are multi-cloud. And, there's more and more cloud providers coming out, like all these large corporations. They're building their new cloud offerings, and they're being major contenders to the big three, AWS and Azure and GCP. And another thing that I noticed over the years is that adoption of infrastructure as code usage for provisioning and managing cloud environments is becoming mainstream. And what needs to happen, and where we all fall short on, is that threat modeling and all those good preventive security activities, they need to follow this trend, because the fact is a lot of existing threat modeling tools are just quite not fit for the cloud. Now, if this was an in-person event, it'd be, at this moment, I asked that she show of hands, have you ever used a threat modeling tool? And I'd be one of them. I've used threat modeling tools in 3 different companies. So this isn't an in-person event, so I'll just imagine, a few of you are nodding at your screens. But then I'd ask, how many of you have been told by that threat modeling tool that you need to set up multi-factor authentication for your root account? And, have been told that for every single project that you add to this tool, even though they're all going in the same account. Or I might ask, how many of you have been told that you need to ensure that your Lambda function isn't vulnerable to a code injection? And you thought, well, that's a lot of garbage. Why are you showing me this? The Lambda function hasn't even been built, because this is design. We're just thinking about doing stuff. And you have to excuse the AWS terminology, is where my knowledge lies. But this is where I see the future going, like threat modeling becoming fully automated and really getting to that next level. Threat modeling should become to a security architect what web application scanning became to the web app pen testers. Like something that is there, it works really well, allows the cloud security architects to get the brunt of the work done in minutes, and then focus the efforts on the more complex tasks, the things that you're hired to do, the things that you really love doing. And the future is having the ability to import your existing cloud infrastructure in that threat modeling tool, rather than spend hours drawing it up on your whiteboard or Visio or whatever is being used in your organization. And getting really good threat information in minutes. And threat information is really contextual. It takes your trust zones and it takes your data classification into account, and dispenses meaningful recommendations. Now, I've personally spent far too long in my career translating the remediation sections of various security tools to a software engineer. And I understand you want me to enforce authorization, but what you really want me to do here is what I get back a lot of the time. So, to me, the future is also in this security remediation coming as, infrastructure as code snippets. So your developers actually know exactly what you need them to do and what they need to implement in order to avoid the issue materializing in the future. And that's hugely important, because in a world of cloud formation stacks and using templates, like both to avoid human error and to speed up product delivery, that information now becomes reusable. Like my bottom line is the future of cloud security should be going hand in hand with the future of the cloud itself. Otherwise, security can't scale, I can't keep up. And if that happens, security stops being an enabler for the business. Now, unless you work at a security company, your organization's business is not doing security. It is to allow people to book hotels or order food or rent a car or something like that. Security is just doing the right thing. And it's our job as security professionals to make doing the right thing as easy as possible. And I believe automation is going to play a huge part in this in the future. And especially, this is an API-driven world we're currently living in. So we have to keep up. Finally, remember that not any one person has all the answers, and neither does Google. And not one person knows all the tools out there. I often hear about the next cool thing at security conferences or security meetups, or just in passing, just chatting with friends and colleagues. So engage your security communities, just like the CSA UK chapter, and take advantage of each other's research and knowledge. And this is why events like this one are so important. I love attending them. I love organizing them. And I really love speaking to you all today here at the CSA UK annual conference. It's been a real honor. And I hope that you've either heard or will hear something that you can take away from today's different speakers. And thank you all for your attention. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Antti, was great. Thank you. We've got a few questions. I have one actually, and so we have the next speaker, Abhishek, is actually in the lobby. Abhishek, hopefully you don't mind. I kind of bring you in because it's kind of relevant to this discussion. So hello, Abhishek. I know it's a little bit sooner than your talk, but you gave me, and when we were discussing your talk, you told me a really interesting kind of statement. Your thought that it's actually easier to teach developers security than to teach security people development. Hopefully I translated that correctly. Would be good to get the Antti's your kind of your view on that. And it's not a fight, by the way. It's just thinking.
No,
this
it's
is
not a
a
fight.
topical for.
I actually agree with Abhishek, and like I said, I agree because I genuinely believe in the good in people. Like people want to do the right thing, and like I said, developers, they don't want to write bad code. I just think that we've been approaching this whole learning about security, doing security, like we've been approaching it the wrong way for so long. We just make it so cumbersome. Like security training is a snooze fest in most organizations, and there's been only one company where I was genuinely, there was a notification coming in, new security training module available, and I was like, I'm dropping everything I'm doing, I'm taking this training right now, because they were so much fun. If anybody hasn't used them, Mimecast, I'm sorry for the ad, but Mimecast security awareness training modules, they're just the bomb. Absolutely. And to Abhishek's point, like coding is a skill. Like you really need to be thinking a certain way in order to be able to do it and do it right. I've been playing around with Python and other bits, and I did coding when I was studying computer science, but I just never really got it. Like I'm doing something and I'm thinking, I built a little script, and I'm thinking I'm building the Empire State Building, but an actual developer looks at it and they look at it and say, well, this is shit.
Because security people are not developers.
Sorry?
Security people don't make the best developer,
Yeah,
but developer
no,
make
I
the
don't
best
think
security
so.
people.
I don't think so. There's some great unicorns. Like in these meetups again. Like these meetups are crazy. These conferences are so useful. I've met really, really security-minded developers through these conferences and through these meetups. So they are out there, they do exist, but they're really hard to find.
And I think maybe on your point is that they're hard to find. So maybe we should inject a little bit of security in everything, in everybody. And on the other side, we should inject a little bit of development in security, because we tend to say security is everybody's job, but then developer can say now the other thing, right? and it's the best. I think for me was the best experience to learn about empathy, to learn about, developer don't just have security to think about. They have QA, they have user stories, they have an enormous amount of testing that is not just security testing. Security just happened to be one of the elements.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one thing, and we just need to make it interesting. Like I mentioned earlier, it was one organization that I was actually in charge of providing security training for our developers, and it was there that I realized what works for me doesn't work for everyone. So we actually had to implement all those different things and all those different ways of doing the security training, because genuinely there were some people that just only learned from reading a book. So you had to give them some time of work, to be able to, take a half day on a Friday and go read something that talks about secure coding, or give them access to a hands-on platform. There's a few of those out there that work really, really well, but we just need to make it interesting and forget about this, read this 20-page document, and, we just can't work like that anymore.
And maybe on your point, there was a very, and we have people cheering up for the security people should learn. I think maybe on that point, I think security people and developer people should have a little bit of empathy on the business, because as you rightfully say, risk is a hard thing to do, and business just talk about risk. If you get to the board and we start talking about vulnerability or ASPM or orchestration tool, they look at us like we're alien. But when they start talking about, risk, budgets, and, cost of delivering something versus the cost of securing something, we look at them like they're aliens. So I think that there is also that aspect when we convey a message to them, they let us do our job as executive, our job as developer, and they're happy because we are aligned with the business. So I think that there needs to be a little bit of empathy throughout the world, and not just having security people banging drums like security is everybody's job, or developers saying they don't understand us. I think it's empathy is the word to do.
Absolutely. And, working with software developers for the first time, I remember it was astounding to me the amount of things that they had to do. It wasn't just the coding. They had all these other admin things that they need to do, in order to, the testing, and even just writing the stories, writing the epics, writing. And developers, they just want the code. All that other stuff is extra. It's not their job. They don't want to do it. So we just need to understand what it is they're doing, and then try to doing security easy for them. Automation, like I said, is going to be a really big thing. It has to be a really big thing. Cloud, we just won't be able to keep up.
Yeah. Great. Thanks, Antti. It was a really exciting topic, and I think we have, we have good comments. Fortunately, we couldn't respond to all comments due to time constraints. But how you obviously shared how people can join you. Any closing words before we hand over to Abhishek?
No, just that it was absolutely brilliant being here. The main points that I want to leave people thinking, just don't try replace stuff in your software development lifecycle. Like, there's loads of different security tools, and they all serve a different purpose. And defense in depth is something that we're all very familiar with, but it's very difficult to persuade the budget holder that they actually all need to be there. And that's it. I will leave you with that. I will leave you on that note. Hit me up on LinkedIn or Twitter. I'd love to take questions, and I love talking about these things. So absolutely available for anything anybody wants to talk about.
Excellent.
Thank you very much,
Antti. Have a great day.
Thanks very much.
Morning. Tell us a little bit about your talk and why you were excited to talk about Google Cloud. That is, actually, you are one of the first talking about Google Cloud. We were a little bit biased in the past, talking a lot about AWS. So we said this year we should not talk about AWS, and we excuse Antti for talking AWS lingual, but it's not just one cloud. And I really appreciate you coming and talking about GCP and the fantastic journeys you guys are on. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So you're right. There is always going to be a bias around AWS and Azure, simply because they were there earlier. AWS have quite a mature platforms that's well known. So I think it's common for people to speak about things they know about, and you keep hearing it. Along come Azure, they're similar to a degree, and then you've got a span in the works, a GCP, which is different. Adoption of that and how it's growing is testament to the fact that they have something that people want. If you look at the job market today, you're looking at GCP architects. There's just not enough people for that sort of role. So the adoption of the platform is faster than the skills that we have in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been working on GCP for around 3 years now. So I thought it'd be good to share some learnings on what I've been doing, and hopefully other people can avoid the mistakes I made. Or
learning. There is no mistake in the cloud. There is just learning.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, it's not really a mistake. It's the time of learning, actually, because the business doesn't stop. It wants stuff done yesterday, so there's a limited time of learning, I would say, and that's why I thought I'd share what I've got.
Brilliant. So let me know if you're ready to go. All good?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Fantastic.
Does this work? Yes, it does. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just a bit about me, really. So I've been working with the cloud for over 10 years. I've got experience in AWS, Azure, and GCP. Primary areas of focus have been fintech, security, DevSecOps, and software security. As I said earlier, GCP is about 3 years. So I've got a fascination for ladybirds or bugs. Going back to what we were speaking about earlier, I used to be a developer, and the joke was that I was so bad, all I could do was make bugs. So I thought I'd hop into security. So I'm one of the people that have moved from development background into security, and that was because I was really bad at bugs, but I was really good at security. So I knew what to do, just not how to do it. So hence the ladybird. So when you look at Google's proposition and what they're pitching, really, from a sales perspective, what they're really talking about to the IT leaders, of the businesses out there, that broadly speaking, their platform can help you get more insights from your data, which basically means that you're able to make better decisions without acquiring any new data. And to that end, it opens up opportunity, because there's a cost of acquisition of data, marketing campaigns, phone calls, what have you. Google are saying, oh, by the way, you've got a lot of data, you're just not getting enough from it. And as a result, people are drawn to the Google Cloud Platform because of opportunities that can unlock. What I think in the Azure and AWS space could do the same thing. They don't have that proposition as clearly defined as Google have in my experience. So they were very clear when they spoke to me about what their cloud could do and what it did really well. And it wasn't about hosting VMs in the cloud or doing cloud migrations. It was about getting the right architecture to enable you to make more decisions based on the data that you have. So they spoke about machine learning, they spoke about artificial intelligence, they spoke about cloud functions, they spoke about big table, they talk about BigQuery, all these sorts of things that allow you to get more insight. The second thing they spoke to me about in a lot of detail was the fact that they own and manage their own network in its entirety. And it's the same network that they use to host Google platform. So from that point of view, my view was, okay, obviously you're highly available because Google rarely goes down. So that was quite a good sell. And the third thing they spoke about, which they're quite passionate about with me, was they encrypt everything everywhere all the time. They use their own keys, obviously, to encrypt everything by default, but they do it automatically. And to many folk who aren't in the IT security, information security space, that sounds like, okay, that's a big win, because most people think about security and encryption in the same sentence. So the thing that it leaves with really is Google really innovates all the time, and so can you. And before they finish their pitch, the credit card's on the table, and I've got my welcome email saying welcome to Google platform. So that's what I see as a general trend in terms of why Google's adoption is increasing, and the benefits it can bring you. As mentioned earlier, I'm not saying that Azure and AWS can't do the same thing. They just don't proposition themselves in that same space, in my opinion. So yeah, I personally didn't get the Google welcome email. I think I was the second or third person there. So so yeah. So you delve deeper into what security is in Google, and you look at the sorts of areas they operate in. They've got, like many other cloud platforms, they've got an organizational policy. They've got something akin to AWS Security Hub or Azure Security Center. They call it Security Command Center. They've got your IAM. They've got some proxies. They've got firewalls. They've got DDoS. They've got a WAF, Cloud Armor, APG. They've got Secrets Manager. They encrypt everything by default. And you look at that shopping list and you think to yourself, do you know what? I could do this. This is what I'm expecting. So if you look at it purely from, do I have enough tools to do what I need to do? At this stage, you think you do. And the truth is you can. It's not like you can't do what you need to do. It's just the way in which they need to be implemented is different. So after the sales pitch has happened, the credit card's out, you've got a welcome email, and you've had a good look at the security toolbox, you think to yourself, I can have a go at this. And then you get into a world of, let's lift off. Let's get to the cloud now on Google, hence a spaceship. So what was the next step for me? We had an enterprise agreement or a service agreement with Google, and I ended up doing a lot of Googling on the internet, obviously on Google, not using Bing to search for Google things, and a lot of talking to Google about what their proposition actually meant. Because in the earlier slide, I was talking about the tools from a generic point of view. What I was really interested in at this stage was, what does it really mean to me? How do I use these tools? What are the implications or the restrictions that these tools have? What are the kinks that I need to be focused on? So broadly speaking, there were 5 areas that I found were of interest to me. The first one is, as stated on the slide, you can only really have one org policy in intent. Whilst that might sound quite straightforward, which it is, and not restrictive, it becomes restrictive when you want to have multiple postures in the same environment. So that was the first thing that got me thinking, really. So Google hasn't got a concept of hub and spoke, which traditionally lives in the AWS and Azure space. Projects is what they use. They've got their topology laid out in folders and projects from a logical perspective. So the projects is where the assets go into. So those things I was talking about earlier, things like Cloud Function, BigQuery, Bigtable, VMs, what have you, they reside in projects. And these projects are the actual security boundary. And what I found is there's no real way to group them. So I couldn't let me put these 10 projects into one folder and apply security at that folder level, and it cascade down. Then I found that doing security configuration really needs to be at a component level. There are settings and parameters that reside in those features I mentioned earlier, which require configuration. Not having a public bucket, for example, is quite straightforward. But how about not having a public database? Or how about not having a cloud function which is available externally but only internally? Where will that configuration be done at an enterprise-wide level or a project level? So it got me thinking. Then there was another area which was of a lot of interest, which was the concept of Google services and how they're accessed. So Google presents the vast range of their services APIs. When you've got something called interconnect, which is what it rolled out, you need to work out how you're routing to Google, because as an example, you might have a commercial corporate Google Drive or Google Docs type implementation, and that would normally go on the public internet. Now I've got private connectivity. Do I want that traffic going over the private connection into my cloud? So it's interesting how you need to consider how you route traffic into Google once you have a subscription. And that leads me to the last point, really. So I found that Google Command Center or Security Command Center didn't map to any security compliance at that point in time, which meant it was quite hard to report on from my perspective, because ideally you report on the compliance of the cloud, so you'd know where you stand from a NIST, perhaps CIS, CSA perspective. So that's what I was focused on. The two images on the right, what I found when I was doing a lot of the talking to Google, that I am is actually the center of the universe. For everything I spoke about, everything was I am. Obviously, from what I'm describing in this slide, there's a lot more to it than just I am. As a result, I got into a hamster wheel type scenario, which is where a lot of my learnings and failings happened, about how to move things forward. So there was a bit of time where we were literally chasing our own tail, and I was that person in that hamster wheel there. So it didn't happen for too long, fortunately for me. We were able to move forward. But just a thought on the fact that they do things differently means you have to obviously re-engineer how you do security. And it's not as straightforward as what people do know, which is common, i.e. hub and spoke in AWS and Azure. So I'll move on to the next slide. So what are the implications of this Googling, talking, and I am being a central universe and being that hamster wheel? What it really meant was the org policy had to be the lowest common denominator. In an environment where you've got multiple customers sharing the same fabric, you can't afford to have your security at the highest level, at org level, because that limits the amount of variation posture management you can do within the subscription itself. So your org policy, literally, to support that model, a multi-tenanted GCP model, would need to be what I found at the lowest common denominator. What that then alludes to is what I said earlier, is that the security configuration of the projects becomes critical, because that's where the actual security boundary is enforced. And moving on to how you enforce that consistency in that boundary, we needed to assure the code through the infrastructure pipeline in the same way you would do application code. So things like dynamic testing and static testing of Terraform or whatever thing you're using to interact with the cloud, GCP, would need to be done the same way to assure that the components are secured. And that was a learning, because normally you would get that consistency from a org level or Azure policy or an AWS security hub type space, but here you're literally doing it at the component level. So DNS needs to be reconfigured when you interconnect to make sure you're routing the traffic where it's cheapest and most appropriate. And as I mentioned earlier about the posture management and the compliance, you probably need third-party tools to do that, because the actual capability in Security Command Center doesn't lend itself well to reporting and governance, is what I found. So what was the approach? What did I learn from this? Authoring actual configuration specifications for components was really important. So that described the actual settings at component level per item that was being used. So, and from there, you're able to write unit tests or security tests in this case to ensure that the code being pushed through the pipeline adhere to that specification. So you've almost got so you actually do have it in the CI/CD process. You've got the stage gates for QA, pre-prod, and prod for application code. We'd have the same for infrastructure. So it's really about using the development lifecycle to promote infrastructure code and making sure the definition of done was adherent to that specification which was set out earlier. and that's akin to test-driven development in terms of the ways of working. Given that IAM is the center of the universe for GCP, using tools to detect abnormal IAM activity became quite important, because that is where the bulk of the security sits in the Google space, is what I found. So moving on to the application and development experience, we need to ensure that the application themselves are coded in a secure way. So whilst that might sound quite normal, when you're developing on net new product like a cloud function, for example, or you're using Kubernetes, there are some variations and distinctions that need to be made about how applications are developed and where the security control is inserted, and to that degree, how they feel safe. So we need to ensure that there was both the rigor and architectural governance on how the application is deployed. So things like making sure that logs don't have PII, for example, when they get to Stackdriver, was quite an important consideration, given that Stackdriver is distributed across all projects. And I think last but not least, the approach that we took was not to let Google mark their homework. And this is quite a subtle thing there, because whilst Google are obviously pretty good at security in the cloud, when it comes to assurances and third-party verification, that is our responsibility. And to that end, there needs to be something watching the person doing the work from a third-party point of view. So we took that sort of approach when it comes to Google Cloud Platform, particularly because of the different way in which we had to engineer the security controls, and because at that point in time, Security Command Center was quite new and didn't have all the functionality that it had. So to that end, getting third-party tools to almost verify the compliance status and if the threats are being exploited in Google was quite important. So that, in a nutshell, those are the lessons that I learned and how things proceeded. Keen to open up the floor for some questions, if anyone's got any.
Yeah, I have one. So the talk is really interesting, and I really like how you mentioned the different mindset that you start with, routing traffic that is against everybody's mind. And I think I had the same thing with Azure and AWS, where routing was very, very different. But I think GCP take it to the extreme. So how many concepts had you had to demolish from a pure how to build things when you started? And then the following on question is, how many security concepts you had to rethink when starting GCP?
So I think the concepts are very similar. So i.e., as we mentioned earlier, route your traffic in the most appropriate way, find the right exit point, secure that traffic. I think conceptually that's always been the requirement. The problem that we've got is that from a Google point of view, we're actually all customers of Google. We all go to the Google engine. We all use OneDrive. We all use Gmail. We all use all these things. Obviously, OneDrive is a Microsoft product, but we all use Google Drive. We all use YouTube. We all use all these products. So once on the corporate LAN, do you want the access of those consumer products to be going via interconnect, which can get quite expensive? If I wasn't a consumer of YouTube and the other services, it'd probably be easier. When you look at AWS, I'm just consuming AWS. Amazon.com is a separate entity from a routing perspective. It's just a website. So it's more around the way the APIs are exposed, and the security risk I had to consider was in an IAM perspective. If I had an IAM credential in GCP, which allowed me to query statistics around YouTube, for example, that would be open on the interconnect. I wouldn't want that. So it's about distinguishing the routing and trying to almost appreciate I'm also a customer and a supplier internally from the same cloud.
Brilliant.
And that becomes quite different. I mean, I can't just say to people, stop using google.com. Be it on the interconnect, not on the interconnect.
Well, you could. I don't know how effective that will be.
Yeah, exactly. So it's those sorts of things you've got to think about, because in the Microsoft space and in the AWS space, you're not actively consuming those products as a consumer to that degree. Yeah. Google Maps is another example. We use it all the time. So it's those considerations, I would say. And architecturally, it's having that mindset. Okay, Google is not just GCP. Google is this plus the other services that people use every day in their normal lives.
Brilliant. And do you agree? Do you agree with what Mario is saying, that the AI model and GCP are the best and more powerful of the three?
It's an interesting thing that Mario's pointing out. So I think from a technical perspective, it's powerful. It's backed by OAuth 2. It's integratable into the other IDPs like Azure AD. I agree with that. They've got something. They're getting quite close to what I would describe as attribute-based access. So you need a credential to authenticate to an API. Where I find it very difficult is historically IT teams and infosec teams find it very hard to manage identity. You only got to look at Active Directory. No matter which organization I go to, AD will always. So the fact is, if you can't manage that properly, how do you manage this?
That's why Azure is so powerful, because everything is based on it or not.
Exactly. So I totally agree with the view Mario has. It is powerful. It really is, the way it's been architected. But unfortunately, historically, we can't manage identity really well. And when you start looking at federation and you start looking at B2B, it gets even more complicated. So
I think
it's just consideration, really. The fact that it can be really good on paper, but in reality, you've got other challenges in IAM.
I think it needs a mindset shift when you need to start thinking a little bit more about service specific or entity that are completely abstract in the cloud that can authenticate. So a machine, a service can have their own authentication or can authenticate against something. And that's kind of the mindset shift where a lot of security folk, especially the traditional one, or management are thinking authentication equal user.
Exactly. So Google are really, it's interesting because they've got concepts like workload identity. They've got concepts around federation. They've got concepts around integrating into multiple or into IDPs. That's all well and good for users, but that workload identity is actually local to Google. So you actually do have a set of service accounts which just reside in Google. How do you manage those in the application space? Then obviously you get to secrets management, rotating your keys every 90 days. So it gets more and more, I won't say complicated, but the process gets more drawn out. So automation is really important to get the best out of IAM, is what I'm getting to make it a non-human thing, to get the most value out of it. And I think that's the case in most IAM areas. But the extensive use of IAM, I think, lends itself to that sort of, I think, consideration specifically for GCP.
No, it's brilliant. Thank you so much for the talk on GCP. Something that we traditionally haven't touched enough, and it's such a different mindset and shift, especially because you have all these services that you traditionally see, like Google search or analytics, that are embedded in a lot of organizations, but people don't think a lot of this as cloud because they're very much as PaaS service. And in GCP, it's funny how now they converted the cloud control kind of dashboard where you have all this control all in one place. And it's weird to think about this as GCP, right?
Exactly. So when I speak to fellow colleagues in industry, we'll actually say that GCP is an application development platform. That's actually what it is in a nutshell. You're not going to go to GCP to host virtual machines, are you? You're going to go to GCP for applications. And that's
I think that's a mindset shift. I think that's a mindset shift that is very different from traditional. I think Azure, it's kind of a hybrid that has some PaaS service and some data center service. AWS has been pretty much data center centric or cloud environment centric, and that's why GCP is so complex to get it from a security, because it's a totally different mindset. It's a level of abstraction above, I think, others.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's going back to our point earlier, is that you need to teach developers security as a result if you want to get the best out of
But then they need to teach you how to build stuff in GCP and how to deliver things in pipeline and how to automate and scale. That is something I'm going to talk a little bit later. But Kriti, do you have any question or any experience of your?
I was actually just going to continue on the same conversation, Abby. The question was probably how compared to the other platforms, how does Google integrate with other security tools. Say, for example, if someone wants to push their logs across somewhere else for verification or validation, or into a SOC engine, how that does it integrate well? Does it have features?
It does. So one thing that GCP do really well actually is they've got a huge catalog of APIs. So it is possible to integrate at an API level using a webhook to subscribe to real-time information, what have you. The issue that I think we have is that there's not many security tools which are that modern that allow you to do that. So you've got legacy security tooling in your on-premise state, for example, and then you've got a webhook just waiting for you, and it's just there. All if you subscribe to it, but you need an API gateway or some middleware to get to it because you've got SOAP on one end and REST on the other, and it just becomes convoluted. So I think it's about, can it integrate? Yes, it can, but you need an ecosystem of security tools which are modern to the same degree. When you start integrating legacy on-prem security tools, that's when you get into a challenge.
Doesn't work like that, does it?
No, and I think other cloud provider have maybe a little bit easier job on integrating traditional tool because they're more traditional. You don't have workload in PaaS service. How are you going to scan a PaaS service with infrastructure tools? You can't. You need to shift your mind, and so you need to adapt first of all the people, and then the organization, and then the tool. So maybe startup are a little bit easier, but on the startup subject, actually, Antti is asking, she's a GCP noob and she's a security person, so where she can learn more.
So I think the thing that I looked at when I was doing my learning was I was quite fortunate. We had a service agreement with Google, and I was using them to do a lot of my learning. So are you still there? I think the line's a bit fuzzy.
Yeah.
I think
so I was.
You are still on.
Sorry. I was using them to do a lot of my learning. I was calling them every other day, basically, and I think I was their worst customer for a little while because I was taking so much of their time. But I said to them, to Antti's point, if this information I'm after was publicly on your website, I wouldn't need to call you. I can stick to Googling. It'd be absolutely fine. But to Antti's point, there's limited deep information on the internet around GCP. And from a new point of view, I think the best course I found was actually the GCP Architect book. I quite liked that. It was pitched at the right level, allowed me to look at the right areas, focus on the right things. And where it didn't go deep enough for me, I just spoke to Google. But in terms of getting a 101 type view, I thought that was a good course.
All right, brilliant. We'll, if you don't mind, can you put in the chat link, and then we'll put it in the comments.
Yeah, I'll have a look for the course.
All right, brilliant.
The GCP Architect certification.
And then
Professional Cloud Architect is called actually.
And then, as I said, as Mario said, is quite a journey for security. It was a journey for me in itself, because you need to change your shift and mindset. And in AWS, IAM is an absolute nightmare because you have 400 ways to put security where you put security. But how did you crack that element? Aside from talking to people, how did you change your mindset about authentication? I
was quite fortunate that I was quite early on in the project, so I didn't have to change the mindset. I just said we're doing it this way, and Google is an application development platform. So I was quite lucky to have a green field.
I like democracy.
Yeah, this is the way it is. Here are your constraints. This is how you need to do it properly. Here's best practice. It's straightforward. When you're looking at something a bit more brownfield, it becomes difficult, I would say. But principally, role-based access obviously works quite well if the roles are well defined. But I think Google are moving to what I mentioned earlier, which is attribute-based access, which is very, very detailed. And where possible, I would use a pre-bundled role already described in Google. And if you need to do something which isn't in those roles, you do something a bit weird. You shouldn't have to write custom roles because there's so many of them. Why do something different? Just use what you've got. It's easier to maintain that than write your own custom role. It was my feedback.
No, that's brilliant. All right. Thank you very much, Abhishek. We have the next talk by Kriti.
Thank you, Abhishek.
And it was a wonderful talk on GCP. That is a subject that we normally don't touch. And if somebody want to get in touch with you, how they can do it?
Just drop me a line on LinkedIn. I'm happy to respond to messages. I don't use Twitter just yet, but LinkedIn is there for everyone. I'm more than happy to respond, and feel free to get in touch. And thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And now,
Thank you.
Kriti,
Hello.
welcome back. So, talk us everything about the next element of research, the enablement program. Tell us everything about that. Maybe introduce yourself for the people that have just joined. We have people coming and joining.
Okay, my sure, French. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So thank you for joining us today on this session. And thank you, Cloud Security Alliance UK, for giving me this opportunity to run you through this Cloud Security Enablement Program. I'm actually very excited about this because there's loads of really good things coming in onto the program. So just for those who don't know me, my name is Kriti Mohan. I currently work for Palo Alto Networks as a security engineer. I've been in the industry for about 14 years or so. I started as a network security engineer and a network engineer, more like an admin person, and then grew from there. Worked at different in the NOG, worked at Qualys, worked at Checkpoint, and I'm at Palo Alto. So it's been a long time in the security journey, and it's been very exciting. So it is now time for me to sort of be there with the community, learn and share with you guys. So really this program is for all our UK security practitioners and also beginners. We are looking at building a community where you feel like it's a safe space to learn and share. At the moment, I mean, from my sort of field knowledge from the security, digital transformation is really high on everyone's agenda. So I feel it's very important to get skilled up. And I mean, we are being asked to do a lot of things literally on day one as soon as a project begins. Sometimes you do have some training, sometimes it's self-training, but we do have to continuously improve ourselves. And there is a great onboarding of cloud at the moment due to its availability, the elasticity, flexibility it offers, and so the security for any cloud project becomes super important. And so there will always be some kind of on-job learning, and I'd imagine you'd want to try a few things yourself. So this program really serves the purpose of building a community. So and inviting you all to come and join the community to learn and share. During some of the parts of the program we are looking at doing is mentoring. So if there are new beginners, someone who wants to move across industries, people who are new, students who are looking to move into security or particularly cloud security, we are going to build mentoring sessions. So again, these will be sessions where you could have a one-to-one and then share, your particular questions or how you feel about a few things. What is it that you want to learn? Or if possible, maybe some shadowing and things like this. So that would be part of the mentoring sessions. There's also a great research community at Cloud, Security Alliance Circle community. So the Circle community is part of Cloud Security Alliance, where a lot of people come and just share what they know today, what they're working on, and what could be built in the future. So I think for the cloud security practitioners, it'd be great to come and it would be great to hear your views on those. So that'd be the research part. Some of the research topics are very, very good. It's, for example, cloud security incident responses, forensics, and building frameworks, budgeting, costing, which is a lot of big questions for everyone when you go into the cloud. No one really knows how much it is going to cost you eventually. So there's a lot of discussions about those. So I'd actually invite you all to come and join the research part as well and be part of it. And we could set up some of them in the UK as well, depending on what the topic is or someone is doing something interesting. So really the plan is to build a community. I would say from my own personal experience, when I started in the beginning of my career 14 years ago as a network engineer, it was tough. I did feel like I couldn't really ask many questions. And before I did ask any question, I had to go and research the hell out of everything just so I don't ask any stupid questions. So this community really is for you to feel safe, to ask any questions. So no questions would be stupid. And the plan is to run 2-hour sessions every week or two, depending on the topic or subject. We're starting on 9th of November, so save the date, 9th of November, 7 p.m. The time could change depending on everyone's availability and our speakers' availability. But the plan is to run beginner session and also advanced session. Beginner session will mostly be for students or newcomers, those who are just joining us. And then there'll be the advanced session, which will be for the security practitioners, and there will be hands-on practice as well on those tools. And really the plan is to not just do talk and then we'll forget it later on, but also allow you to have access to the tools which the speakers will be speaking about, and you could have hands-on practice on those tools, and just so you know that you actually tried and see how this tool works and get a feel of it before delving into those tools in your corporate network, say for example. So that's the plan really. I have put on a schedule on Circle. So if you register on Circle, so if you go to cloudsecurityalliance.org/circle and then search for the Cloud Security Enablement Program UK, it will be the first which will be listed in the list there. If you click on that and then join the program, the full schedule is on there, which dates, what time, and which topics we're going to talk about. The Zoom links will be provided on Circle itself. And really, it's for you guys to come and make the most of it. There'll be a lot of sharing, and hopefully there'll be a lot of learning. And out of this, we'll create this great community to learn and share between ourselves, and just grow and make the most of cloud security, really. And as the winter months are approaching at the moment, it's getting dark very early. It's probably the best time to study and make the most of things. So I'd really invite you all to participate, get involved, and let's get growing and sharing. And that's it from me. And if there's any questions, I'm just very happy to take them now.
Thank you, Kriti. So maybe my first question is why people should join, and if you had something like this, would have helped you learning faster or going faster in your cloud journey?
That's exactly it. I think the reason why people should join is because things are moving very fast today, exceptionally fast. I mean, by the time you learn some technology, give it a few months down the line, it becomes totally redundant. But the concepts remains the same. So at least if you know how things are moving, you know which tools are being used, you're aware of things. Those are the kind of knowledge which makes someone's much better at their job, at what they're doing. And I really do think it expands your horizon on what you could potentially do when you're learning from sort of different security tools. I mean, you don't have to attend every single session, but certainly something which is something you're working on or you're looking forward to learn, then I think that'd be the reason why I'd say get involved.
Brilliant.
And for the research, sorry, Frank.
No, and on the research, actually, I was just about to ask, like, out of these kind of things, what is the benefit out of people aside from what we mentioned, networking? What do people get out of it?
Oh, certainly. As in, for For the research side of things, I would say one of the biggest part is at the end of the research, the team who are working on the research team eventually end up with a white paper, and you will be part of one of those contributors to the white paper. And that is great visibility for someone who's in this cloud security profession or security profession. For your career itself, it sort of makes you look like a bit of an expert on the topic.
And we market the hell out of it.
Exactly.
We give a lot of visibility.
Exactly. And it's not just the marketing bit of it, but you will know, because the kind of conversations I've heard in this research is extremely, extremely beneficial. I mean, I have learned so many things just simply listening in from the research and just being part of it, even if I've contributed for probably 1 or 2 sessions in those.
Brilliant. And maybe one anecdote or funny things or interesting things or particular things that popped up from those sessions. What was it?
I would say meeting people. I mean,
But aside from meeting people, anything weird, funny, joke, anything that you remember that was particularly was remarkable on those events?
I would say not particularly funny though, but it's just great. I mean, on the research team, they are really working. A lot of them are from the US, so the time zone is slightly different. So most of the time you'll be in the evening, but it's like you're part of this community. You're learning from them, and you're just knowing people literally everywhere.
And
I have
one.
Maybe one more question. Sorry, Frank. Just go. Maybe beginners. I'll kind of pick on that a little bit. What are kind of the, let's say, minimal skills, whether these are soft skills or technical skills that would be appropriate to join this program?
I would say for the beginners is you can be an absolute beginner, but you should have the hunger to learn. If the beginner doesn't have the hunger to learn, it will be like one of those webinar session where you just go and listen in, and at the end of it you don't remember it. The point is you be part of this community, you learn from here, you share what you've learned, and then you mutually grow. So it's like this it's like the stairs, like literally, where you'll be sort of, you take part, you grow, there'll be someone else who's a beginner, then you share with them, and really that's how the community grows. But really, to answer your question, really, I'd say beginner, you can be a beginner, literally don't know anything about security, because the beginner session will be very fundamentals, basics, and will teach you about those things. So hunger would be the first thing. Second thing I would say would be someone who wants to work in the industry, of course. So that would really help them. But these 2 things would be my answer, Brad.
We're playing the hunger sessions.
It is midday.
So I have to drop the reference. But maybe on students as well, and circling back on what Vlad was saying, people don't learn about cloud, don't learn about networking, don't learn about public speaking, don't learn about writing white paper in university even, or even if they do, it's just academic or it's just a trial and error. This is actually trial by fire. And I think that's one good benefit, and is why we're doing a lot of this activity. For the good content, for helping people getting out of their shells, as I've done with you, as I've done with Shireen, as your career has done. I push people to actually go out and talk. And Shireen is particular. Let me bring Shireen in. Shireen has been particularly with me on the pushy side for talking. But tell a little bit your experience before we let Lee join.
I think with respect to
being pushed to getting out of your shell, out of your comfort zone.
Absolutely, and it's true. And regardless of your age or your background, you have to push yourself. you have to push yourself to grow and learn, and you enjoy it. And I think I was, and this goes to show this AGM. Now we've been through it once. We did it all last year together. We've been through it, and there's a lot going on behind the scenes, as we discussed earlier, that you can't see necessarily on screen. But we're a bit more comfortable. That's the thing. You get past the discomfort, and regardless of what you're doing, if it's writing a white paper or presenting, doing a talk, it's the initial bit of discomfort. Afterwards, it's a lot better. You're like, what was I worried about in the first place? You know.
Brilliant. And we have Lee joining. So the next session is on zero trust, and on the panel that we run on, it's a private panel, and then we ask members to express opinion and express things. So Lee can probably talk through it. So Lee, welcome to the stage. Tell us a little bit about who you are, the background. You're one of the historic memory together with Vlad and Paul on CSA. So tell a little bit about you, and then we can crack on with the zero trust.
Thanks, Frank. I am indeed a dinosaur. Been around on the.
Don't say that.
I've been around the UK chapter since about 2015. Spent a couple of years as acting chair before your good self took on the reins. But working in cloud since about 2009. Day job is as a director in Capgemini cybersecurity unit, where I do lots of work in the UK around cloud security. But I've also recently picked up responsibility for looking at zero trust. So that is by way of disclosure and full disclosure before I start talking about zero trust in here. But I would say that all the views I'm going to be talking about during this session will be the views expressed by the panelists on that session rather than my employer's views. Brilliant.
I'll let you crack on. Thank you very much for running these panels, and thank you very much for collating this report. It's going to be absolutely information. Thank you.
No worries. And just for the audience, if you're wondering why I don't have my camera on today, I had a slight medical procedure a couple of days ago, and you really don't want to be distracted by what that's left me looking like. But I will be back to my normal gorgeous self next time I do one of these presentations, I'm sure. So for the next half hour or so, I'm going to be talking about the output from a panel that we organised with a few of our volunteers, talking about zero trust, and what our views on it are. So when I say I'm going to be talking about zero trust, I should point out that this won't be your usual cybersecurity talk. I'm not going to be displaying lots of fancy architecture diagrams or talking about specific products. It is very much about talking through the outputs from a roundtable event we ran back in July of this year. So we asked questions like, what is it? What's the scope of zero trust? When is it an appropriate approach? And all those kinds of fun issues, trying to get to the bottom and get behind the buzz. So I've listed the names of the volunteers who contributed to the session here. I haven't listed their employers, but what I can say is that they represented a broad cross-section of our industry, from financial services giants, technology vendors, advisory firms, and industry bodies. And the views expressed in this presentation are my attempt to summarize that 90-minute discussion that we held. And any errors in interpretation are, of course, my own. So I did just do my intro, so I won't bore you with more information about myself, but just to reiterate that nothing in this deck should be construed as a pitch for my own employers, and I will try to remember to be very clear when something I'm saying reflects my own personal opinion rather than being a summary of those expressed by our volunteers on the day. Now, one of the reasons why I settled on zero trust as a suitable topic for this roundtable session, well, alongside the huge market demand, was the wide variety of definitions available, and there are a few here. From a personal perspective, I don't agree with any definition of zero trust that has a strong bias towards the network. I see zero trust as being much wider than that. The reason for that is historical. Lots of folks have come to zero trust quite recently, be that as a result of the Forrester paper that introduced the term, or Google's excellent work with their Beyond Trust and Beyond Prod initiatives. However, the ideas underlying zero trust have been around for a long, long time. notably in the output of the Jericho Forum back in the 2000s and their concept of deperimeterization. We are lucky enough in the chapter to have one of the members of that Jericho Forum on our UK chapter board in the form of Paul Simmons. And Paul was kind enough to take part in this particular event as well, which let us place our discussions in the right historical context and also helps to explain some of the thinking behind the wider changes to our security models, for which zero trust is now becoming a bit of a catch-all term. All of which means there's only really one place to start our discussions of zero trust. What even is it? As I noticed earlier on, we had attendees at this session from a wide variety of backgrounds. Some security operations folks, some ex-CISOs, some current CTOs, all working across different elements of the technology stack, including identity, networking, operations, cloud, and data. The background of our participants therefore made it quite difficult to agree on a tight definition for what we felt zero trust to mean. The one thing we could all agree on, though, was that it was best to think of zero trust as a philosophy rather than an architecture or, God forbid, a product that you could buy out of a box. It's an approach whereby no access request should be treated as trusted, no matter from where or from whom it originates. The whom is important there, because wide-ranging zero trust approaches should not just cater for human-to-service interactions. It could be device-to-device or service-to-service. We shouldn't really care. Each access request should be treated on merit, at least in theory. One other thing we could all agree on, zero trust is a truly terrible name. Whilst it works fine in the context of the starting status of individual access requests, it fundamentally misrepresents the wider security environment. There will always be a level of trust, be that in people, process, or technology. If nothing else, you have to trust your trust brokers and enforcement points. There are always roots of trust in any security environment. The zero trust label has enabled far too many knowing side looks, raised eyebrows, and sarcastic comments from those attached to the old world models of security. I think in some ways it's actually quite reminiscent of the cloud term, in that cloud was really good for getting a bit of hype at the start, but it did in some ways prove a little bit counterproductive. And I think people are used to it now, but I think maybe there's going to be a similar kind of trend with zero trust as well. It creates a lot of hype. To misquote Gartner, you might be in that trough of disillusionment, but then at some point people will just get used to what it is and just kind of forget how silly it sounds and crack on with delivery. We had some interesting side conversations about the locus of control and how that impacts on our more modern security philosophies. Given how collaboration-oriented many modern businesses are, do we need to consider giving up a degree of reticence about trusting identity attributes provided by others? When we are making access control decisions based on security attributes, do we really need to be the ones providing those attributes and controlling those attributes? If we are moving towards a more identity-centric approach to security, is it time to recognize that user identity is actually far wider in scope than just the identity that the consuming organization knows about? I do think this is a really interesting question, but it's not one that we really had the time to bottom out completely in this particular panel session. But if you do have a real interest in these kind of wider identity conversations, then I would suggest that you go off and check out the work of the Global Identity Foundation. One final point on this slide. Security should always be driven by risk. An example provided during the discussion was of a series of kiosks showing the food menus in a staff canteen. Do we really care who's looking at the menu? Probably not. We probably do care about the access of those uploading the menu. There's always the scope for maybe a little bit of mischief in terms of what could be uploaded, but those accessing the menu itself, not so much. If we have an interaction that has little to no risk associated with it, why would we implement a really complex ecosystem of trust brokers and enforcement points to secure it? Not every access request needs to build trust. If it has no real business impact, why not just let it through? So did we get to the bottom of what zero trust is? Not really. But I think the point of it being a philosophy rather than an architecture or a technology is a key one. It enables folks to think more widely about the topic rather than being misguided by vendors, advisors, or analysts. And it's probably also an easier discussion with your business stakeholders. Who wouldn't want a philosophy that makes life easier for your end users and harder for your attackers? The devil, however, is very definitely in the detail. So as I say, we decided not to get too hung up on the exact wording of yet another definition for zero trust, and instead we started to look at where the wider philosophy could be applied. And here again, there was some general agreement. It can be applied everywhere. I'm a fan of the CSA framework for zero trust, which talks about identity, device, network, application workloads, and data. And those different areas actually reflected our own conversation quite well. For those not familiar with CSA, it's the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency over in the US. Now, they've issued a draft zero trust maturity model, which includes that framework I just mentioned. So identity, device, network, application workloads, and data. Unfortunately, that paper and the NIST paper on zero trust architectures were issued after our event, but I do think they would have been quite useful guides for our discussion, particularly as the discussion did fairly naturally match those different areas in any event. Some key points from our discussion included that we didn't want to focus on just one area. We're moving away from that hard shell, soft center approach and didn't want to simply move the perimeter from the network to identity, for example. There are lots of potential perimeters or places where we could implement enforcement points if you prefer, and we need to take a more holistic view. We also need to be very cognizant of the direction of travel. We're moving towards a cloud-based world. If we have users accessing cloud-based collaboration tools via their own personal devices, how do our legacy tools on our local LANs in our on-premises data centers help? Clearly they don't, because they have no visibility. Whether folks formally go zero trust or not, new security models are needed, and they will need to support the realities of where our users are and where the data is that they need to do their jobs. Extending these considerations to cloud-based services outside of simple virtual machine to virtual machine communications is also a necessity. Containerized apps, function as a service solutions, they all need security mechanisms that will differ from those available in the old world. We did have some interesting discussions about whether control should be device and data focused. There was a view expressed that whilst we can be certain of the identity of a device, we cannot be certain of the identity of the entities accessing that device. We are also able to install agents on devices that control what the device can do, what the security posture of that device is, that can provide information on the activities taking place on devices, and help to control what data and services are accessed via that device, particularly in conjunction with things like information rights management solutions. All things we can't necessarily do to any human entities using the device, at least not legally. This led on to a lengthy discussion about the binding of digital identities to real-world identities, and any subsequent binding of those digital identities to their access devices. Again, I think it's fair to say that we didn't necessarily come to an agreement in this area. However, it was another demonstration of the wide-ranging discussions that can be initiated as folks consider moving away from legacy security models, and a relevant follow-on to my earlier point about the need to focus on usage models that bypass legacy data centers. Whilst we obviously spent a lot of time focusing on new world approaches, we did also note that we don't want to be throwing out any security babies alongside our bathwater. Many existing tools and approaches can help organizations to evolve. For example, if we're going to be making decisions on whether or not an access request should be granted, then we need to collect the information used to make that decision. Instrumentation and observability are a big part of getting zero trust right. Existing tooling and approaches around security monitoring and EDR/XDR/whatever DR can help. Even our fancy machine learning engines need data if they are to make the right access control decisions, including getting the training data right at the outset. The principle of least privilege remains critical. Grant the access that folks, devices, and services need in order to fulfill their business functions, but no more. Make sure that your managed services providers do likewise. We've been seeing a lot of focus by advanced threat actors on supply chain attacks, particularly against managed services providers. Make sure that those who manage your systems also adopt sensible approaches towards the management of their privileged users and segmentation of privileges across those users, particularly their users that are accessing your systems. Zero trust should be for your partners' users as well as for your own. Now, this is the one that always gets a groan from my network architecture colleagues. Segment your networks. There really is no excuse for flat networks these days. We've got to make life harder for attackers once they've penetrated the exterior. Assume compromise. Assume the bad guys are in your networks and limit their opportunities to traverse across your environment. Don't stop at network segmentation. Look at micro-segmentation. We can do segmentation at application level, protocol level, or even identity level these days. And there are products out there to help you do so. If you are doing something a little fancier than just running virtual machines on the cloud, you're probably going to be wanting to do more than simple network segmentation. From my perspective, making life harder for an attacker via microsegmentation is one of the real benefits of adopting zero trust approaches, alongside the potential reduction in user friction through getting away from old school VPN-based approaches to remote access. In summary then, don't treat zero trust as a network architecture. It's a philosophy that you have to apply across your identities, devices, networks, applications, and data. And I'm going to try and get that little brainworm in your head so that you keep talking about those different things. It's about spreading control across your environment, close to each endpoint and the data, rather than relying on traditional network choke points like firewalls and VPNs. Can zero trust be retrofitted? Perhaps an appropriate point to consider the difference between can and should. There was general agreement in our discussion that zero trust should now be the default position for new greenfield environments, whether on premises, on cloud, or hybrid. Application of the approach towards legacy environments was viewed as a much more complicated proposition. Those of you who have had the joy of attempting to retrofit segmentation onto large legacy flat networks will understand the pitfalls. It's very easy to break stuff when you stop applications from being able to talk to each other. Difficulty and risk does not, however, mean that it's not the right thing to do. It does, though, mean that you need to have some very long and serious conversations with your colleagues. Firstly, is it worth the pain? Is the legacy environment actually going to be around for long enough to merit the investment? Or are you maybe already in the middle of a cloud migration? If legacy is going to be around for a while, can you get buy-in from the top to enable a degree of risk acceptance in relation to implementation of that segmentation? No matter how careful you've been in terms of monitoring application to application level comms, you will likely miss something. Perhaps maybe a business event that only happens every 6 months while you've been monitoring the environment for only 3. Either way, attempting segmentation may result in short-term disruption. Folks should be prepared for this and accepting of it. We don't want any toys thrown out of the pram for a 30-minute outage whilst the change is backed out. Now, there are some epic case studies out there around NotPetya and WannaCry of the potential for longer-term disruption where organizations did not have sufficient internal segmentation. So these kind of trade-off discussions can be held on an informed basis. Always keep in mind that legacy really can mean legacy. Some old-school mainframe environments or operational technology environments simply may not be able to support zero-trust approaches. Not every factory out there is at version 4.0 at this point. You may not be able to instrument other technologies to provide the information we need to make access control decisions. We can't necessarily zero trust all the things. Lock away the stuff that you can't on specific networks and limit access to them. Look to migrate away from those technologies when you can. And ideally, you'll already have some plans to do so. If not, now may well be a good time. So, what to do if you've decided that you do want to try and bring your legacy environments up to speed? It's the usual advice when it comes to big programs of work. Break the activities down into bite-sized chunks. Identify quick wins. Adoption of SASE technologies to make your users' experience of accessing business applications more straightforward can be a good pilot of the approach. By SASE, I mean Secure Access Service Edge, probably one of the least intuitive names of technologies out there at the moment, but SASE, Secure Access Service Edge. So think solutions from the likes of Zscaler and Akamai. Move towards the use of modern identity and access management technologies. Are you willing to consider the use of passwordless, perhaps FIDO2 tokens or biometrics? Many organizations are already using the more modern authentication and authorization protocols offered by Azure AD, rather than just the legacy ones available via on-prem Active Directory. And I don't see that direction of travel reversing anytime soon. Move the security controls closer to your data. You can go the whole hog of adopting information rights management approaches so that the data is protected even when shared outside of your environment, or take other steps such as segmenting your environment and tightening up your privileges. Now, this variety of potential approaches is one reason why we keep pushing zero trust as a philosophy rather than a specific architecture or technology. There is more than one way to do this stuff, and the tools available to you to do so will be dependent upon where you are and where you are headed from a technology perspective. In summary, though, yes, zero trust can be retrofitted. Whether or not it should be retrofitted in your particular environment, though, that is certainly a more complicated conversation. I've mentioned the importance of instrumentation and observability a few times already. It's also important to note that the move towards zero trust is not happening in a static, unchanging environment. Consider moves towards TLS version 1.3. Traditional man-in-the-middle inspection devices are going to struggle with mobile apps that use certificate pinning, which means we may not get the network visibility we need for some of our fancy new zero trust brokers. This is one reason why some of our participants spoke a lot about moving controls close to both ends of the access request. If we can get the information we need from the endpoint, client and server, then inspection of the network traffic itself is less important. I keep talking about instrumentation and observability. What should be driving the design of this instrumentation? And this should be coming out of your threat modeling. You know your assets, you know your environment, you know your users, you know your threats, or at least you should do. What are the metrics that you should be using to generate enough trust to allow an access request to be granted? Can you generate and collect those metrics for analysis? This will mean working with your developer colleagues to make sure that any in-house developed applications generate the information that you need to allow access requests to be properly analyzed and assessed. And it's not just your developers you need to talk to. As I've stressed a number of times now, zero trust is not simply a technology issue. It's a new way of securing IT services, and one that drives changes that are very noticeable to your end user community. You need to bring the users and their business stakeholders along with you on your journey, not least because they'll be the ones that are actually funding your projects. There will likely be a lengthy education piece to begin with to explain to your stakeholders what zero trust means in practice and why that may mean something different to what the vendor sales guys told them on the golf course. But it is important. Everybody needs to understand why a move to zero trust matters and why their part in that process matters. It is a team game. So the initial question at our roundtable events that I had to answer was this one here. Is zero trust a force for good, necessary, nice to have, or simply and only a buzzword? Whilst we may not have reached 100% agreement on a single definition of the term, we did all agree that it is much more than just a terribly chosen buzzword, and that it is, in general, a force for good in terms of both user experience and enterprise security. Zero trust is the way forward for organizations looking to secure 21st century ways of working. Distributed, segmented, and user-friendly. Now, as I mentioned earlier on, slight afternote, since the time of this event, NIST and CSA in the US have issued some interesting zero trust documents, whilst President Biden has issued an executive order mandating zero trust architectures for federal systems. I would strongly recommend anyone with an interest in this topic looking up these documents. So this NIST SP 800-207. So that's the NIST document on zero trust architectures. I'll say that one more time. NIST SP 800-207 and the CSA Zero Trust Maturity Model, which I think is still in draft. But given the size and importance of the US market, I rather expect these documents to drive a lot of vendor behavior, product development, and marketing over the next few years. That's pretty much what I'd like to say about zero trust, but before I go, two other things I want to have a quick chat about. Firstly, I'd like to thank the volunteers who attended this session and who provided the content that I've hopefully fairly summarized today. Without them, we wouldn't have had anything to share. And I also say that the full, more formal report of this session is available for download from our UK chapter website. The other thing I'd like to talk about is further opportunities. So if what I've just been talking about in terms of that roundtable event sounded to be fairly interesting and maybe something you would have liked to participate in, then let me know, because don't worry, there will be events coming up in the future that will be of a similar style and format. We did something similar to produce a set of predictions for 2021 last year, and I'm guessing we may well run a similar event looking ahead to 2022 in the near future. So if that kind of prediction event is something that sounds of interest to you, do feel free to ping me on the Cloud Security Alliance email address at the bottom of the slide. Outside of these kind of panel sessions and roundtable events, we can help with other forms of research as well. If you've got a particular area of research that you think will be of interest to the UK cloud security community, then get in touch and let's see if we can work together. We can work together on white papers or maybe simple ideation by perhaps putting you in touch with folks who may have skills or experience in the area that you're looking at. In terms of current activities, in addition to the predictions for 2022 event, we are currently working with XM Cyber, one of our UK chapter sponsors, on a white paper looking at attack path management in hybrid cloud environments. I'm pretty confident it's going to be quite as cool as it sounds as well. So that should be something to look out for. We do, though, have some ground rules. Firstly, it's got to be relevant. We are a volunteer organisation with very busy day jobs. If we are going to be giving up our free time, then we want to make sure that it's going to deliver some real value to our community. So make it relevant. Secondly, we're not here just to act as a channel to market for security vendors. We're not going to put the chapter logo behind vendor products. We are vendor agnostic, and I'm pretty sure that CSA Corporate would go ballistic if we started trying to tie the CSA brand to specific products or technologies. We are, however, more than happy to work with vendors on white papers that address market needs in a product agnostic manner. Vendors have got some great people and some great ideas, and we're more than happy to help get those ideas out to our community and work with vendors to shape those ideas to meet the needs of that community and give the vendors the credit that they deserve for doing so. Finally, and most importantly, if you come to us with ideas, be prepared to see them through. We'll help you and work with you, but there has to be some joint commitment to see an initiative through to completion. So with those kind of ground rules set, if you do have something you'd like to run past us by way of research opportunities, please do feel free to reach out to me on the email address shown at the bottom of this slide. You can also find me on Twitter at Lee_Newcomb, and I'm also on LinkedIn as well. If you just like an informal chat via DM before putting anything in email. Thanks for listening. Any questions for me about either Zero Trust or the research side of things? And I will stop sharing and go back to the StreamYard.
Thank
Excellent.
you very much, Lee. Brilliant talk.
Perhaps Lee, I have one question. So it's obviously great to work with the vendors, and we love our sponsors. But isn't there a little bit kind of overuse by the vendors of the Zero Trust to use it in the situations where their products are actually not really compatible with the principles of Zero Trust?
Oh, God, yes. So when you start thinking about going back to the old days of cloud and cloud washing, where everything became cloud all of a sudden, we see the same things with Zero Trust. And that's why I am very keen to keep pushing that line about Zero Trust being a philosophy rather than a technology or an architecture. It's about solving business problems, and technology has a role to play in that, but you're not going to buy it in a box. And you have to be very careful about... I don't necessarily want to diss specific vendors, but if people tell you that you can buy Zero Trust in a box, just step back a little bit and have a broader consideration about what it is you're looking to achieve and whether or not a single product can actually deliver everything that you want across users, services, function as a service, containerized apps. You're not going to get all of that broad stuff in a single product, in my opinion, at this point.
Brilliant. Maybe a question from me. Is Zero Trust a new thing? Or have we been using or doing Zero Trust since forever?
We've been doing it forever. So I'm sure Paul would go back to the days of the Jericho Forum and deperimeterization back in, I think it was about 2004, when those papers were first issued. It's a new name for an old philosophy. I think the difference is that we have evolved the technologies now, so we can work faster, we can instrument the things that we need to instrument with, we're much more agile, and I think it's a lot more deliverable now than maybe it was previously.
Brilliant. And I'm gonna hand over the presenter and the moderation to Vlad. But before we go, what would you look in the next panel? Would you look at more and more of Zero Trust, or would you want to run on a different subject?
Let's do something different. There's lots of different interesting cloud security problems out there. I'm more than happy to take suggestions. I mentioned during my brief speech there that we might do a predictions for 2022. That's a little bit predictable. We should probably do something along those lines. But I yes. think there are lots of really interesting cloud security problems out there that we could hold panel sessions on. There's still always the old favorites around hybrid clouds and sovereignty and all those kind of fun issues. But I'm a techie at heart, so maybe let's start thinking about how we deliver consistent security across a hybrid cloud environment.
Or resiliency, or maybe resiliency on the back of these talks.
Yeah, let's annoy some vendors by talking about third-party tooling versus native tooling. That's always quite good fun as well.
We want more sponsorship. We don't want less sponsorship.
Everything has its place.
No, I totally agree. All right, Lee, thank you very much for your talk. As I said, I'm going to hand over the presenter and the chairing of the conference to Vlad, and I'm going to rejoin later on. So Vlad, thank you very much for taking on the chairing. I'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Francesco. Great job. And with that, I'm pleased to include in our conference Raj Samani, Chief Scientist and Fellow of McAfee and Special Advisor to the Cybersecurity Center in Europe. Raj, over to you, and introduce yourself and why you are joining the conference. How did you maybe get into cybersecurity as well, and what's your topic?
Thank you, Vlad. So actually, I've been with the CSA for a fair while now. I was the co-author for the CSA Guide to Cloud Computing with Jim Revis and Brian Honan. Great read. And actually, I think a lot of the kind of contents of that book are still applicable today. But what I wanted to do today was really provide a different purview of the threatscape and specifically talk about the cloud native adversary. The reality is if we look at the way that, certainly major attacks have been occurring over the last maybe 3 years, we've seen a level of capability that actually, from a pure technical perspective, is to be lauded. I mean, when we think about something like GandCrab, for example, this crew claimed to have made $2 billion. And yes, okay, a lot of that money went into buying Lamborghinis. There was one in particular where we saw a ransomware affiliate have a camouflaged Lamborghini and then post it on Instagram. So there is definitely those that are spending money on cars and houses and so forth. But actually, there is a lot of investment going into reinvestment into malicious tools that are targeting organizations across the world. So what I want to do today is really provide an insight into the cloud native adversary, because whether we like it or not, adversaries are improving and they are getting better. And of course, that allows them to be able to generate more revenue. If you remember with things like Tesla Crypt, early ransomware examples where the amount of money being charged was a couple of $100. Now the average ransomware demand is in 6 figures, but actually there are those cases in which they're 7-figure sort of sums that are being demanded, and even 8-figure sums that are being demanded. And a lot of that's really because the adversaries are able to find new ways to choke out companies and demand more. So I'm going to try and share my screen, and I think I've cleaned my screen, so there shouldn't be anything that I don't want to share. Okay, so that should be sharing now. Vlad, scream if it's not working, please.
It is definitely visible, and it looks great. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. So I don't really want to stay on PowerPoint too long. Actually, I'd like to get into a discussion if possible, because I mean, that really is where we're going to kind of get the best content. But let's just try and frame the discussion. Like, what do we mean by the cloud native adversary? Is there more than just one cloud native adversary? Well, actually there is. But perhaps to just kick this discussion off, this was a great talk from a great quote from Gartner, which is 95% of cloud security failures will be the customer's fault. And of course, for us as a security industry, and those of you that are on Twitter, and by the way, if you're on Twitter, I would strongly encourage you to follow Lee. Lee and I go back a number of years, and he's one of the smartest people I know. But if we think about, specifically who we blame for most incidents, for us as an industry, there is a common exercise to kind of go, well, yeah, that could have been stopped, but the customer didn't do something, or this particular ransomware attack could have been stopped, but the customer didn't stop something. And sometimes Yeah, and yes, there's an element of truth to that. Let's be blunt, but we've got to understand and acknowledge the fact that actually managing a security environment today is difficult. I mean, I used to be a CISO, and I'll be honest, the thought of ever going back to becoming a CISO does fill me with dread sometimes, because the reality is that what we've got to protect is so much bigger and broader than anything that we've ever kind of witnessed before. I mean, I remember when I started in this industry, and cybersecurity was just simply making sure that the modems on every desk were switched off at night. You know, we used to have PC Anywhere on every single device, and we used to just say, hey, look, just switch off the modems and we're secure. And it's slightly more difficult than that. And, you know, I think when we think about one of the reasons that we see that is in part because we've just got so many more assets that we need to protect. I mean, where we put our data now, it can be in 1, 2, 3, multiple locations, literally all at the same time. And I had a really long debate. One can call it an argument. Those of you that have ever spent an evening with Daniela from the CSA actually will know I made the case that availability is the enemy of security. And he was like, well, that's not true. But actually, if you think about it, you know, if we want to try to create systems that are confidential, data that is confidential, if we have it in one place, it's a lot easier to protect. But likewise, there is an impact on availability. And, you know, the cloud to me is one of those such technologies that by its very nature makes protection slightly more difficult, and certainly confidentiality more difficult. And to test that out, we decided to run an internal exercise. And we kind of said, well, okay, well, we know that one of the treacherous 12 or the notorious 9, those of you that have like with the CSA fairly like not for a long time, I strongly encourage you to look at some of the past papers. But one of the things that we talked about within the CSA was the accessibility of credentials that can be used for malicious purposes. And of course, that's understandable. If you think about something like Colonial Pipeline, of course, or pretty much every other major breach you've read about, invariably it begins with the access of credentials. I think it was a Verizon data breach report that said something like 80+ percent of all breaches were as a result of credential theft. And of course, that theft doesn't have to be somebody coming in and using Mimikatz to steal creds. Actually, in some cases, that can be just simply poor management. And so we decided to test this theory out. And we said, well, let's do a GitHub search for AWS access IDs. In other words, let's have a look at which companies or which organizations are using GitHub and embedding credentials inside their GitHub repos. And you'd have said, well, come on, that's ridiculous. I mean, you know, it's not like I remember I used to do pen testing, physical pen testing. And in some cases, it was simple as just going down and looking at Post-it notes on people's monitors. But in this particular instance, it was a case of these are developers. Let's have a look at what developers are doing, and let's have a look at the mistakes that they're making. It's something as simple as, you know, embedding credentials within GitHub repos. And the number was staggering. Like, to be honest, the number was 384,000 results. And by the way, this was a couple of years back. So if you had to ask me what the likelihood is, my guess is it's probably going to be higher. But there is an absolute element of truth to the fact that, you know, the security departments and the security teams in the past, where you just have to look after assets inside your network, now actually you've got to start looking at repositories on GitHub, even things such as, you know, are our executives communicating with threat actors on like portals like LinkedIn. But of course, that's made and complicated the environment a lot harder. And of course, yes, it is the customer's fault, but likewise, it's not the security department's responsibility, or it is now perhaps, to start looking at repositories like GitHub. So if we start to think about, well, where are we today? I mean, you know, in view of the landscape with regards to organizations across the world, come on, PowerPoint. Okay, great. If we start to think about, well, okay, how does that translate to today's attacks? And of course, we just touched upon, you know, like the CP attack, or we can look at things like HSE. I mean, there is no doubt that we're seeing these types of, oh gosh, I just realized I put my BBC username on there. That's a mistake. But if we start to think about these types of attacks, how are they basically getting in, and where is the cloud component to all of this? I mean, the reality, and as I mentioned earlier, is we know that threat actors are getting better, or at least it looks like it from the headlines. You know, the headlines would lead us to believe the fact that actually they're able to demand more money and they're able to compromise more organizations. So if we look at specifically DarkSide, and DarkSide, as you know, are one of the ransomware groups, the one predominantly behind the Colonial Pipeline attack. And by the way, there has been a story which claimed that it was Revel. I believe that particular story was a mistake. As far as we're aware, it was certainly DarkSide. But in the past, protecting an environment just meant installing an antivirus product. But if we look at the way that threat actors are actively evolving today, that's not the case. I mean, what they're leveraging and utilizing are tools within an environment that, quite frankly, should and are probably quite likely being used for legitimate purposes. Tools like Real VNC, tools like RDP, tools like AnyDesk and TeamViewer. And the reality is that by the time malware starts to be deployed within an environment, it's really at the final stage. And by that time, Active Directory has been compromised. By that time, we've got multiple persistence mechanisms inside the environment. But what's relatively new, and you might notice on the right-hand side, is the use of rclone. Now, tools like rclone, I would anticipate, are probably being legitimately used. Of course, rclone by itself is a tool that's used to allow organizations the ability to be able to back up and encrypt files to cloud storage. And it has integration with multiple different cloud storage vendors. I'm sure many of you have probably looked at it or are probably even using it inside your environment. But what we start to witness and what we start to see are threat actors leveraging and utilizing affiliates. Affiliates themselves are, it's almost like a franchise model, I guess you could call it. The franchise model allows ransomware developers to utilize and use individuals that have network pen testing skills. Those pen testing skills are then used to compromise an environment, but also, more importantly, do things such as exfil data. And by exfilling data outside of an environment, it really allows them to demand higher payments and higher demands. I'll give you a case in point. So I had a call from the CEO of a large supermarket. In fact, Vlad knows them very well. And I got this call. Actually, I got a call from my cousin, and he says, look, my friend's just been compromised. He's the CEO of this large conglomerate that run food, and they've been compromised by DarkSide. And when I got on the phone to him, he said to me, Raj, he said, is there a decryptor? And I said, well, actually, there is a decryptor for DarkSide, but the variant you've been hit by is there is no working decryptor for. So I said, look, unfortunately, you're going to have to basically either pay, and I wouldn't recommend that, or you need to rebuild your environment. And he said, for us, rebuilding the environment's not a problem. We can rebuild an environment. We've got backups and we've got access to our data. But for us, what the biggest concern is going to be is the fact that data has been stolen. And the fact that they're going to leak that information, it's going to be hugely impactful to our reputation and also my reputation to my partners and my stakeholders and my customers. And it's these cloud native adversaries that are exfilling data in a really lightning speed fashion that have the ability to be able to really chokehold companies that maybe, availability isn't the key issue for them. Maybe it is things like confidentiality. In fact, the interesting part about DarkSide was the version 3 variant, which actually didn't see the light of day under DarkSide, was able to encrypt I think it was a 10 gigabyte server within 8.6 seconds. So this is some of the challenges that I think we're going to witness and we're going to see. And of course, for you as an organization, the problem isn't going to be, well, can I detect, the use of rclone or the use of TeamViewer or the use of VNC? The problem is going to be the 150,000 events that our SOC receives a day. Can I find the 3 of them that is malicious? And that's why we're seeing, I would argue, like the growth of products like EDR, but also MDR, where the noise can be filtered out and really identifying the difference between malicious usage and non-malicious usage. And of course, to stress, this is not only a criminal perspective. I gave a talk yesterday at Web Summit, and I talked about the dual use of tools that are being leveraged by not only the criminal gangs, but also nation state groups as well. So the same modus operandi, and in many cases, the same tools are being used by threat actors of varying different intent. And that's going to be the challenge I think we're going to begin to see and we're going to witness. And of course, this is an example of some of the cloud service vendors that things like our clone will actively support. So, you know, if you are using, I don't know, any one of these, let's say, for example, you're using an, you know, S3, or you're using, you know, Google Drive or cloud storage, or for example, you're going to see, and you may not even have those alerts, but you're going to see that type of interaction and that type of communication all of the time. The question is can you identify the one that's malicious? If you remember, a couple of years back, Kaspersky published a report into Carbonac, and Carbonac was an attack against the financial services industry. And I believe from that particular report, one of the impacted organizations was seeing communications going to a country in Southeast Asia, right? I mean, I'm not going to tell you which it is, but I'm sure you pretty much can guess. But they had a country in Southeast Asia, and they said, well, hang on, why are we seeing communications going to Southeast Asia? And that then kicked off an IR incident, which then led to the identification of the Carbonac group, which then allowed Kaspersky to publish the report, and that came up with a potential $1 billion loss to that industry. Now, it's not that easy anymore. You can't just look at it and go, well, hang on, we've got no communications going out to, like, you know, North Korea, for example, so we've clearly got an issue going on. This interaction, or these communications, or this data flow, this data exfil will look just like any other data exfil, not even data exfil, but any other communication that you will see normally. The challenge is going to be, how can you differentiate between what is legitimate and what is not legitimate? And of course, threat actors are leveraging and utilizing that. The fact that actually we've got these you know, millions and millions of events coming into an environment, hiding this in kind of plain sight is going to be some of the biggest challenges that we can see. And of course, as I touched on earlier, this entire mechanism is facilitated by what I would argue is, you know, a criminal landscape that is organized, that allow different partners with different skills the ability to be able to communicate and work together. You know, whereas historically you would have a ransomware operator and a victim, and there was almost a one-to-one relationship, you've now got these middlemen and women and these groups who have pen testing skills. These have network, you know, pen testing skills. But you know what I mean? Like, they're not just people that are creating phishing emails and sending them out. They are actively compromising organizations, undertaking lateral movement, compromising AD, identifying the systems that are important, and then exfilling data using common cloud service models. That is very, very difficult to protect against. Of course, it's very difficult to protect against when you're not leveraging things such as, like, in the ICS space, I would anticipate organizations to use things like network whitelisting, for example, but in a common IT environment, that's next to impossible. So most networks are very noisy. And of course, affiliates are leveraging and utilizing this. And, you know, to stress, I kind of said the most overused term in our industry is sophisticated. You know, you'll see when major breaches occur, companies will turn around and say, well, it was a sophisticated attack, there's nothing we could have done. Well, look, that word sophisticated is nonsense. It is noisy. The threat actors aren't quiet. They're barely ever using 0 days. I mean, this is not like an NSO kind of vulnerability. This is not an iOS O-Day. This is, you know, using a password like welcome and using Mimikat, like using tools that your pen testing team probably use. But the reality is that they're able to do so because the environment's noisy, and of course they're skilled with regards to these types of attacks. And here's an example as well. They're constantly investing and they're constantly putting more development into their tools. And actually what's remarkable is the operators of these campaigns are undertaking technical assessments to determine the capability of affiliates that allows them to basically go out and compromise. And of course, they're constantly putting development into these new tools. And so you're dealing with an adversary that is improving all of the time. In this case, I think this was the dark side crew, the dark side crew, and they were carrying out development 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, and they've got a large and well-coordinated team. Now, of course, some of that's probably wishful thinking and boasting, but the reality is that that is what you are dealing with, and that is what all of us are kind of having to deal with. And of course, the net result of all of this is not only is data being encrypted, not only are demands going higher, but also data is being published and data is being leaked. And for many organizations, it's not the encryption of data, it's the leaking of information, as we kind of touched upon earlier. So if you're an organization where availability may not be the most important thing, whereas it's confidentiality, that allows them to demand more money. And I have to stress, if you're not having conversations with your CEOs, with the board today about, your ransomware preparedness plan, on what you're going to do, are you going to pay? You haven't verified and reviewed the small print in your insurance policies, your cyber insurance policies. You need to start to do this now, because I can assure you, actually, I'm not going to say that. I know other people have said, what is it they said? They said, it's not a question of if you're going to be hacked, it's a question of when. I don't like that. So let's just pretend I didn't say that at all. But it is better to be prepared, and it is better to anticipate, and it is better to understand the modus operandi of the increasing capability of affiliates and threat actors across multiple different categories, whether it's nation state, whether it's organized crime as well. So, of course, in amongst all of this, why did that come up? Why did my title not come up? There we go. Okay, in amongst all of this, you're not only dealing with the more capable threat groups, you're also dealing with, let's call it the less capable threat groups, the noise. But let me stress, the precursor to all of these types of attacks is either, the acquisition of credentials or even the phishing emails. And in amongst all of this kind of increased capability, you still have to deal with let's call it the less capable threat actors out there. And they're doing everything they can to gather credentials from your users. And so, this is kind of like a perfect storm of, like high volume attacks such as these, to more capable threat groups, to nation state threat groups. And all of this is being done in an automated fashion. And actually, ironically, and perhaps more concerning, is they're not just using email. For example, we identified a threat campaign leveraging and utilizing LinkedIn. And so they're coming in over different channels. They're coming in, I think there was a hacktivist group that were using direct messaging in Twitter. I mean, these types of channels that they're leveraging and utilizing, in many cases, are outside of the purview of the SOC. Like I know my SOC doesn't have access to my LinkedIn account, thankfully. But likewise, the threat is still relevant because I'm using my same device and my same platform. So the enemy of security is complexity. Well, maybe not complexity, because let's be honest. Well, is it complex? I remember, I think it was the first CSA paper. I think Paul Simmons was the author for this. And he talked about the migration to cloud begins with understanding the governance within a specific environment. Realistically, many of you know the dependencies the dependencies that applications and systems have is getting harder and more complex each and every single day. And so as you begin to do your cloud migrations, that's some of the challenges that you face. And of course, threat actors are depending upon this as a vehicle to try to exfiltrate or infiltrate various different environments and exfiltrate data. That's some of the challenges that we face. And of course, if you can't find a way for a SOC to identify the actionable intelligence alerts on a daily and a regular basis, then unfortunately, that's what the threat actors are depending upon. I'm up against time, so I wanted to thank you all. Again, the obligatory Twitter handle is on the bottom right-hand corner. Feel free to connect if you wish. But I wanted to thank you all. Look, this is not a vehicle for me to try and push products. This is more to kind of demonstrate exactly what we're witnessing within the threatscape today. The bad guys and girls are getting better, and unfortunately that does mean that, you know, major systems and major organizations are being compromised at will, it seems. But if we understand the way that the threat actors are working, it can provide us the best tactics in order to be able to prevent, or at least reduce the risk of you being next. With that, thank you very much. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now.
Raj, that was great. We've got a few questions. One cheeky question from Lee. So, you know, prepare yourself. So Lee is asking, you know, how are the cyber attackers using AI? Obviously, we know that, you know, cyber vendors, you know, like, you know, McAfee as well, and others, you know, push the AI and machine learning in their, at these marketing materials as well. And obviously the technology is evolving quite a lot, but have you seen evidence of the cyber attackers using the similar technologies in their attacks?
No, I'd say it's a little early to start seeing kind of wide-scale use of AI. I mean, look, why would you sit down and develop an AI model to be able to identify specific threat actors when you can go to a dark web forum and buy an RDP password for $3? I mean,
Yeah.
like really, why would you kind of go through that effort? Now, there are some examples. I think Tom Brewster published a piece in Forbes in which some of the BEC fraud scammers were leveraging and utilizing like a deep fake voice to sound like the CEO in order to be able to convince somebody to transfer money. So I'd say it's beginning, but in fairness, I mean, it's not very difficult to go out and gather credentials and then use RDP to gain access to an environment. So why on earth would you invest in something like a new like a new ML model? Because it's that simple. But that being said, you know, it is something that we're actively considering and working. And I don't know if you saw the research we did on Tesla or the research we did on, you know, TSA face scanners and facial recognition scanners. There are vulnerabilities that in modern AI systems used to protect us. So whether it's driving cars or whether it's going through security, there are vulnerabilities with that. So they will likely be exploited, and they probably may even be exploited today.
Yeah, thanks. You know, perhaps just looking a little bit into the future, and we've got a few minutes. You know, where do you see, you know, cybersecurity attackers and defenders, let's say in, you know, 2-3 years time? You know, what's beyond the horizon? You know, everybody's talking about predictions for 2022, which is, you know, just, you know, short while, few months. But what about slightly longer? What do you think?
Well, I think we'll all have grey hair by then, or we'll all be shaving our heads this short to hide the grey hair.
Like I do, yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, I did the same actually. I was on a video and I said, blimey, I look really old, so I'll have to take a serious cut to it. Where do I think the future is going to be? I mean, look, it is becoming really very political, and we are going to, like, one of the things that has to change, and maybe this is less of a prediction and more of a wish, is we've got to make it easier for us to be able to protect and go after threat actors. You know, today, something like Whois, for example, right? In 2017 or 2018, EC3 wrote about in the IOCTA, which is the Internet Organized Crime Threat Assessment Report. You've now got to issue an MLAT, which is a Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, to gather registration details for a domain. Now, that is the most ridiculous thing on the planet, because Whois literally is the first thing that we look at when we're investigating a case, right? But if you've now got to wait 2-3 weeks to get the registration data, it's going to be harder. So I anticipate, and I really, really hope, and it's one of the things that I'm lobbying hard for, is the security industry and security community need to band together and work harder and better as a community in order to be able to get the things that we need in order to do our jobs more effectively. I mean, the privacy industry have done that, and something like GDPR is as a result of a community banding and working together. So one of the predictions that I have with both fingers crossed is we as a community will stop fighting with each other on Twitter and we'll start collaborating and working together. And I know the audience have gone on mute and they're probably laughing really hard and saying, well, Raj, you're really naive, but it's more of a wish as opposed to a prediction. But again, if we wanted to make it a prediction, that's down to us. But let's stop flaming each other for followers, and let's start finding a way that we can actually get together and say, hey, look, GDPR is coming out, but can we at least make sure that something like Whois isn't going to go dark for us? Or let's make sure that law enforcement don't have to do an MLAT in order to be able to get data. And even for us as an industry, as a security vendor, we need to make it easier for us to be able to protect our customers. And so for me, that's more of a hope rather than a prediction.
Excellent. Thanks, Raj. Where can audience find you if they want to get in touch with you?
Well, at the moment, I'm in my wife's office, as you can tell by the pink wallpaper. But
yes,
under normal circumstances, LinkedIn and Twitter is fine.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, buddy. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Love to the family. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, and now we have an exciting new talk by Owenete Bestman. So let me bring him into the stream. Hey, Owenete.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, very good, very good. So you have a long talk, but this is considered a lunch talk. So I'm assuming most of the people are actually chewing some food.
Yeah,
except me and you, of course.
Grab your sandwich and a drink.
So let's take it leisurely pace. But the audience, please do ask questions. This is going to be a really kind of exciting talk about the interviews and CVs and how to get in cyber, what to do, what not to do.
Yes.
So probably over to you, Owenete. Do you have any slides we want to put on the screen?
I do have slides.
If you put it on here, I will put it into the stream and then hand it over to you completely.
Okay, bear with me. Okay.
And you have lovely office. Is it Aero shooting that I see at the back?
Archery. I actually built this office myself. Took me 5 months to do it. So I'm into archery.
Nice.
Yes. Thank you.
I tried it as well.
It's excellent. Can
Great. And if you probably put it on the full screen.
Bear with me 1 second. Excellent. Can you see that?
Excellent. We can see that, and over to you. Thank you.
Excellent. Hopefully my notes don't show up there. Okay, good.
No, you're good to go.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I think Vladimir said that it was an exciting talk. I certainly hope so, but I'm just managing expectations right now. So the topic of this talk is certifications and what hiring managers really want. But I want to make this an interactive session. I don't think I've ever spoken non-stop for 40 minutes. I'm a different recruiter. I don't talk that much. So hopefully we'll have enough time. Actually, I anticipate we'll have enough time for questions at the end. And the questions don't need to be centered on certifications solely. We can speak about the whole hiring process. So in terms of what I do, I'm founder and director of Best Man Solutions. So in a nutshell, I feel like I've got the best job in the world. I speak to a number of smart and interesting security practitioners globally. I have a good understanding, or I gain a good understanding of what they want for their career trajectory, whether it's technical, whether it's GRC based, whether they are a contractor, whether they are permanent. I give them advice on how to achieve that. And on the flip side, I speak to CISOs, decision makers, even HR. I give them advice on how they should best position their opportunity to find the right individual or team. So in a nutshell, I'm a recruiter, and I've been in cybersecurity recruitment now for coming up to 10 years. I came from a very established firm, and after much pressure from some of my clients, I've set up my own firm, which was set up the first week of the pandemic, which is perfect timing. So just as a disclaimer, this talk is about certifications. I don't claim to be a certifications expert. I'm not selling anything. I'm not really affiliated with any certification bodies. What I can advise is what hiring managers tell me they're looking for. Now, I was thinking in terms of why I chose this subject. There's a conversation that I have at least once a week with someone, and it can be a little bit cantankerous conversation. And I'll give you an example. Most recently, I think it was the start of this week, I was approached by by a candidate who came from a tier 1 bank, and he was in that position for the last 15 years, so some time. And he was interested in a move, and he wasn't able to find a position, and he just really wasn't getting much traction. So piece of advice I gave him was, look, you've got a good CV, but one thing that stands out is that, you don't have any certifications, or at least any recent certifications. Yes, he had a technical degree. Then he started pushing back and saying, look, what are certifications anyway? I manage people with certifications, and I'm smarter than them. What does that show? Why should I have to fork out so much money for this certification, whether it's CISP or something else? I didn't disagree with him, and I empathized in regards to where he was coming from. But ultimately, my perspective is that this is a game, and we need to know the rules of the game. And it's not all about certifications. It's about experience. It's about attitude. It's about industry knowledge and what you bring to the table. But as I'll show in this talk, using personal examples and empirical data and studies, that not only are certifications important, somewhat crucial, but also choosing the right certifications is very important. So I'm not a certifications expert, but hopefully I should be able to add some insight. So when I recruit for a position, sometimes I have a job specification. A lot of the times I mentally rip that up because it's just not accurate. And sometimes I don't have a specification. So I tend to create a brief from scratch. And when I quiz the hiring managers, I discuss what skills they're looking for, what experience, how important industry knowledge is for that particular role. And it does differ how technical the position is. I like to discuss what challenges are that the candidate or applicant is likely to face within the role. Also what personality they're looking for. That's equally as important, especially when it's a permanent position. Where are they going to gel well with the team, and also what kind of stakeholders they're going to be looking for. And an inevitable aspect of this in conversation is to do with qualifications and certifications. Really try and home in what's important, because on the whole, I don't think specs are written correctly at all. A lot of the times when it comes to certifications, there's either too much information. We've seen a long list of certifications. We've all seen them. Many of them are completely irrelevant. Or on the flip side, few certifications. And sometimes it's just a case of the section for certifications, it says relevant security certifications. Well, really what is relevant? In the case of the job specs that have a plethora of certifications, like all job specs, it's a little bit of a wish list. So my role is to delve a little deeper to find out what really is important and what's not. It can become so one of the key reasons I also focus on certifications is because hiring managers have rejected applicants purely based on certifications. And that's a very difficult conversation with someone to have, to say, look, you can do the job. The hiring manager acknowledges you can do the job. You had the right attitude, but you don't have this particular certification. So that's one of the reasons I like to address that quite quickly. But the perception on the whole of certification is as follows. Obtaining a certification really results in actual competence for a particular certificate holder. It's not a guarantee of competence. It's really a measure of an individual's understanding of a certain level of professional practice. Now, I took this quote and it's actually a recent quote, because this is effectively what the majority of the hiring managers I recruit are looking for. They're looking for an evidence of understanding. Now, there are individuals who are fully capable and teams who are fully capable of doing the position, but it then becomes easier to get them into positions if they do have relevant certifications. So how necessary are certifications today specifically within security? Well, 86% of security professionals today have a degree or higher, and this comes from a IC Square study, very recent and comprehensive study. It also states that certifications are the joint second most attribute sought when selecting and hiring. Now, the first attribute sought in terms of how hiring managers make their decision as to who they recruit, according to hiring managers, number one is problem solving abilities. Joint second to certifications is curiosity and eagerness to learn. And that ties in a joint second with certifications. Now, what's interesting about the first 2 points, curiosity and problem solving skills, is that they are intangible, they're unquantifiable. Yes, applicant and a candidate can give an element of evidence, but certifications are binary. Either you have them or you don't. And for this reason, it's a lot easier to select or reject an applicant based on whether they have a particular certification. It also makes it easier for the hiring manager. In fact, quite recently, I had to, well, as part of my job, deliver not so nice news to two applicants I put forward to a position, and the third applicant actually got the role, purely because she had a particular certification that they were looking for. And when I quizzed the hiring manager more on this, because he actually liked the first candidate better, he felt that he would be a better fit for the organization. And this hiring manager is the CISO. He said to me, look, the decision isn't just down to me. I had to explain that to the CIO in terms of what leader we were going to put forward. And the fact that she had this certification, it just becomes an easier sell. So certifications are tangible and measurable. And this is at a time when employers are trying to be flexible. But I will come back to that. So why now? Why the focus on certifications? Or why am I even speaking about certifications? From a very comprehensive open source jobs report, I'd advise everyone to have a look at that if they can. There's a large section on security specific certifications and the role they serve in the higher end market. Now, we've seen a year growth on the prioritization of hiring certified professionals. Now, this is up 57% from 2020, and actually in total over the last 3 years, we've seen an 87% increase on the focus on certifications. And part of the reason I feel is that this has also been catalyzed by COVID. So, sorry, take that back a little bit. Pre-pandemic, and probably a few years before the pandemic, when looking at job requirements, a lot of the times it just said security certification necessary. And there was a more simplistic approach to that. Many of them meant that just either CISM or CISP, those are the granddaddy of security qualifications. If you have that, particularly CISM, particularly CISP, then you're in. The landscape has changed even before COVID, but it has been catalyzed by COVID to a more sophisticated understanding of security certifications. Now, this sophistication can lead to a lot of confusion, specifically for candidates within the market, especially when we see within the specs a long list. Sometimes, I mean, I've seen specs where it's got 15 different security certifications. And I mean, I've seen, and I think we've all seen them. We've seen specs where it's a relatively junior position. They say 2 years experience, but then they're asking for CISP. So that's a lack of understanding within itself. So that really wasn't received well within the market. So since the pandemic, we've seen a lot of company accountability in regards to how they portray the qualifications they're looking for. And that has really been a lot of candidate pushback. We've seen a lot of, the market has been a lot more vocal, particularly on LinkedIn, particularly on Twitter, and really calling out those organizations that clearly display a lack of understanding with security certifications. They're kind of organizations that ask for experience for junior positions, or ask for TOGAF or SAPSA for a GRC position that's got nothing to do with security architecture. One of the other reasons post-pandemic is time. I used to think that cybersecurity was a recession-proof job. I think with the pandemic, it humbled a lot of us within security, because there were security practitioners that were furloughed. There were security practitioners that were made redundant at a time where security was necessary then more than ever. So a lot of candidates had more time to really look at upskilling themselves and look at what certifications that were necessary to for them to make the jump. There was also a big push on organizations selling certifications. We all know there's a skills shortage, but I think that really ramped up organizations that were selling certifications to both experience and also rookies within the industry. I remember I had one chap that picked up the phone to me, came recommended. I mean, just to clarify, I mainly deal within the mid to senior level of security positions, but he picked up the phone to me and had no experience, and he said that an organization was basically selling him certified ethical hacker certification. And he said that he was told that with this, he'd be a hacker, and he'll be, in his first year, he would earn 70K. So there's been a lot of unscrupulous activities. I told him it was absolute nonsense. But these certifications are very expensive, and we do have firms out there pushing and maybe, exaggerating what people could earn and what the actual certifications translate to when you get to the job market. And also, post-COVID, many of these courses could now be done remotely, both the training, but more importantly, the exam side of it. So there was no need to actually go into a physical location anymore. And that did open up a lot of certification opportunities. In regards to considerations, one of the key aspects you should look at, sorry, my slide is just frozen. Good. Okay. Is in terms of what type of certifications to take on board. There are clearly certifications tailored at those going into the industry, such as CompTIA Plus, which is a strong entry level, also CEH as well, and as opposed to more established certifications. Another consideration is whether you are actually in-house, whether you work for part of an end user or you work for a service provider or consultancies. Consultancies, sometimes in terms of when they hire, they do tend to look for people who have more certifications, because it's ability for them to showcase and demonstrate the skills that they have and the capabilities that their staff has. Remember, if you're working for a consultancy, not to sound too crude here, but you are earning direct revenue for your organization. So they can actually put a cost associated with you. If we hire this person, we're due to get maybe a 200% return in the next 12 months. So they do look to either put you through certification or hire you if you're not likely to be certified. You have to take into account whether you are technical or more governance, risk and compliance. I find that a lot of the emphasis on certification tends to be more on the technical, seen as more complex and more important and more necessary to showcase the skills that you have. There are exceptions to this, though. Leadership positions, you typically are expected to have CISP amongst others. And and I feel there's been a change in direction from organizations who expect their leaders to be more technical as well. Another exception is data protection. You know, you would be expected to have some sort of certification, maybe not so much when the GDPR gravy train came on board. All of a sudden, everyone was a DPO after doing a weekend course. But now that it's settled down. Also, something to take into consideration is where you want to go. Many of my best security architects that I've placed over the years, for example, were looking at cloud certifications like seven years ago, you know, before every organization was making the move to digitalization. At that time, it was more product aligned. Some of the certifications was more product aligned. And one of the other considerations to take into account is whether you are permanent or contract. But I will come back to that and speak in a little bit more detail. Now, we've all seen this, well, most of us have seen this progression chart of certifications, and to the untrained eye, it can be a little bit confusing. But believe it or not, to many hiring managers within the industry, it's actually quite confusing as well. And this is really reflective of the plethora of certifications per advert. It sometimes feels like it's just a straight copy and paste job. But when we delve a little deeper, I just want to talk on a very holistic capacity of the kind of certificates and the type of qualifications that I find come out on top. So these are the most commonly held certifications within security currently, with CIS being at the top. Really no surprises there, but we can see and there's been an increase from CompTIA Security Plus, I think by a few percent from last year, but I think that's due to the emphasis of bringing more people into the market, and a lot of training companies have done a really good sales pitch in that. But it's a solid qualification to have. When it comes to offensive security and pen testing positions, these certifications tend to come out on top. And the reason being is they're just seen as more practical. When I speak to hiring managers to say, look, why are you looking at OSCP or OSCE? It's just really the practical nature of it, especially with the OSCE being a 48-hour intense exam. Now, just to clarify, just put a little disclaimer: certified ethical hacker does not make you a hacker. And I've had a number of, I wouldn't say heated conversations, but when I've historically, you know, when I've done a search to find a pen tester, and there's been a lot of misconception in that, even a couple of times from hiring managers in the past. Incident response and forensic positions, SANS all the way. I just can't speak highly enough of them. They're well respected. Hiring managers understand it, and there's a wide range of technical capabilities. In fact, you can apply SANS certifications to almost everything I'm talking about today. And I've got no shares in the qualifications, and I don't make any money from them. With security engineering, I'll add a caveat to this. Although I'm going through these certifications, the most important thing is experience within this area first and foremost. Now, with security engineering, it's very much product aligned, such as cloud specific, probably less agnostic cloud certifications, but more product specific, such as Azure and GCP. But it's also industry specific as well. And for example, within the CNI, critical and national infrastructure, you know, you're really expected to have a good understanding, or ideally certifications in IEC and control systems, and certifications in SCADA as well, or at least knowledge in SCADA. So I wouldn't overlook how important industry specific certifications are as well. With security operations, SecOps, very much tool and product specific as well. If they're using Splunk, they do expect you to have a Splunk certification. The same for ArcSight and any other SIEM tool you can think of. But what's also important is how senior or junior you are. As you move more to the managerial side, perhaps managing a SOC, some of the product certifications become less important. But there's a general openness there when it comes to security operations, as long as you can exhibit understanding and experience within the particular tool set. Security architecture, combination of absolutely any and everything you can think of. Security architects that I place that make the most money, I would expect them to be CISP qualified, but also they would need to have TOGAF or SAPSA framework certifications. Not so much SACMAN. I'm just not seeing that so much anymore. But also bear in mind that also cloud certifications, if it's a cloud-related security architect position, it can be product specific or it can be agnostic, CCSK or CCSP as well. But again, experience and background come into play here as well. Leadership roles, it hasn't changed that much. It is still CISP for a technical understanding with a combination of something else. I'm assuming everyone here knows that CISM is more for managerial positions and to exhibit leadership qualities as well. And C-risk it's not as respected as CISP, or it's not as highly valued as CISP, but it has made a lot of good traction, and it's a lot easier because it just calls for 3 years relevant experience as opposed to the 5 that CISP and CISM call for. Now, I did say that SANS across the board was particularly useful, but I mean, SANS do run a leadership qualification and security. It's GSLC. I haven't had a hiring manager specifically ask me for that qualification yet. So it seems that when it comes to the leadership side of things, it's a little slow to change. But I've heard good things about that particular qualification. It's just not being sought after much. So in regards to the top areas of professional development, as we can see, cloud computing security should come as no surprise. And this is really reflective of the move to digital. And that really is referring to either CCSP or CCSK qualifications. In fact, in 2021, 27% of security certifications sold so far are cloud specific. And these include agnostic qualifications I've just mentioned, but also include AWS, Azure, and GCP specific certifications. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about the market perception of qualifications, and I'm both from a candidate and hiring manager's perspective, because there is a difference, especially if you as a candidate, how you approach certifications. And there's a difference whether you're permanent or if you're contract or interim. Now, according to the most recent Osaka study in regards to staff retention, 66% of cybersecurity departments find it difficult to retain security talent. No surprises whatsoever. I guarantee you they find it even harder to recruit that talent. And because of that, the organizations I found easier to recruit for are the ones that have a learning and development budget specifically. So as well as salary, holidays, and flexible working, which is a big one, there's a big push on learning and development budget, so much so that I've recruited firms that don't have this, and I've actually advised them, get this in place. Speaking to a candidate about a position, and to watch their eyes light up when you talk about the fact that they could have the actual qualifications paid for, it's an absolute game changer. I cannot stress it enough. Some organizations go so far to have a learning and development budget that's not only tailored to security, but you can use that in scuba diving and anything else you want to use. But each to their own. But that's really important. So the reason I'm bringing that up is that if you are permanent and you're looking to upskill yourself, you don't necessarily need to pay for it. It's possible to get your current employer to pay for it, because we know it's hard for them to keep you. Or if you're planning to make a move, you can use that as a negotiating tool for your next move in terms of, do you have a budget in place? How long would it take for you to pay for my certifications? And it becomes easier if you're moving to a consultancy, because going back to my previous point, it's in their best interest to show that they have the best talent in the market. And one way to evidence that is by certifications. If they're going to put you in front of a FTSE 100 organization, they want to be able to say that we're going to put in someone that's qualified and certified. So it's in their interests as well. For contractors, they're not your employer, but for contractors, no one else really is going to pay for your certification but you. But that's a direct investment. There are advantages to it. You can put that on your company expenses, and you can also have a focus on certifications between assignments. And I think that's really a good way to upskill yourself and really get a bit of time out from running from assignment to assignment. And hiring managers can be very Machiavellian when it comes to, does this contractor have the certification I'm looking for? Because they will reject either yes or no. They don't have certification, move on. Let's get me someone that does. The reason is they're paying a premium rate to get someone that can hit the ground running. And it's usually a premium daily rate. Add an agency fee onto that, add a consultancy fee on top of that. They want to be able to evidence that you can hit the ground running. And that's a very good way to do that. Okay, so just
a quick question here.
Yes.
On the contract side. So,
okay.
How you mentioned, obviously contractors should be able to expenses because it directly relates to their qualification, and because of that they earn, effectively income.
Yeah.
How does that work with the umbrella companies, and if they are inside IR35?
Don't get me started about IR35. Yes, that's a really good question here, and I should have put a disclaimer out to say, it's probably more appropriate to those outside of IR35, because inside you're typically not using your limited company, you're going through an umbrella company. I don't know, but it would, I'm not an accountant, so I don't want to give any wrong information. I don't know. I would speak to the umbrella company to see if there's something like that, to see whether there's anything they can do, because they effectively become your employer and they're fighting for your business as well. So it is worth asking that question to the umbrella company. But a piece of good news for those who are inside IR35 and want to be outside is that the market is changing quite rapidly to actually recognize that, look, we're going to have a wider range. We're going to have a wider picking pool if we actually either do the assessments properly and, really do an assessment to see if this role is outside of IR35, or give it to a consultancy who can package that up, in which case you would be outside IR35 on the whole. So I hope that kind of answers that in a way.
Yeah, it does. Thanks a lot.
No problem. Please feel free to cut in as well.
Yeah.
It's all right. Not that bad.
Yeah, doing well.
Okay, cool. This is it's all very well having the certifications, but a big bugbear of mine is when people often bury their certifications within their CV and they don't make it prominent. And again, when I said that this is a game, it really is a game, because one thing I want to let you know is that when you put your CV forward to a position, do not assume that the first person that opens up your CV, the first gatekeeper that opens up your CV knows about security. There could be a recruiter that deals with every single type of position that just happens to have a security position today. There could be a HR person that, again, deals with every type of position. You need to spell out your certifications and qualifications within your CV. Acronyms would not do now. And also, certain organizations use software to filter out and to reject the first stage of of applicants. So you really need to spell out, by all means, put the acronyms by your name, but also put that in the fuller contents in the certification sections of your CV. And you don't need to put that at the bottom of your CV. You can put that right up there, because certifications are binary and they're a quick way for you to either be qualified for a position or disqualified for a position. So you must spell it out. And one of the things I wanted to state as well is that if you're trained and not certified, also put that out as well. Because if you just put in that you have this qualification, you actually haven't taken the exam, nothing's more heartbreaking than if you have an offer, you resign from your position, and then your next employer who offered you the position asks to see your certifications, and you say, I don't have a certification because I was only trained in it, I haven't passed the exam. Whereas if you evidence that in your CV and state the obvious, you're in a much better position. So just be careful of that loophole as well. Okay. As we can see, employers now more than ever are more likely to hire a security candidate holding a certification. Sorry, this actual statistics points to all technology positions, including security. So when they asked the survey participants to name the top benefits of cybersecurity certifications, they stated that those with security certifications have a stronger knowledge of key security areas, number one. Number two is that they have increased confidence in the team's ability of handling security challenges. And that comes back to evidencing that you're capable of doing the position. A lot of the times the decision maker will share your profile with the team. And we know that the team cares whether you can handle a lot of the technical requirements. And the way to evidence this often is within the certifications and qualifications, as well as the experience. Also, the third point was that there's a higher level of personnel in-house with security expertise. And it also evidenced that you can stay up to date with the latest security and privacy trends. And as much as we love our job, I'm sure some of us also do it for the money as well. There's a £40,000 salary difference. This is in US dollars between those that are certified and non-certified. And this right now is this is the average global salary if you're cybersecurity certified. So if you didn't need any further evidence of that, there it is. I'm very happy to take any questions. Stop sharing.
Hi, Avanate.
Yeah, stop sharing.
Yeah, it was really great talk. Obviously, we will follow up now, in a few minutes with our panel, where we also, discuss the diversity. You showed really great slides but that was quite busy.
Yes.
About all the certifications. What was the source of that, by the way?
It was a ISC Square study, and it was an open source job report, but the actual progression chart, I can send that on if you'd like. They've got like 3 or 4 very similar ones. I can get that for you. Mm-hmm. I can let you know afterwards. But in terms of the empirical data, that was from 2 main studies, recent studies, 2021 studies.
Okay, interesting. That would be great to share. I'm assuming you can share the slides so we can put it on the website.
Yeah, sure. All yours. Yes, all yours. Yes.
Yeah. And we've got a question from Dmitry. Actually, Dmitry, if you don't mind, I'll bring you into discussion, and you can ask a question.
Okay.
Hi, Dmitry.
Hey, Dmitry.
Hi, you're on mute. Yeah. Hey.
Pleasure to be here.
Hi, Dmitry.
Just a quick one on Ate. I think
yes.
Just for the benefit of perhaps people looking to get into cybersecurity. So from your knowledge, vast knowledge and experience as a recruiter, what would be the top, if I know this is a difficult question, but if you had to say top 3 certificates or certifications as someone just starting out on or embarking on the career in security, what would you in your view, recommend those to be?
Okay, well, the good thing is that, I mean, I don't even think you need top three. I think CompTIA Security Plus is a fantastic one. Now, you're advised to complete the CompTIA A Plus and the Networking Plus before you do the Security Plus, but that's not a prerequisite. That's just advised. And also from a financial perspective, because if you're getting in, unless you're stinking rich, that's important. It's about £400 with the exam. The cousin of that is the CompTIA Network Plus. It's about the 90-minute exam, but the security plus it's just universally more accepted. If you've got a little bit of IT experience behind you, then you can certainly look at certified ethical hacker. A little bit more pricey, but it's still seen as an entry level exam. But I'll recommend CompTIA Plus all day long, to be completely frank.
I mean, my experience, I did try to at least review the questions. Certainly didn't pay for the exam.
Okay.
But some of these questions have been really kind of archaic, not really updated. Irrelevant questions, or in a few cases also incorrect, in my professional opinion. What do you think of that? And has that improved?
I think, I mean, to be completely frank with you, I think it's a game that we play. It's a game that we play to show the recipient that, you know what, we put in the effort and we care about the industry enough to actually have a qualification in it. I think that's really important. And you say, I mean, what you've just said, Vladimir, you could say that about a number of qualifications, even experience qualifications and certifications, excuse me, across the board. And when I hire for usually a CISO, one of the key things I get when we speak about certifications, look, I'm not looking for someone who can just tick boxes, because a lot of these certifications and qualifications, they're all about ticking boxes. We want practical life experience. But many of the certifications out there do not reflect the practicality of real life. So I don't disagree with you, but it is a game. It's a game that we play.
Yeah. And Shireen is asking, what are the hottest certifications, in security, or maybe even cloud,
Yes.
these days?
Okay. You'll be surprised that hiring managers don't really discriminate between, I don't know how I should say this, but between CCSP or CCSK, to be completely frank with you, because they're more industry cloud agnostic qualifications. But to answer your question, it's all about what product they're using. If they are an Azure house, then they'll look for specific Azure certifications. I want to focus on cloud because in order to find out what qualifications to choose, you need to go where the future is. You need to go where the investment is. And in this case, that's cloud. If it was a few years ago, not that it's dead, but a few years ago, we'd be talking about IoT and how you demonstrate those certifications. And that will come back up again. But it's just a case of, I don't mean to sound like a materialistic recruiter. It's a case of follow the money, follow the investment. Right now, the investment is in digital transformation. It's in those kind of programs, but also look for complementary certifications as well. If you want to be more project focused, just get the Prince, just look at Prince too. And if you specialize within a certain industry sector, look at your top industry certifications within that.
Perfect.
That is much value.
Yeah. I have one bugbear, in not certifications, but CVs.
Yes.
Every CV I've seen or also created, it looks different from all the others. I think for the recruiters, it might be personal hell to basically review CVs that look, are structured differently, different wording. Isn't there a drive to, let's say, create a common standardized structured format so the CVs can also be, let's say, read by machines, but really kind of as a let's say something like XML, JSON, but in a structured format?
it's funny you mentioned that, because there's one thing that recruiters, or the recruitment industry, has been way ahead of the curve, is that when you send a CV to a recruiter, they never send your CV as you've sent it to them. They standardize your CV, and they would have a particular structure. I would have that a little bit about Vladimir, qualifications in terms of achievements, and maybe an overview of where you have worked and also what you have achieved. So I do agree with you. The problem is that CVs are just so subjective, and there are companies out there that would advise you on CVs, which I don't really recommend paying for, to be frank with you. But there are companies that would advise you on CVs, that will put you through a CV school, and you send it to a recruiter like me, and I'll rip it to shreds and tell you that, it's not fit for purpose for what we're looking for. Maybe not fit for purpose, but it could be done a lot better. So I do agree with what you're saying. We do have software for that. I've got software for that, for example.
Okay. We've got one more question from Shireen, and I will bring her to the stream, because we are probably seamlessly going to go into the diversity. So Shireen, over to you. You ask a really good question.
I think, Renate, thank you so much, by the way, for this presentation. I think it's going to really help a lot of people, and I've directed a lot of people actually to your talk specifically today. But I think, obviously, I think you may have answered the question actually just before. But I was thinking, do you foresee, even outside of cloud security, anything in say the next year, so 2022? Do you see hiring managers starting to ask maybe something around, I don't know, machine learning, maybe around blockchain security, if there's any certs in that, qualifications in that space? Is that something you're seeing?
Yes, it is something I'm seeing, but what I'm seeing, I think we're so young in this certification game for that. What I'm being requested to do is to provide candidates that are able to demonstrate an interest in this. Right now, it's a case of, all right, I attend this forum, I run this blog to do with blockchain and blockchain technology. There's a market there for a certification body that wants to delve into that a little bit deeper. But right now, it's just a case of evidencing that in some sort of interesting way, which is relatively easy for an applicant to do. However, they must back that up if they are to get an interview. And so it's not something you can fake when it comes to interview stage. But I think that's something I'll look into a little bit deeper, actually, and I can come back to you on that in terms of, I haven't seen many specific certifications that hold strong credibility in the security market, because I've not been asked that. I've been asked evidence as opposed to certification right now.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for that. What we're going to do is, not going to ask you to go away, Renate. What we'll do is we'll pop back into the studio and over to Vlad. Who's going to talk through past and upcoming events. But Renate, thank you so much.
Thank you for
that. Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Speak to you in 15 minutes.
That's good.
Or less. Perfect. So now quickly about events that we've organized over the last 12 months and planning ahead. So if I bring in my screen, hopefully that will be smooth. So, events is one of the activities that we do as a CSA, as Francesco mentioned at the beginning of this conference. We've been relatively busy over the last 12 months. We've organized quite a lot of so-called lightning talks and few panels, as you've probably seen, and some online workshops, which actually then turned it out to panel. It was originally planned as a workshop, which would be streamed, but due to Chatham House rules, we left it as a panel. So this is actually the slide from the last AGM a year ago, where I was promising, this is what we are going to deliver. Most of it is ticked green. The online workshop, as I mentioned, was organized as a panel. The details, everything is on our website, cloudsecurityalliance.org.uk, under the events. These are talks that you can see on there. So we had really great discussion with Bob Mann, kind of ex-CISO perspective. Paul Simmons was kind of discussing and showcasing his favorite and strong topic of the identity ecosystems. We had Mark from AWS about the organizational posture in AWS, of course. We had Ashish discussing more business-orientated kind of cybersecurity, what CISOs should be looking at. So if you don't need necessarily technical presentations, head over here. We had a really good one about quantum computing and impact of the technologies on the security of the encryption in quantum era with Bruno. Then we had two sponsor sessions with XM Cyber. These are highlighted, or should be at least be highlighted in the yellow frame. So with Menachem and with Tobias. And then finally, we had really interesting session with Michael Maxey from Small Step around the SSH, securing SSH access using certificates. This is more obviously technical talk, but it was really kind of supporting the what we feel is a really strong topic in the cloud, because all of the kind of infrastructure services do use the SSH if it's a Linux, and security of those connections, authentication and authorization is quite critical. So those were the lightning talks over the last 12 months or so. And then we had two research panels, one on zero trust and one earlier on the predictions into 2021. That was held in November last year, and the report came out in February. So Lee was working on that over Christmas and missing his Christmas dinner, unfortunately. No, I'm just kidding. Of course not. And welcome to this exciting event. And I've obviously now need to step into the next slide. And that's it. Okay. That's what happens when you embed the YouTube video into the slide and you want to go to the next one. So for the next 12 months, we are going to organize lightning talks. We have 3 interesting talks already pre-recorded with AWS. Just need to put them on our website and on YouTube. We are of course looking for other participants. We had good for this AGM, good interesting talks that didn't make it into the agenda, but I will be reaching out and organizing them into separate sessions. So it's going to be quite exciting and hopefully educational. The next more educational seminars, we are planning to take the CSA research and white papers, artifacts, and explain them in events. This is very much linked to what Kriti was discussing about the circle community and the trainings. We will still have industry expert panels, mostly on the kind of private community, because this way we actually get people that could not otherwise be going into the online events. Maybe they are prevented by their employers or cannot share some sensitive details. This way we get good content, and then the CSA board led by Lee in this case is translating that into the report like you saw today. And finally, we are of course having sponsors webinars and looking for more sponsors. More importantly, we are looking to you to submit your talk proposals. If you have some exciting talk, you want to share experiences, doesn't need to be technical. As you saw, Obanata had really great talk about completely non-technical subject related to certifications and annual CV. Come in and share the knowledge. The link is on the website on the slide. You can fill in the form and I will be in touch. And we also added, and that has been quite successful on few events, we've added an option when you are registering for the events, even though the events are free to attend and you don't need to register, but you can. There is an option to donate through Eventbrite, and we will use always this income to organize additional events. Of course, we have some expenses like this platform that we are using for streamings and other. And I believe that's the end of my talk. I'm not sure if anybody from the board wants to add something else or come in for questions. Otherwise, we can jump into the panel. So with that, I will stop sharing, and I will add Shireen, Dmitry, Sonia, Tiziana, and Ovanate when he is connected into the Kriti. And Shireen, over to you, and I will chat with Ovanate to get reconnected so we get him on as well. I'll be back soon.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Vlad. No, that I really appreciate that. We're a little bit early actually to start the panel. We've got another 5 minutes, so we've got some more participants who will be joining shortly. But yeah, just want to talk really quickly. So this is the second year that we've run the Diversity in Cyber panel. We've got a whole new group of people joining us today. We've got some really exciting talent from across the industry working cyber. So just want to thank you so much for your time. So my colleague Kriti Mohan, who's talked earlier today, myself, Shireen Pirufini, we are on the board of the Cloud Security Alliance UK chapter. We work in industry. And this, I think, is a topic that's we're actually both we have Mauritian descent. So it's quite funny that we met each other, Kriti, isn't it? It feels like it's a very niche area that we're working in. But yeah, so really excited to have some amazing people join us today. We had Ovanate already, who spoke at lunchtime, did our lunchtime talk. Dimitri as well joining us today, also on the board of the CSA UK chapter. Sonia, lovely to meet you. Tiziana. We're hoping to have Chani as well to join us shortly. But what we could do is, because I think we'd probably overrun on this, because the talk last year was very enjoyable. So I think we'll have fun today. So what I can do is, if everyone's happy to get started, what we could do is just start making some introductions. So the format that we're going to use today is, what I'd like to do is just go around all the different participants and maybe just spend 1 to 2 minutes introducing yourself and tell us something exciting about yourself. And then what we'll do is we'll go into the questions for the panel today. So who should I pick on first? Is that okay? And Kriti, would you like to say anything actually before we get started?
I'm good now. I'm happy with the introduction now. Next, Shireen. So
yeah,
introduce myself. I mean, I did earlier, but again for the panel and for our new audience who's just joined us, welcome. And so my name is Kriti Mohan, and I have been in the industry for about 14 years now. I started as a network security admin, and then slowly from there grew, working on Cisco firewall devices, learning how to do cabling, routing, switching, physical cabling, running cables, which was fun. And then from there grew to work at Qualys, where I did a bit of vulnerability management. And then moved to do firewalls again back at Checkpoint and now at Palo Alto. So I have to say I've been in the product vendor market for some time, just working with firewalls lately, and a lot more than firewalls, so cloud security, on-prem security, data center security, looking into user roles, access security, application security, and there is broad understanding of pretty much the whole security industry as such. So that's a little bit about me, really. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Should we go around? We'll go around clockwise. Let's see. Dimitri, would you mind introducing yourself and tell us something exciting about yourself? Oh, Dimitri, you're on mute there. The most overused phrase for the last 2 years.
It should be a meme, Shireen. Definitely, I'm sure it is. Um, I don't know about exciting, but I certainly can just share a little bit about myself. So, very sort of similar starting point, from Fritzy. So, I started as a techie. I think my first real job was at Capgemini. So I was a network slash Solaris Unix engineer, and I have always been interested in security. So the security aspects of IT, I've always been into IT, but security was a niche field for me. And I recall the days when I used to go to what they call, I forget what it's called. It's been such a long time ago, at least 15 years ago. There was a meeting, a hacker meeting, and hacker in the nicest sense of the word, because hacker really is someone who likes to understand how things work and break them in the nicest way. And there was meetings in the Trocadero with like-minded individuals. So I've always been into security. And I like the security aspect of IT. I remember people asking, "Are you a security guard?" I thought you were in IT, because back then security wasn't quite as big as it is today. Um, Interesting about me, so I studied in Russia. Actually, I went to university in Russia. I did my first degree, electronics and radio physics. I came back. I got my first job, as I've already mentioned. Then I sort of moved into consulting. I actually did my master's degree at Royal Holloway. Did a lot of crypto stuff. Today I work for Microsoft, so I'm a senior cloud security architect for Microsoft. Prior to that, I've been doing mostly contracting. I've worked across a broad range of industries, from banking to governments to small, medium-sized enterprises, retail. I've done a lot, and I've been in this business for a long time, so 20 something years, as the lack of hair will attest. So that's me.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dimitri. Sonia, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Something exciting.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Sonia Moise. I'm a principal security engineer based in London at Threadbox. I'm also a lifelong traveler who lived in the Middle East, North Africa, and Asia. I actually made a career change 12 years ago from international business consultant to full stack software engineer when I was based in South Korea, and to principal security engineer here in the UK. I'm also a GitHub Star Sneak ambassador. I'm a strong advocate for women in tech. That's why I founded an initiative called Epic Women in Cyber and Epic Women in Tech. I'm also an ambassador for Girl Codes. I'm passionate about open source, DevSecOps, and cloud computing.
Fantastic. Wow, that's a lot, and a lot in 12 years as well. That's a huge change, and it's great to see you contributing to the industry as well, Sonia. That's really amazing. Thank you. So Tiziana, hi, lovely to meet you.
How can I top up Sonia? It's incredible, but she loves open source. So Elastic is an open source company. So it's really good to hear. So Tiziana, I'm Italian. I've been living in London for 24 years, probably more than what I spent in my own country. I've been in the industry, probably IT, 15 years and I said, my cyber probably, when I was working for a company called Mimecast, I've started hearing about, encryption and all these funky terms and how secure and unsecure our email were. And the past 5.5 years before Elastic, I worked for a crypto company selling the best probably kept secret in cybersecurity, which is hardware security module for protection of encryption keys. Currently at Elastic, where we have the security angle, because Elastic is a search company that you use every day, from Uber to Tinder. So if you're looking for love, but apart from that, Elastic was used as a security tool before it had a security offering, because security is a data problem effectively. So I'm really excited to be in a company that's really pervasive to many companies. Probably you use it like 80% you are on the internet. Something interesting I've done, I'm trying to do something for women advocacy. So I participate to a panel for girls in Dakota for an association called CyberHer from 12 to 16 to encourage them to go into cybersecurity. Probably they've heard only from technical people, and I was sort of the salesperson there. And I told them, look, girls, if I could do it, coming into a country without speaking the language, 24 years old, anyone can do it. So don't be scared, jump and do it. And I hope the message came across. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Tiziana. Oh my gosh, that's it's really inspiring story actually, and yeah, people need to hear this actually more and more. Okay, so who should we speak to? Oh, Anate, would you mind introducing yourself again?
No problem at all. Sorry if anyone's heard this before. I'm Owenate, Best Man, founder and director of Best Man Solutions. So I help business leaders and security leaders find security talent. And on the flip side, I also help applicants, candidates, whether they're active or passive, find the next opportunity. So I'm a people person. I've been in recruitment my whole career, and anyone that says that they chose to go into recruitment is lying. I fell into it straight after graduating, and initially, many moons ago, I think 20 years ago, I started placing. I spent a couple of years placing pharmacists, and I was the first recruiter in the UK to place a contract pharmacist within a UK prison. So from then I placed within IT in tier one investment banks, mainly first to third line and some program and transformation work, and then moved into operational risk. And I moved into cybersecurity about 9 years ago, which is the perfect blend of operational risk and technology. So I was able to understand it to the level needed quite quickly. My company said this before, I set up my company on the first week of lockdown, but that it was actually a strength, a benefit, as as scary as that was, because I was able to have more engaging and open conversations with people. So yeah, and it allowed me to strengthen my network. Something exciting that I've done. I'm a little bit of Trekkie. I'm a little bit of a geek, a little bit of a space geek. Love my sci-fi, so I've started working with a couple of space and satellite firms, in really advising them on what kind of skills that they need to look for when recruiting. Because it's a huge threat vector, from space debris to governance issues to state-sponsored attacks. So it's I really get to geek out there and really add some advice to what kind of skills and what kind of mature security industries lend well to that emerging market. So yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Oh, thank you so much. And Vlad, I'll hand over to you as well, just to do an intro. And just want to say to everyone who's watching, apologies. There's a bit of problem with LinkedIn streaming, but we're still live on YouTube. So
live on YouTube, and looks like we also live on Twitter. Not sure how Francesco managed to do that, but looks like it's working. So Vladimir Jerasek, founder and CEO of Foresight Cyber. I'm basically a geek. So I've always been fascinated with computers. First computer when I was 13, I think, a long time ago. Not revealing my age. But then did a university with the business studies and IT kind of combination, which is really useful these days. And then got a call from my friend to jump in as a firewall administrator slash security, not expert, even more like analyst. And I went for it, even though the job that I was offered in Accenture paid about 30% more at that time. And I've never looked back. I was really happy in so far in cybersecurity, because it's a ever changing landscape. There's always something new. Even though the concepts don't necessarily change, but the technology changes, and it's accelerating, of course, especially with the cloud computing. So I'm really happy I made a good choice and not become a run-of-the-mill consultant, even though now I'm running consultancy company actually in a different capacity, I guess.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Vlad. I think that brings us round to the introductions, and I think we can start the panel discussion now. Now we've met everybody. So my first question is, in your opinion, is enough being done to attract diverse talent in this industry? And I'll pop this in the comments as well. So feel free, anyone who wants to jump in.
So I'll go first, if you don't mind, and unless someone wants to go, but I'll have a quick one. Just steal the line. So we have our company has a technical team in Czech Republic, and we've been hiring for last 5 years, quite extensively, and despite my direct, let's say, instructions to the management team and to my COO to hire women into the team. Unfortunately, in the area where the team is, at university, there seem to be very few that are, either skilled or willing to go into the cyber. They, for some reason, they see it more as a boys game, and hence not challenging themselves and not making themselves available, even though our company provides all the training necessary to become a cybersecurity specialist. There's nothing that we need other than to be hungry for the knowledge, and of course put some time in. And so that's the statement of the fact that I've seen and witnessing as a company CEO in our own workforce.
Thank you. Thanks, Vlad. So who would like to jump in?
Maybe I can talk about what in my past, I've just been in my current company 2 months. And I can say that in the past, in the companies I've been working for, I've never seen this drive on diversity. I really see it now. I mean, it's just incredible. Half of the management team, the top managers, is women. There's no quote. It's just an attitude. In fact, I came myself into the company through an association called Power to Fly that was letting the women in the company talk about how it was to work in Elastic. And basically, I didn't really even apply for a position. I said to this other lady, I want to work for these people. I said, the women in there seems really to have some things apart that is really relevant and they listen to something, like, say, I didn't experience before. And when I came here, I see that they have like 7 different diversity and equality panel, Black, Hispanic. They're run by elasticians, so they're not running by HR, which is something that I've seen before, and it doesn't really work. They're run by people in the organization. And there is this, people call it culture, we call it source code of the come as you are. But I give you an example. I've never seen people, in these Slack pictures, there are people with blue hair, leather collars, everything goes. And I think, oh my God, that would never have happened in the previous companies. So what for companies, the culture that is a piece of paper, here I really see it. And I see lots of women from all around Europe, and it's a good place for women. But as I say, this is something that unfortunately I see it as an exception, not the rule. But hey, I've been in the same company for 5.5 years. Maybe times are changing, hopefully. But it would be, I see my company is doing what everybody else should be doing. Now, I'm not aware about the rest.
Perhaps I can cut in there if you don't mind. I think one of the things I bring to the table is being able to recruit for a wide array of organizations through different industry sectors. So I'm able to really assess the maturity and really assess what organizations are saying versus what they're doing. The organizations I try to recruit for, but they just don't have a good reputation and that kind of area. One, I feel anyway that it's to have a diverse workforce. It's a journey rather than a destination. So I think organizations should be really more honest in regards to where they're at currently and where they want to go. And one of the ways to do that is actually quantify that. I mean, NatWest, for example, they've actually addressed um, their lack of ethnic diversity within leadership positions. They've actually stated that by the end of 2024, sorry, it was sorry, by 2025, 14% of the leadership will come from an ethnic minority background. So that's really holding your hands up and actually putting a figure behind that. And there are many areas of diversity, from gender to neurodivergence to ethnicity. I think that it should be treated as a whole. There are separate challenges to creating a truly diverse workforce, but I strongly believe that it starts from the top up. It starts up from the board of directors. We should look at things like the Parker Review, in which it addressed racial disparity within FTSE 100 firms. And upon reflection of that, they've actually updated that and looked at FTSE 250 firms and actually set the target. So really, it starts from the top down. And again, I feel that it is a journey of honesty rather than a destination. But you have to put tangible things in place to know what progress you're making. And it's a scary thing, but I think you have to be honest with that.
That's really interesting, and actually I've got a point on that, the quantification piece. But what I'll do is I'll move on to the panel. Thank you so much, Dimitri. What are your views on this? Is enough being done to attract diverse talent in the security industry?
I think it's a really interesting question. I think the way when I thought about this, when I saw the sort of agenda, is when we say is enough being done, I think I step back and say, well, what should be done or what can we do? I think, well, I can certainly speak. So I've already mentioned, obviously, I've been a freelancer contractor for a long time. So I actually joined Microsoft. One of the reasons, and touching on what Onati said earlier about the leadership, and leadership makes a huge difference in terms of changing the culture, in terms of actually showing and demonstrating the desire, should we say, the will to attract people of various races, sexes, beliefs, backgrounds, etc. And what really attracted me to Microsoft was they don't just talk the talk, they genuinely walk the walk. And I've seen this, I'm reasonably new there, but the amount of effort spent in terms of training, they genuinely invest in allowing people to be themselves. I think it's been touched on about coming as you are and be who you are. A lot of training I actually learned about covering, because I've been doing a lot of covering myself, coming from a non-white background in the UK. Being able to freely express who you are, being able to be proud of who you are, the way you talk. I felt uncomfortable in many areas, some certain situations, because I perhaps sound different or look different. So coming back to the question, is enough being done? I would say certainly within Microsoft, I've seen it myself. Is enough being done in other organizations I've been in? I think it's fair to say that more can be done and perhaps should be done. And by more, what I mean, so I think one key thing in Microsoft, which I genuinely have seen, and it's there for everyone to see, is the leadership. So if you look at the senior leadership within Microsoft, and I mean the very senior, so from Satya all the way down, you see a variety of diverse backgrounds, people, sexes within Microsoft. It's not just them saying that we want to have diversity. It's not just them measuring. It's okay to have measures, and say, okay, we've got X number of people, various backgrounds. That's great, but what are you going to do about it? So you have the metrics. Are you doing anything about them? And Microsoft absolutely are. I mean, you can see that all over the leadership team. So for me, it really means a lot. And I think to your point, I think you just asked about what can and should be done. I think promoting people. So speaking to myself, when I joined, it's that feeling that you have worked hard, you have studied a lot, you've done a lot of work, and being able to be rewarded in the sense that you get promoted, you get moved to positions that you feel you deserve. And I think that's really, really important for organizations to do. I think they really must work hard at not just bringing in the talent, because that's fine, but also promoting the talent to the positions that they deserve.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dimitri. What I'll do is I'll just touch on the point I was going to make just before we lose that, because I think it ties in what Owonate was saying about metrics, the metrics piece, and sort of quantifying the data for organizations. But then on the piece, Dimitri, where you were actually talking about how feeling like yourself, do you actually feel like yourself? And I do know, because there was in 2020 there was a joint initiative between the National Cybersecurity Centre and KPMG to report on the benchmarking of the levels of diversity inclusion in the workforce. And at the moment there is a questionnaire that is out that has been published for 2021. What I'll do is I will pop that in the chat if anyone is interested to have a look at that. That is the actual D&I inclusion survey. Have a look at the questions on that if you feel comfortable in the audience to complete that. I actually completed it yesterday, but that just does covers all topics of diversity and specific questions about how you feel, because I think it's good to kind of get that, as we've discussed, actually get that measure first of all. But yes, I've just pointed that out. But if I move on to Sonia, what's your thoughts on this? And I'll share the question again as well.
Yeah, sure. I think we're missing also role models to inspire diverse talents, because we can talk about how to attract diverse talent, but if we don't have role models also to inspire and to tell about their journey, their challenges, how did they actually move to this industry, that would also help inspire and attract more talents. I'm not talking about rock stars like the names that we usually see on Twitter or LinkedIn, but role models at any level, not only on the exact positions, but also like entry level, just to inspire and to have more like women and more diverse talents.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's a really good point. It's a really good point. And it kind of ties in with what Dimitri was saying about showcasing and promoting people into those positions, and then those people actually just by being themselves, just demonstrating to others looking in the industry, they can see people who look like them, or so on. So who else would like to? Kriti, I don't know, Kriti, would you like to comment on this as well?
I very much agree with the panel here. I think generally women tend to think that most of the job in security is very technical, and no offense, but sometimes it doesn't really attract. It doesn't really do its job, and sometimes the way the job is presented as well in a job description and who they are looking for. I think there's a lot more which could be done in terms of attracting women and even keeping women in the industry, as in if you've been in the industry for some time and things change in your life, and and how do you keep the job, for example, for some people who want to have a family and those kind of things. So I don't think the industry is mature enough to look after all of those different aspects of bringing women into and encouraging them, but also looking after them in the same way. Now, I'm not saying this because it's a women has to be part of the job, or the woman has to get the job because it's a woman, but it's more like it is meritocracy at the same time. However, we just need to probably calm down a little bit, and make it very inclusive, as you say. And that's really
Yeah.
my take on the industry.
Fantastic. Thank you so much,
If I
Christy.
could jump in on that very quickly as well, Shireen. So I
Yeah, please.
really like what Kriti is saying. I think so. There's been studies as demonstrated and shown that diversity in every form, right? So in every way, actually increases productivity, increases ideation, the different ideas, thinking, etc. And that certainly is really important, certainly in our field, which is so rapidly changing and evolving. So it's been shown that the more diverse your workforce is, this is not just security, the more productive, the more um, exciting, the more future ready an organization is. So within Microsoft, that is obvious. I think I work with an amazingly diverse set of people. And you sit in a room, I've been in this business a long time, and you hear some ideas from really young people, you just go, wow, I never thought of that, or I never saw it that way. It's just that different angle, that different viewpoint, which comes from having a different background, perhaps a different view on things, is so important and so valuable. And I think organizations who do not recognize that diversity are really doing themselves a disservice.
It's true. It is absolutely true. You need that diversity of thought, the diverse range of skills, backgrounds. You need that for today's complex challenges, really. You need to have that. Now, I know we've touched on this already because we've got a group of problem solvers on the call, but is there anything else that you can think of what changes you would like to see in industry, or what would you like others to do? What behaviour would you like to encourage in others, especially professionals as well, especially colleagues, everyone? Has anyone got any ideas on that?
Let me jump on this one, Shireen. So allow me. So I think for me, when obviously growing up as a minority in the 70s, a sort of a black person really in the UK, I think one of the things we need to recognize is that when we talk about work and industry, ultimately we're talking about people, right? So people in the street, society as a whole. And I have to say, I was shocked at some of the things that I heard and saw following the Euros this year. And I thought to myself, is this really 2021? What's really changed? So to answer your question about what should or can be done, I look at my 6-year-old son, right? And I understand that children are not born prejudiced. They don't understand racism or sexism. I look at the way they play with each other. So clearly this is taught, sometimes even, learned, or sometimes, as I say, taught by someone. The point I'm trying to make here, for me, I think in what can be changed is, lots have been said about different things, but I firmly believe, and going back to my boss, Satya Nadella at Microsoft, it really resonates with me is compassion and love. So I think I'm certainly going to teach my son, and hopefully his generation will be a lot more compassionate and loving towards each other, because that leads to respect, that leads to not even acceptance, but more understanding of different people and differences and different things. That compassion for me starts at home and hopefully feeds into organizations, because ultimately, it like I mentioned on the Euros and what the news that was thrown at the players, these are people we work with, maybe see every day. They could be people in organizations. It's much wider. There's no use someone coming into an organization but having, layers of prejudice around them, right? Or being false, not being who they are. Right? It's not going to work. I think it has to be a bigger drive, hopefully, towards society being more compassionate and loving towards each other. So that would be my hope. And in fact, I firmly believe that will happen.
Yeah, one person at a time. But yeah, I think that's the best attitude to have. Dimitri, thank you so much. I don't know, Sonia, Tiziana, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I would say,
Go, Sonia.
I would say probably having less gatekeepers also that could dismiss those who'd like to enter the industry. As you said, Dimitri, like having compassion and create a safe space just to attract those diverse talents would be also one thing that we could hope, because there's out there's some gatekeepers that try to set the entry level of standards quite high, maybe because they're insecure or reasons. But yeah, if we create that safe space, it's fine to have everyone at the table and have those discussions and diversity. Yeah, that'd be a better place.
Fantastic. Tiziana?
So something I've seen is some bias training that was quite interesting for me, because you always think, oh, I'm not this, I'm not that, I don't judge people, I don't judge anything. But after, when you do the bias training, I say, oh, I say reality is that everybody is biased. You just have to deal with it and realize it, and after work towards, changing opinions. It's like, you're talking about growing up in the 70s, like a black person. For me, I've never had a professional black person in my life until I was 25. And it's funny because I've always been curious of learning about new cultures and exploring. I say, why would you do things differently? And I don't know. I don't know why. I've always been like that. But I think we should encourage that in companies as well. The mentoring should be across people from different cultures.
Yeah.
And what is something else that I've saw recently also in Elastic, if we employ like, I don't know, a non-binary person or someone from a minority, they try to include in the interview panel someone like them, which is something I've never seen anywhere else. Because as you see people, they are like you, and in a way it makes a difference. So maybe that practice could be extended to more companies, of having people, even they're not related to the job, but they're more similar to you within the panel of interviewers, and giving their perspective on how the culture is in the company.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh, Anate, what do you think?
So everything that Tiziana said, and I'm not being lazy with my answer, because I really like the idea of more unconscious bias training. But what made me smirk was to your last point about maybe people in the interview that come from your background or that you can relate to. That can also be overdone. I remember I was interviewing for a position a few years ago, and then on the second stage interview, they brought out every black person in the company to come and meet me. It was hilarious. People that had nothing to do with the role whatsoever. It was cute, well meant, but a little bit clumsy. But as long as that balance is met, and you're right, they don't need to be doing the same role you're going to do. They don't even need to be in your team, but it will give you, as the applicant or the potential employee, an opportunity to assess that culture and see whether it's a culture and an environment where you can be yourself in. I think that's important, because I know back in the days I've worked in environments, and recruitment's a ruthless business, and it was back in the days as well. I've worked in environments where I couldn't really be myself, or I felt pressurized to really to be a certain way. And this is when I obviously much younger, but you want to be in an environment where you can actually showcase your abilities and be your true self.
That's really fantastic. Thank you. We've got a latecomer actually, but better late than never. I'm going to add to the stream, Chani. Welcome, Chani. Thank you so much for joining.
Hi. I'm so sorry. I'm late to the party. I had a client meeting and it was planned for half an hour so I could join this, but it just went over the time. I'm so sorry. I apologize for the late show up.
At all, not to worry at all. So Chani, so what we're doing is we're just discussing a few questions on are we doing enough to attract diverse talent in the industry, into cyber industry specifically, and is there any sort of changes that you would like to see? So just from your perspective, would you mind just doing a very quick introduction, and then if you could give your viewpoint of if there's anything that you would like to see, sorts of changes in the industry in terms of diverse talent, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everyone. So my name is Chani, and I'm the managing director for Meta Defense Labs. So I work as a consultant, cybersecurity consultant. I'm also a Cyber Essentials Assessor, ISO auditor, and a ISME auditor. And I work as a virtual CISO with my clients. So that's a bit of what I do right now. And I come from an IT background. So I've been in the industry for about 19 years now, but coming from IT background where I used to be an IT engineer, and every team, even now, I end up being the only woman in the team. So diversity has been a big, especially gender diversity has been a thing I've seen over and over again. And therefore, I've hired quite a lot of females in my company as well, just to kind of balance out. So it's I think one of the reasons why I started She CISO initiative is also to bridge the gaps between diversity. Uh, those of you who don't know about She CISO, it's a give back initiative I started back in 2018, but it's now gone. People know about it, and there's a community behind She CISO, and we look at how to address challenges with diversity gaps, confidence gap, leadership gaps, and also we try to empower emotionally intelligent cybersecurity leaders. And when I look at diversity, it's not only gender for me. It's all sorts of diversity. Neurodiversity is also a big element for me. I sometimes also think I'm in the spectrum. I know, especially my husband and I, we are both like that. We are. And it's really important that we recognize people for their talents, not for and also sort of there are companies going around. One of my biggest challenges has been they want to tick that box, the diversity box, and it's great, but you have to give the people the opportunity to prove for their worth. What are you good at? I feel good at the job that you are being hired for. The gender does not matter. And also the bias in diversity, that's another element which really annoys me. Just because you're a woman doesn't mean that you can't do or you can do certain things. So those kind of things really kind of bug me. And I've had situations where you get treated differently because you are a female. And I know there are a lot of people who's gone through these kind of things. So I would like to see that change, that mentality change. People should be recognized for their talents and their work and their work ethics. And yeah, that is in short. I could go on about this, but yeah.
Fantastic. And thank you so much, Chani. And Vlad, what's your take on this?
Well, what changes do we need to do in the industry? I would probably turn this question a bit more on its head. What do we need to do in the society? Is a better question because industry, it's already too late. I think we need to start in the family, in a school, especially these primary schools, and continue basically to show the kids that they can do anything if they go after it, if they are hungry, and they should not be told that this job is really more for boys and this job is really more for girls and all that. Nonsense essentially. One thing that I've noticed though, as a kind of or even though I'm now citizen, but I'm of course a foreigner from Czech Republic living here in UK. There's probably too much emphasis on the greatness of the British Empire still, instilled in the students.
Yes.
Not that there's nothing wrong with that, but I think it kind of negatively affects the some individuals into thinking that they are more than some other individuals. And I don't mean men and women. I mean, even race and, other, differences and diversity issues. So, it really needs to start in the society, politicians and education. Otherwise, we're never going to fix it. And so we can have these diversity panels in 50 years' time with exactly the same result.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We do have a question from the audience, but before we go on to that, as we do have a little bit of time, would anyone like to chip in, as this has been a theme today? Oh, there's a bit of feedback there. What advice would you give to somebody hoping to move into cybersecurity as well, this field? This question's gone around to a few different speakers today, but has anyone, because Owen, I know you've answered this at great depth. Would anyone else like to chip in on that? And I'll type that into the chat.
I'll chip in, Shireen. I presume you're asking the question, what advice to someone from a minority background?
Yeah.
So I would say, so my advice to any young people, from a minority background or, whichever minority they come from, would be to, first of all, work really hard, but more importantly, to believe in yourself. If I had to step back 10, 15 years ago when I started, I think the advice I could have given my younger self is believe in yourself a lot more than I probably had. Or I think the belief that I had in myself was obviously hampered by various issues we have in society, by the behavior of people at work. There's clear injustice, and all of that sort of creates around you a bubble of doubt and fear, which is really hard to break. But I think as you get older and you see a lot of what you can do, you compare yourself to other people, you realize, I have to believe in myself. I am good enough. I'm not an imposter. People talk about imposter syndrome and being, should I be here? Should I not? Absolutely, 100%. I am here where I am today. I think it's fair to say probably because I am actually better than a lot of other people. I think where I came from is you had to be pro and on that. I know this is probably not the most PC thing to say, but it is true. It's a fact that to get to where I was, certainly when I was applying for jobs, I had to be twice as good as the normal candidate. So I think believe in yourselves and work hard would be the two key things I would say to do. And it's changed, definitely it's changed for the better. The landscape and the environment today and the discourse has certainly shifted and shifting in the right direction. So yeah, definitely believe in yourself, work hard, and it's a lot easier to get in than it used to be.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Would anyone else like to chip in on that before we move on to the question from the audience?
I'd say probably for me it'd be get yourself some kind of mentorship, do some voluntary work, go into networking and have the right attitude really. I think with the right attitude it's really a key to success in getting the right role, and even as from a diverse background, getting some kind of mentorship, someone to help you out just to understand how it works in the industry to get into cyber. So that'd be my 2 cents really.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. Anyone else?
Maybe looking for initiatives like what I did. before, like, talking to these 12 to 16 years old girls, and say, what are you waiting for? It's easy. I mean, I talk from a sales point of view. I sold also, so it's bloody hard work, but it's a lot of fun. I've been traveling the world because of my job, and I love it. So hopefully, that's gave them a little bit of an inspiration to and to go and do it. Although it's not easy. I repeat it, it's not easy, but there's a reward.
Fantastic. No, it's true. It is true. We've
I
got
have a
one.
slightly different practice for that.
Okay.
I think of myself as, this is something I've always practiced. I don't think too much about where I come from, what background, or that kind of details. I always think I'm a global citizen. I belong wherever I want to belong. And so whenever I'm with different kinds of people, if I'm in the UK or India or Sri Lanka or South Africa or wherever, I try to mix in with the people I'm with. So I don't see myself as a different human being. I'm just who I am, human. So, and that helps me to understand other people's cultures and blend in, and even think like them. So I don't. Yeah, it's something I've always practiced. I don't like to put myself into a corner saying, "Oh, I'm the minority." So yeah, that has helped me quite a lot.
It's a really good perspective to have as well. I think, everyone, we're going to have to close our panel now, but thank you so much for your insight, sharing that with the audience. And we've got everybody who's joined today, we've got all of their details. If you want to connect with anyone on LinkedIn or find out more about if you've been inspired by what you've heard as well today, please have a look at our agenda on our website, and we've got the LinkedIn contact details for everybody on the panel. So everyone, thank you so much for attending, for your contribution today. And we're moving on to the next talk now. We're on a tight ship today, Vlad. Pretty.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, everyone, and
thank you.
we are pleased to.
Let me jump in 1 second though before we close and before we give the pass. I think this is something that is very close to my heart, because keeping this panel and representation matters, and having it diverse and having it different every time, I think it's very important. And I love the conversation that went through today. I love the punching point that went through today. So a special thank for me. Is a very important subject for me, and that we keep on doing this more and more, with the hope that we don't need to do that anymore, and we can just talk about cyber and people, not diverse. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, bye-bye.
And with that, I'm going to bring in Mario.
And actually, Mario, please ask your question. I know we've lost the panel now, but please, what was your question that you asked before?
No, it wasn't so much a question. It was more to elicit some information from the panelists, because I was wondering about their thoughts as well. I think aspects of diversity are very important from an ethnicity and gender perspective, but they're also very important, particularly in cybersecurity, and where we now are now as an industry, from diverse backgrounds. Right? And they're not mutually exclusive even. But I think one of the problems that I see with the information security is that we have too much security knowledge and not much sociology, anthropology, and other things that would make us much more effective. And I think both aspects of diversity are important.
I think we need a talk on that. Actually, it's such a big topic. I don't think that we could have done that in 2 minutes, to be fair. So that's an idea
Probably
for another
not.
talk, Vlad. I'll leave, and I'll let you crack on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mario, if you share your screen, and we'll bring it on. So Mario Platt from Privacy Beacon, talking about risk modeling. That's always exciting topic. Hopefully, hopefully to many, because of course risk modeling, it can mean many things to many people. So let me know when you have the stream in, and I will add it in.
It should be in by now, but apparently it is not. So I do apologize. Just give me 10 seconds.
No worries, no worries. We give people a chance to get a coffee or something.
Yes. Here we go. Okay, just give me 1 minute, please. I will need to restart.
Okay, we'll be back.
Let me jump in and let's fill the gap.
Yes,
I love
I'll
the
bring
point.
Shireen as well.
I love the point that you raised before on the panel, though, Vlad. I think diversity in terms of also coming from a different place, different city, different ethnicity. And I do believe, even though it's a tough point with Brexit going around, and it's not maybe the most politically correct comment, that there is a little bit of this national going around.
Yeah.
And we should be diverse in any kind of place because everybody comes from different place.
Definitely.
London in itself is different. But anyway.
It is. Mario, we have your content,
Yes.
so
Can you hear me
we
well?
will leave you alone
yes.
in the streaming studio. I will remove myself and Francesco, and over to you. Thank you.
Very much. So thank you all for attending this session. I'm Mario Platt, head of InfoSec at a fintech company and also an independent consultant and cybersecurity advisor. So I'm a safety science and resilience engineering and complexity science enthusiast. I've been reading about these things for many years and trying to apply them and how I do approach doing security. And today we'll talk about how the ways that we're currently managing risk, that even for those of you further ahead in the quantification of it, are important, but insufficient to deal with the complexities of the environments that we operate in. Maybe even detrimental, and we'll go about it in a minute. So when most of us think about the management of risk in organizations, we tend to think of the role of the risk manager, but that's frankly myopic. Everyone manages risk in their own roles, and we have a huge socio-technical system that is contributing to how we approach doing it. From the data breaches and overall response of the markets in media to them, the insurance companies which affect our insurance premiums and demand certain controls, the regulators or auditors that are checking our management systems, the competing objectives of our boards and executives have and how it leads them to make decisions on prioritization of work, to how technology and product teams affect what gets worked on in a roadmap and the processes they use to make it happen. Like Scrum, Agile, in the organizational dynamics around collaboration, decision-making, how information gets summarized or detailed up and down the organization, the actual physical things like the code that we touch, which have their own properties, their own capabilities. So all of these are actors that are constantly trying to pursue optimality for their own local requirements. And this affects upstream and downstream actors in ways that are hard to predict. There's a hugely complex network of interdependencies across all of these stakeholder groups and significant degrees of freedom that each of them have in doing their own work. So again, it's really impossible to foresee all local contingencies and all goal conflicts, particularly when communication and information networks aren't effective. But you'd be excused if you didn't think this was the case, because this is how we approach the discipline of risk management, what the documents say, right? You establish a context, you identify some risks, you analyze and evaluate them, then we come up with risk treatment plans and we implement those plans, right? Those may be technological controls, they can be policies, processes, or somehow trying to affect how work is being done by these multitude of actors in our organizations. So when done at the design phase, it's matching an object that does not yet exist to a context which cannot be completely specified, right? But this is what the process looks like. But it's not actually how we do it, right? Because the world is much messier than this. So the other elephant in the room, which is the fact that most people writing policies and procedures in InfoSec, they've never actually done the job they're trying to affect and govern, right? They have no clue about trade-offs, about constraints. So we assume things. One of the key insights here is that if you look at how work is actually done, the security activities are often done in a time-sharing format. What I mean by this is that they are not discrete activities in and of themselves. A static analysis process that you may have a procedure for it doesn't actually exist as a thing that people do. It's another piece of feedback from a CI/CD system, alongside a linter, a few integration tests, end-to-end. The secure code review process, if it's embedded, doesn't actually exist as a discrete activity. It's a pull request review process, and the security part is one of the many elements in work as it's actually done. Right? So Stephen Shorrock addresses this in his Varieties of Human Work article that I'd recommend all of you to read. So this isn't any bashing on risk and compliance managers. They generally do very good work. It's really just the nature of the work as we've designed our assurance functions over the past 100 years or so, in that we don't have domain expertise there generally, and it affects control functions, not just InfoSec ones. So, and the problem is that we only see what we expect to see, and we're all learning from the same books. It's the CISPs, it's the CISMs, it's the CIS benchmarks, it's all of these best practices and the learnings on the job we get by watching how our seniors are doing the work when we first join a company. Everyone can tell off the top of their heads what the best practices say and do, and that generates patterns that when we go on to assess risks. And because we don't understand how work is actually done by engineers, we have these ingrained patterns from best practices. Our risk analysis process leads us to reach into our controls top hat and just distribute controls throughout the rest of the organization. We see what we expect to see. Right? So the outputs of our risk analysis will tend to be very similar due to this lack of domain expertise and generally being disjointed from how actual practice works, as we saw earlier. And the consequence is that we often define controls and practices which don't make operational sense, or if strictly followed, would actually get in the way of getting the work done. So is there an alternative then? So there is. Jens Rasmussen defined an alternative approach back in 1997, which instead of focusing on a top-down approach based on guaranteeing organizational success and imagining all the things which could prevent us from getting there, it takes a bottom-up approach, starting by how all of the pressures that we saw previously affect normal work by practitioners who have the task, which is not easy, of reconciling all of these different goal conflicts that everyone puts on them. It's finance, it's HR, it's us, InfoSec, to their own technology-related practices, right? Even Scrum and Agile that also causes the goal conflicts. And they all reconcile it in some way, shape, or form in the way that they do their normal work. So in this model, we have a dynamic operating point, which is in constant flux in how it affects individuals and teams. Within this dynamic point, there are always degrees of freedom, and that's what the white space in the middle represents. Management enact a continuous pressure to do more with less in a world of constant change and finite resources. This typically means doing activities faster and with less effort through automation, for instance, the workload boundary, and learning new things that we're not so good at yet, and always with the pressure of delivering on time and on budget, this economic failure boundary. These are expressed as gradients, which push the operating point towards boundaries of unacceptable performance. So this is where the usual awareness conversation comes in, that by making these boundaries explicit can help create a counter gradient so that the boundary of unacceptable performance, a security incident or data breach in our case, isn't crossed. The marginal boundary is where teams believe those boundaries exist. For instance, we cross that boundary, we're likely to get breached. But there's usually an error margin to the actual boundary, where we need to invoke security incident management or crisis management. But the truth in our complex world is that you never know where that boundary is until you cross it. It's largely unknowable, no matter how much quantification you throw at it. So this isn't a security model, this is an operational model of risk. However, security can and does play a role because security is very much part of the pressures which act on individuals and teams, and it's my belief that security teams can do things which either push individuals and teams towards or away from these boundaries, and that's what we'll be exploring next. So security is often dismissive of workload boundaries. We see our craft as a thing that is required to be done, so may not be too mindful of understanding how those tasks, practices, or ceremonies contribute to increased workload, and particularly how the evolving context often requires workers to dismiss the security aspects in order to reduce the workload that required to get the job done effectively and to deliver on time. There are two main anti-patterns often seen in practice. One of them is developing security tasks and practices as discrete activities. So first, let's acknowledge that sometimes this is unavoidable, right? That the nature of what we're trying to do in the SES does require separate activity. But more often than not, that's a missed opportunity. And the opportunity missed is to do the work of understanding current practice, the related artifacts, the dynamics, the design the security work to be embedded within those existing constraints. This reduces the risk of overloading workers' activity and increases the chances of not being avoided or act as a force against the emergence of covert work systems, where workers don't do stuff, but you don't actually know about it. So aim to integrate security within current practices performed by engineering teams, helping meet the security objectives, ideally within existing artifacts or at least within the same context. And this will act as a counter gradient to going over that workload boundary. The other anti-pattern is the lack of consideration of cognitive load of workers. And this anti-pattern often reflects itself in a few different ways. So the first one relates to the issue of context switching. So in that, we often provide tooling to workers that requires them to log into the portals to see results or do things completely outside of the development process to deal with security findings, request exceptions, whatever may be the case. So this adds to their workload. And often the lack of these integrated practices with current ones, which the disconnect is likely to manifest in lack of acceptance and usually cynicism by those that need to do it. The other contributing factor is often the lack of provision of capabilities to make doing the right thing the easy thing. Right? We define overly complicated processes and clunky tools without an ability to manage false positives as code, for instance. So the focus here needs to be on the security team to build and maintain capability that can be directly integrated into workflows, not as a separate discrete activity. And this is an organizational design issue. For instance, alongside all of the other QA tests to provide modules of capability, we continuously develop to make workers' lives easier while knowing that they're doing things securely. Another way this tends to become an issue is on the choice of approaches requiring too much expert knowledge that teams become dependent on security resources for those practices. So starting with simpler approaches and incrementally evolving those practices as engineers get comfortable is a useful pattern. For a practical example, this means that if you're starting threat modeling, for instance, you can start with just a 4-question framework. What are we building? What can go wrong? What can we do about it? How good of a job have we done? And make that part of refinement, for instance, as opposed to starting with a more complicated approach like pasta or elevation of privilege games, that some organizational cultures will be receptive to gaming-based approaches, for instance, others won't, right? And so we need to be mindful of these cultural differences and what will make sense and work in our context. Moving away from the boundaries of economic failure is not as direct as the other boundaries when we're considering the discipline of security within the concept of operations. But I like to frame it as what hinders projects or product versions from being released on time and on budget. So it's also about practices, but not at the workload level, but more at the governance level, where manual reviews by separate teams and the handoffs can have significant impact on delivery timescales. So think about risk assessments done prior or during the SDLC. Right? Or requirements for external testing that require budget, coordination, and all of that. So it's also about how much the tooling is used at the workload level, how much it costs. And there are also some related anti-patterns here. So capital expenses for security solutions is one of them. This is not a universal anti-pattern, though it's very common, and also has to do with historic approaches of security leaders. So traditionally, security has been viewed and managed as an add-on to engineering work. And this is reflected by the purchase of standalone security solutions, which are often associated with licensing models, which require capital expenditure for their acquisition. So this has led to the issue of millionaire budgets being spent yearly by security leaders everywhere in this common of a product-driven market. But as security capabilities start becoming commoditized, and through the adoption of cloud services, cloud-native capabilities, they allow for the incremental consumption of security capabilities and integrated billing, pay-as-you-go payment models. What this means in practice is that security leaders which choose to consume commodities no longer require those millionaire capital budgets. And no leader likes to see their budget decrease on year, or not have ownership and seeing it integrated into CTO spend. So this isn't to say that all products are an anti-pattern, but it is worth keeping in mind to ensure we're making effective use of the company's capital. In a commodities market, consuming products is justified on feature differentiation. So if there's a particular feature that's really important for you or really integrates well into your business processes, then by all means use it. but most consume them out of inertia and familiarity instead. So the rule of thumb is that to keep security from being contributed to this economic boundary is to consume commodities as much as possible, which has the brilliant side effect in relation to this model that it's more integrated into the workflows. It gives teams more agency because they're already managing product cost and other things in an integrated way, and allows the operational model itself, how people do things, to take advantage of all of this integrated reporting and observability within the ecosystem of the operational tools, as opposed to a different set of tools managed by different teams. So if you want to increase ownership and agency, this is a way to do it. The other anti-pattern is unaligned tempo of governance oversight. So traditionally, governance functions have operated on a tempo which is not aligned with software development tempo. So compliance and risk managers tend to work on yearly or multi-year cycles of compliance. So if something new is being built that requires a compliance review, it's often the case that a compliance and risk managers aren't immediately available to provide the governance review required. And that pushes back the delivery, increasing the cost and extending the time to market of new product capabilities. So there are certainly instances where what's being done requires such an approach, but it's often the case that there's a lost opportunity or not designing our work systems and organizations in a way that supports this and codifies policy and risk assessments as code, as applicable. So it can be easily integrated into the development process and activities, and providing all involved stakeholders the assurances they need to know that things are being done securely. So we need to study our business governance systems and understand how long other areas of the business take between each of the handoffs, from ideation to actually having the code in production, and understand how the rest of the whole organizational system is dealing with that. And then we use that as a constraint. Right? And what we don't want to avoid is security being the slowest constraint in that workflow, and use that time budget of what other functions are doing to attain an appropriate balance between efficiency and thoroughness of the security oversight. And this can typically be achieved by design, by thinking of all the triggers of other teams and how we can embed our processes directly into them. So the relationship of this dynamic operating point with the margin of unacceptable performance is of a different nature, due to this idea of marginal boundary and the effects of normalization of deviance. So for most organizations, compliance and risk management teams believe the error margin is this marginal boundary, or what they wish to influence where it should be, is far away from where security incidents actually happen. This is a combination of a number of different factors. Attempts to enforce impractical policies in the operational context, so it leads to organizational dynamics where compliance and risk managers are continuously trying to exert the pressure to attain an operating point which is way too far away from the actual boundaries where accidents happen. So the business pressure of workload and economic boundaries will erode all of this fat over time, right? These additional things that don't actually relate very well to incidents happening. The other part is indications and warnings with low fidelity or low significance to the materialization of risks, which makes compliance and risk managers perceive a bigger threat than it actually is. So over time, this contributes to a path dependence, not unlike the Peter and the Wolf story, where compliance and risk managers cry wolf so many times that when the wolf is actually at the door, we won't be believed and we don't see the reaction we'd hope when it's really important. This is also explained in greater detail in Rasmussen's and Cook's Going Solid paper, and famously described by Diane Vaughan as normalization of deviance, which is in which deviance from correct or proper behavior becomes normalized in a corporate culture. So for a very practical example, we have a team that has 5 high and 2 critical vulnerabilities in their code base, and they're alerted to it. Something like the Pendabot or NPM audit that warns them every week or on every push that there's 7 vulnerabilities that need to be addressed. But because they're under this pressure to deliver on other activities which are perceived by management as adding value, they don't get fixed. But then nothing happens. And 7 vulnerabilities suddenly become 70 and suddenly become 700. And still we didn't have a security incident or a breach. So the team starts becoming insensitive to what that number actually means to them, other than a best practice not being followed. And it's the discrepancy between those unrealistic policies and what the engineering teams actually normalize their marginal boundary to be in their daily decision making, and the sacrifice decisions that they do between these goal conflicts that often sets the tone for a lack of collaboration between security and engineering, which often leads to covert work systems and eventually drifts into failure. So can we do something about this? I believe we can. So in the theory of graceful extensibility, Woods mentions that the way to try and outmaneuver some of these constraints is to both make boundaries explicit and known, which have to be pragmatic boundaries and operationally feasible, and to develop coping skills at the boundaries. So let's look at the first one. One of the key benefits of making pragmatic, operationally sound boundaries visible is that it's actually safer to operate close to those boundaries, because when they are a shared model, they allow for the teams to uphold them and for business to not make that much of a push to go over them, because they understand that's a good indication of something that could happen imminently. As opposed to trying to put the boundary too far away from where an accident would happen, and then knowing that workload and economic pressures will over time tend to erode those boundaries. That's one of the ways to look at it. The other one is policies being written and enforced inconsiderate of the operational constraints and how work is actually done. So security policies at many organizations are little more than adopted best practices for management systems, without any true consideration of the operational environment that they wish to influence. A common approach to the building of security policies is to create a document structure following a standard like 2701, and then use the detailed guidance in 2702 as the policy statements. So when we create and advise our management teams to adopt security policies, which are based solely on uncontextualized references to best practices, we are creating a significant business liability, because we just wrote on paper that all of those best practices are how and what we do, which to 99% of the companies out there, that's very far away from the current reality. And when development and operations teams read those policies, they're discounted, because the challenges and contradictions are dropped on them to figure it out. And this tends to affect teams in one of two ways. Either role retreat, in that people just follow policy, knowing that it's bad and a hindrance, but it doesn't do much for security, but they just do it anyway. Or it leads to covert work systems, in that work is hidden or rules are ignored, and it leads to ever bigger gaps between work as imagined by the policymakers and work as done by those at the front lines. The solution here is to make policy setting a collaborative exercise where policymaker intent is reconciled with actual operational work, and the spectrum between being efficient and being thorough is negotiated and agreed in an incremental exercise in learning by both parties to this conversation, the policy setters and the operational teams. The other anti-pattern is generalized awareness campaigns that are unrelated to work performance. So I'm not a fan of generalized awareness campaigns, as more often than not, there's little overlap that workers will directly relate to their work, other than general advice on how to spot phishing messages. Generalized awareness campaigns do little to support workers in their roles, as they don't take into account the precious and conflicting goals that they reconcile every day. Without understanding what those are in context, it's unlikely that we can help them identify the triggers to make them notice the drift towards an accident boundary. One way to approach this is by looking at what Klein and Snowden termed anticipatory awareness, which is about triggering humans to a heightened state of awareness, so we're given the opportunity to do something outside of our entrained patterns. But this requires that the signal is an actual signal and not noise. So instead of looking for one-size-fits-all, let's take the compliance box type of awareness, start by understanding, by living it, how each team does their work, spend time with them, understand what constraints they're under, what triggers their attention to what's out of the ordinary, so you can identify the opportunities to introduce contextual triggers that can alert them to potentially insecure behavior. In modern software development, this often refers to feedback from CI/CD, or inclusion of elements of practice which help alert users when something requires further attention, whilst avoiding alert fatigue that would discount the relevance of that event over time. Or by defining narrow sets of conditions that trigger the need for a threat model, for instance. But those need to be narrow, they need to be operationally sound and pragmatic. And finally, the lack of these pragmatic feedback loops highlighting operation close to boundaries. And while it highlights on top of the other one, there's a few differences. So often these security policies and supported standards provide guidance or enforcement of rules that are easily crossed without any defendable expected impact. We can't really tell people that they're going to get breached if they don't do that particular policy procedure or implement that control. And workers will tend to disregard and ignore. That is, that they define a marginal boundary, which in practice is largely unrelated to an actual performance boundary. So a band boundary example, for instance, is that any identified vulnerability with CVSS score over 7 needs to be resolved within 14 days. So that's a bad boundary for a number of reasons. It tells you nothing about an active exploitation of that finding, or even if there's a way of exploiting it. You may not even use the method on the dependency which is vulnerable. So that may be on a backend system where direct exploitation is highly unlikely. And if this is actively enforced or teams constantly chased and being asked to justify themselves, they'll lose trust in us. And again, we're going to have role retreat or emergence of covert work systems. A better boundary would be any identified vulnerability with CVSS over 7, which is remotely exploitable, has a proof of concept, or is actively known to be exploited on internet-facing assets. If we have a good contextual trigger to bring this to life and to warn people when they need it, we have a much better chance to actually get people interested into something about it. So the examples that we had recently on SolarWinds and Microsoft Exchange vulnerabilities are great examples. I'm pretty sure there were very little teams around the planet that said, actually, we shouldn't do this. Right? It's that type of idea that we should try and embed within our work systems. Another revelation from graceful extensibility is that all systems have boundaries and experience events that fall outside of those boundaries, what Woods calls model surprise. So this can either be situational, like I didn't know that thing would react like that you often see in incident analysis, or fundamental surprises that I had no idea that was even plausible, let alone possible. Right? This happens in every complex system. So dealing with surprises relate to the development of these coping skills at boundaries, usually with controlled experiments, where we've got techniques such as chaos engineering, security chaos engineering, game days and storm drills that can help us really improve the robustness and resilience of our systems. But it's mostly, in my opinion, the really big benefit is the organizational learning that everyone gets from it. You really get to understand your systems much better, and security can have a benefit from that. A way to also think about this in terms of existing practices is if you can't do game days, case engineering, etc., is think in your next disaster recovery exercise, add the scenario without telling the teams what's going to happen. Right? And you can use the existing processes and the activities that you already have to try and starting to do some of these things that help you get better coping skills at these boundaries. So starting to wrap up. So what Rasmussen proposes is that we need different types of strategies to deal with different ways that risks can manifest. We need an empirical strategy where we can apply simple controls. So what John Willis calls automated governance, where we can easily determine good approaches and the risks to control. This is what we all do. This is what we talked at the beginning that we're pretty good at doing in our industry. So public storage buckets, unencrypted block storage, secrets in code. Those are the types of things that are really well handled by this type of strategy. But we also need an evolutionary strategy where we can analyze past events and understand how different parts of our socio-technical system interacted to produce conditions, not root causes, which led to incidents. This is far from a solved problem in security, as we're missing key techniques to do this effectively. So this is not about objective analysis. This is about eliciting information from multiple sources in a blameless fashion to understand how these goal conflicts were resolved in the real world. You may think you're already doing this, but you're probably not. Go read the Etsy debrief facilitation guide that I put the picture there, and learn how to elicit information from domain experts. And it will tell you how to do this in a more repeatable way and actually get good information that you can use internally. And finally, we need an analytical strategy that helps understand the entanglements in our systems and how failures in one part can affect the others. And for this, our linear causality thinking, the methods that we use in InfoSec, they're not only insufficient, they're misleading, because they'll get you to focus on the first thing that you'll find, which will typically be a variation of human error. So it's not useful. In InfoSec, we need to get familiar with the language of complexity and complex adaptive systems so that we understand how we can intervene in them safely and securely. So this is not an introduction to complexity, but two key words that are important are affordances, as being what the environment offers the individual. And this is a reminder that just because you think you know what the right thing to do, it doesn't mean that you can afford that strategy. Being better at understanding what are the adjacent possibles or where you can move that is close to where you currently are is important, so as to not to trigger the organizational immune system, which will fight back if you're trying to begin a transformation. Complex systems have a path dependence, which needs to be respected and considered. This is a reminder that if your security team isn't seen as approachable, all this good talk of integrating security practices is not a strategy available to you, because the organization will fight back. Appreciate that whatever happened in the organization and how security is perceived affects what strategies are available to you, and that if you want to change things for the better, that there's a path in winning hearts and minds and not just analytical assessment of your technical capabilities, which may very well require completely different people to pursue. And finally, our industry really needs to spend a bit less time on strategic planning and multi-year transformation goals and much more on making now better for our knowledge workers. And we can actually do both if we plan for it. So instead of committing upfront in particular processes or technology solutions, which will often tie organizations to multi-year contracts, let teams experiment with both technology and process as safety-filled experiments so they can tell you what works for them, as opposed to forcing everyone down the same approach of best practice, etc. Independent of the local context, knowledge, and constraints. So as Nancy Leifson says, security and safety are emergent properties of systems, so we need to consider this emergence when we do things.
Thank you so much, Mario. I'm really sorry. We're gonna have to talk as well. But thank you so much. There's a lot, and I'm going to certainly play this back. And can we have a copy of your slides as well?
Yeah, I will.
That would be amazing. I think we need another session with you, a lot longer session. But thank you so much. Thank you for your details as well. We'll make sure the audience get a copy of that as well, that they can access that. Mario, thank you
very much for having me.
Thank you so much. It's really wonderful. Great. Now, who have we got? We've got Francesco. Are you ready?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mario. It's tons of content. I think we need to do a stream just dedicated on this, and it needs to be an hour. I think there was a lot of good content, and I really love the prioritization aspect. That is something that I'm going to talk a lot about it.
Thank you so much, Mario. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
So let me add the screen. So I debated for a little while on the subject of the talk, and I saw a recent a talk about and a show on Netflix about the origin of the swear words, and not to swear, but there was the origin of them. And in CSA we debated a little bit about the title and changing it, but I think it convey the right message to say that we need to move, we need to change security, we need to change security model. We talked a little bit today about how to do things differently, and one, from an engineering perspective, we need to be more empathic with Antti this morning, and then Mario mentioned a lot on the engineering prioritization and these things. So I wanted to wrap up a lot of activity that I've been involved in the past year or so, and review effectively how we've done and put together these talks that fundamentally is looking at design, looking at engineering, looking at vulnerability management. There are 3 or 4 or 5 different aspects that we have in security program in general. That can be application, that can be cloud, and they don't really make a difference. And I call it damn smart cloud security, because it's bringing all these elements together and leveraging the best of them. So a little bit about me. I'm a founder of AppSec Phoenix. I've been around the block for quite a while in both cloud and non-cloud. I've been running application security program. I've been running transformation program, and I'm currently the founder and CEO of AppSec Phoenix. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. And my favorite sentence of all is security is everyone's job. So and I've added this in the last talk, so better to it damn smart. And we talked about this throughout the day, but I will reinforce it that we don't have enough security people to tackle this problem. So we need to be smart about it. We need to find an automated way to get ahead of the curve. Otherwise, we're always going to be firefighting and we're always going to be behind the curves. I had to put this warning because I love meme, but somebody might not love meme. So as a warning, you've been warned. The talk is going to have an excessive amount of memes because I think cybersecurity is such a tough job sometimes that if you don't smile about things and if you don't laugh at yourself, your industry and stuff, I think it will be challenging to remain sane in this job, even if there is anything like being sane in this job. So what we're going to talk a little bit about today is the current landscape, the problem that we're facing, the patents and the cloud security patents. And then we're going to look at how to enforce the patents into an engineering field and a little bit of the DevOps and DevSecOps and vulnerability management lifecycle, the framework that we've been implementing using, and why I think they're good. And please debate and argue with me because I like an argumentative position. And then we're going to wrap up with takeaway. So you're going to see also an excessive amount of Phoenix because I'm particularly close to the logo and I think it's so cool. So much that we have also t-shirts. But a little bit about the history of the cloud. As I mentioned today and throughout, you've seen the cloud is not a new thing. And back in 2005, we had data center land, and then in 2006, we had more AWS, and then followed that kind of transformation, we've seen more. And in the early cloud days, cloud was clunky. If you look at cloud, how it is today, we fundamentally had a massive adoption from GCP onward. That is a little bit the last one that came around the block. From 2014 onward, we had one aspect that was cloud adoption, but the other key aspect was that there'd been more abstraction and more PaaS service into the cloud. And why we should care about cloud? Why we should care about cloud security? Well, we should care about cloud security for a specific reason, because we all get affected by it. And this is a little bit of a slide that I like to keep in here to show that, we kind of got used and accustomed to data breaches, but there have been more and more data breaches around the block. And this year, of course, we had Microsoft. We had two major issues on Microsoft with access to key being compromised. And as a loader has reported an issue around data breach that likely they reacted quickly and they patched. But we see that there is more and more of this. So as security professional, it's our duty to try to do our best to protect our data and our customer data, because we might be affected at some stage. And my angry crowd, my traditional angry crowd. But and the cost of breach has been there. It's a market that is worth $5 trillion. And there is a lot of record disclosed over time. We saw today that attacker gangs are not only encrypting with ransomware, but also are exfiltrating data. And the cost of a record breach is reputational. So there is a figure of $150 per record. So you can imagine with 62,000 records disclosed per minute, it's quite a huge number. And the reputational damage is high. So from a resilience perspective, but also not resilience perspective. And as I mentioned today throughout the talk, because we're using more and more the cloud, 10% of cloud breaches now are linked to cloud misconfiguration. Because despite the fact that cloud is not a new thing, there is a lot of new stuff being deployed every day. So even if you decide that the cloud stays fixed and still and your deployments stay fixed and still, what's it underneath is going to change. And we're going to explore this in the division of responsibility. I try to put a little bit of some reference throughout with the link. So when you have the availability of the slide, you can click on the link and you can dig in more. But there are tons and tons of research. IDG does a little bit of research around what are the major issue and concern around cloud adoption and cloud usage. And cloud misconfiguration comes at the top, as well with visibility. And then compliance is, of course, on everybody's agenda, pen testing. But then on the second aspect, because it's such a complex language and such a complex environment. And we saw with Abhishek today in the talk with IIM that authorization and authentication is complex to do. And if you ever worked in AWS or if you ever work in GCP, Azure is a little bit lighter, the role-based access control is quite complex. But fret not, because CSA comes into a rescue. So we compiled with CSA what is called Egregious 11. That is a collection of the 11 issues. And this is part also of a working group that continuously release new threat. It's kind of the Cloud Security Alliance version of OWASP Top 10. So the 10 things, the 11 things that you should care about. But despite the fact that we do this much effort to try to protect our customer data, we keep on failing. And you see the amount of breaches that could come from one aspect or the other. You know, Facebook was the one that was mostly discussed. Marriott is the other one. Yahoo is a big one. And if you see the bubble, and I love this one, is from Information is Beautiful. If you see the bubble, there is more and more. And I put a blog post of our blog to actually display how we debated a little bit about cloud breaches and which one were the biggest one and which one had the most consequence. Because fundamentally, once you've been breached, it's going to cost you a little bit. But then what is the long-term consequence of a breach? And on the aspect of fixing things, I think the theme throughout today was that we don't have enough security professional. And these are some numbers that have been debated by a number of people, but there is a general consensus that, you know, security to development is, generally speaking, behind. And if we take it to the modern world, where security people are 1 to 750, that might be a bit of an extreme number, but it kind of framed in mind why security professionals, security architects that are scarce can't be much to developers, can be much on every project. We can't solve this from a manual perspective. We definitely can't, because at best you can associate one person, one security person, to a maximum of 5-10 projects. After that, it becomes, as Mario was saying, it becomes just a general mandate of, you know, fix problem in X amount of days. So what does security team say about it? Yeah, we can do it, and we know about this is a problem. So security without automation, this is one of my favorites, and meme that I made. Security without automation can be done, can be achieved. It's an issue, it's a trap. If somebody tried to sell that, you know, with people you can solve security at scale, it's a lie, it's a trap. You can solve a little bit of security, you can learn how to do things. And that's kind of the mindset that I'd like you guys to start thinking about it, to look at security with guardrail, baseline, and things that make sense. And after that, start defining patterns. And this is actually a very good attempt from defining patterns of one specific government organization, where they look at what are the major things that they can deploy. And pattern or security architecture pattern define things that are repeatable. So it's kind of the agreement from a security perspective, from an organization perspective, of what can be repeated and what we consider. And in that way, we get away from the firefight and we go ahead of the curve. So you might say, we fixed security, we can go home now, we're done. And security team will say, thank you, bro, everything is solved. It's actually not. It's actually much more complex than that. And what I commonly refer, and is that you have multiple talks on Netflix about paving the way and paving the road. The landscape, and this is one of the framework we have with AppSec Phoenix, the landscape that you have, it's much more complex. So on the left, you have the more proactive control, and then patterns and guardrails are actually defined at design stage. But then you actually need to enforce and monitor and pave the road for this security pattern. So you take this pattern and you need to transform them in pieces of code. And we're going to see that in a minute on how you can enforce this. The other element that is quite debated, and I'll put at the end of the presentation a couple of links on paving the road, is security interfaces or security libraries. Start defining standardized way and standardized things to access, identity and access management could be one on a standardized way to access. And then vulnerability management is something that I will never get tired of talking about, because once you've done it, you need to monitor and enforce and monitor that you are actually compliant with what you say you're going to do, and do it in development, but do it also in production, and monitor and continuously monitor. And last but not last, red team and testing, or pen testing as you want to talk, is the last check. What you do in pen testing and red teaming should be the very last thing. And you shouldn't find things that you can potentially solve with tooling. So we fix security? Not quite yet. So let's see a framework on how we can glue. This is the Detroit that is commonly referred to as a DevOps or DevSecOps. So how can you add as a DevOps, or the various stages of DevOps, into security? And above we have the vulnerability management lifecycle, and we're going to explore that later on. But I want to focus on the various stages and what you can do at various stages. So in this stage is the design phase. Is when you sit down and think what good looks like. And as I said, to get ahead of the curve, you should look at project and things that you can standardize, the project that are going to use the most things. And you can define this as a service pattern or solution pattern. A service pattern is actually take one specific service on cloud. That can be S3, that can be a database service, that can be anything, and define kind of the contract with security, embedding all the security policy in there to define how to do this, and then start defining solution on how to standardize the use of those patterns. But you kind of put in building blocks on how to do things. And then guardrails is a little bit other aspect that I'd like to talk, but I will need hours to talk about guardrail. But then the other aspect is, okay, you define a piece of paper. How can you do this at scale? So it helps up to a point, but you need to do things at scale. You need to enforce things at scale. And the only way to do this is to put it in code, defining standardized pipeline, and enabling organization and enabling development team to deploy standardized things. Also fail the build if things are not deployed standardized. And more likely than not, if somebody is trying to do something non-standard, as Abhishek was saying, there is probably not a good reason for. If you need to recreate and reinvent the wheel, there is probably something that you can standardize. And what I like to say is here, you can use the carrot and the stick. You can give the freedom to development team or to team or project team to reinvent the wheel, but then you need to go and follow the traditional governance process and the scrutiny. And then you can say there is a fast track. If you want to do things in a slight standard way, then there is a fast track because it's well approved, well reviewed, maybe threat modeled, reviewed and approved, so that they can click and choose the kind of Terraform and CloudForm. And you can allow with CloudFormation, for example, forms that enable you to input certain variables or certain parameters. So you can make those standard as possible with some variation, like a bucket name or like the policy or a drop down for actually selecting a guideline. And then on last end is defect management or security testing. So at this point, test things before they go in production, because I will never want to see things in production that are or from a pen test, things that can be actually discovered and find out in a standardized way. And prioritize the hell out of it, because the output of a lot of these tooling, and we're going to see how to select some of these tooling, is huge. So if you don't know how to say, yes, a critical is a critical, but in a context like Mari was saying, it's sitting on a database that nobody can access and it has absolutely no access and no context in a low priority thing. A critical is a critical, but it's less priority than a critical on a web front end that is sitting outside, that is accessed by every customer on earth for your organization. There is a different level of criticality. So prioritization into vulnerability management and testing. And this is how you do things at scale. So you start breaking down the problem and you start prioritizing, you start testing with automation, and you start getting ahead of the curve with a pattern enforced by default. And at the very, very end, because the journey is not over, You pen test occasionally because you have to do your due diligence. You need to do your compliance, and it's always good to have a second pair of eyes. But this should be the last thing that you do in your life cycle. And then you can keep on doing testing, automated testing at scale in production as well. And the chaos theory actually takes it even a step forward to actually test the resiliency of your environment at scale. And prioritize the hell out of it. You probably will want to bring down or test a system that is critical for your organization, that is going to cripple your organization if it's not well tested, if it's not well proven. You probably don't want to pen test the hell out of the back office system that monitor your coffee machine. And being an Italian, that's a really big thing to say. But also, tooling is not expensive. It's not expensive to do it. It doesn't necessarily mean that security testing or security tooling needs to be costly. It can be costly, and if you don't know what you do, or if you don't know what to search for security testing, but if you do it in a rational way, an application security program, and we talked about it, and I put the link in there on our security tool arsenal, and we actually implemented that in AppSec Phoenix, because we want everybody to be able to start with cloud security and application security from the scratch and then mature. When those tools are implemented and at scale, people are already, your development team will be already used to these tools. So when you go into the commercial, you kind of you kind of put gasoline in a fire. And we've wrote an article or research on how to choose and what are the things that you should look at for these open source versus commercial. And generally speaking, as I said, open source tools are great, are flexible, but maybe are not maintained. So from an enterprise perspective, they might not be the best things unless you want to scan them. That should be the general practice of any kind of software that you bring in. I'm going to talk about some more slides, and of course I have a meme, but I'm not going to dwell too much into it. I've done a talk specifically on cloud security basic that says the division of responsibility and dig a little bit into it. But it's something you should look at, because even if your environment is stable and is unchanged and is secure, you need to be aware that something underneath you might change, and you need to be aware of the security and the level of security that you can, because you can mandate, for example, policy, and this, being an Italian, is one of my favorite quotes of the pizza model. But the more abstraction you get, the more SaaS pass you get, the less control you can enforce, and the less things you need to delegate, and you need to trust your cloud provider. And in order to trust your cloud provider, you can rely on the CSA, and the CSA has a lot of materials. I don't have enough time to talk around all these aspects, so I just put a little bit of the research group PDF or papers that have been put out. So please go and check out this. And I'm going to add something more. No, I'm joking. As a conclusion, and I want to wrap this up to actually leave a little bit of time for question. Security need to serve with paved way, with standard things organization, because the organization will continue going forward, because the primary goal of an organization is actually making money and delivering benefit for the shareholders. So security will come in the way, and unless we talk about a risk management position or a security position in the term of executive, in terms of risk and mitigation of risk, we're never going to get away with it, and the organization will always push for speed. So my recommendation is automate the hell out of it. And there is so much more we can discuss. There is so many more patterns that we can discuss. There was a little bit on the discussion of last year talk. And then my recommendation is be proactive, work smart, automate the hell out of it, prioritize vulnerability, and look at what other people have done. Security engineering and paved way are a good lesson from Netflix Robinhood. And I've added a couple of links for paved way and cloud security pattern that you can look. But before talking, I'm gonna open the floor to questions. Let me see if there are any questions.
Hi, Frank. We'll jump back in with you. Thank you so much. I'll be looking myself at those links that you put. That's really, really good.
Yeah, I've been a machine on this, so I'll skip on certain part. But there is the link available for that specific reason. And there is other talks that have developed into other stuff. Bringing everything together sometimes is challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, Kriti, do you have something in mind? Otherwise, I can ask Frank. Oh,
I think, Kriti, you're on mute.
Oh, you're on mute.
So I was on mute. The most famous phrase for last but not least, there we are. So I suppose my question would be, what would be your advice for someone just onboarding and looking into security tooling?
Oh, that's a good question. So I'd say probably look at the aspect of what they can deliver. Look at from a commercial perspective, look at what false positive rate, look at how easy the interface are. And we've wrote an article on how to choose one or the other. But unless there is a good practice, and this is one of my favorite sentences, don't use a tool, otherwise you become a tool or you get used by the tool. Use a tool to actually implement something, a strategy or something that you want to achieve. Otherwise, the tool will use you. The tool will just create a number of problems. And if you don't have a process and procedures to actually take those and implement those or deliver those to actually the stakeholder that actually care, you're just going to be flooded by problem, and you're going to have another problem because you have things to maintain and a thing to pay. So in general, have a good strategy. Start with open source, and for cloud, for example, there is Prowler. There is a great tool to actually start testing. Start small on one single environment, then mature in a more commercial tool that's going to give you a more refined work, a more digested thing. And always think about the full life cycle. So a tool will not solve a problem. That's why I put together this talk, because if you define patterns, if you define rules, if you define things that and how you should look like, the tool will just do this at scale for you and will just discover things for you.
Exactly.
Fantastic. I think that brings us to time, unless, Kriti, were you going to say
Yeah.
something else?
I have a little bit of spin-off. So I talk a lot about prioritization and risk management, because we are developing a tool exactly to do that, to remove that complexity from application security. And that's what we do with AppSec Phoenix. So if you want to know more, please get in touch with us, because we try to make life easy and life better for everybody, and focus on what's more important first, that is designing and enforcing and doing intelligence work with human, not monkey work with human. So you have my contact here, and I'm available at FrankSec on Twitter, or you can find me, Francesco Cipolloni, on LinkedIn. Thank you very much, guys.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Frank. That's really, really, really amazing.
Cheers.
So next on the list, who have we got? Ben Hansen, Senior Security Architect at Microsoft. So Ben, really excited for your talk. Really nice to meet you. Let me add your presentation to the stream, and we shall drop off and let you go. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. I'll leave the stream and I'll let you crack on. Thank you.
Nice, thank you. I'm still cracking up, Francesco, from your, I think you said, don't use the tool or you'll be a tool. I just thought that was hilarious. I've been laughing at that for a couple of minutes, so good stuff. Well, thanks for having me. It's an honor and a privilege to speak to you guys from, well, it was sunny Northern England, now it's not. I am, as you said, I'm Ben Hansen. I'm a senior security architect at Microsoft. I've been with the company not very long, about 3.5 years. Before that, I led the cyber and InfoSec practice for a management consultancy based on the US East Coast, which is where I'm from originally. And before that, I had just a diverse 20-year career, really, in various leadership roles as a technologist, as an enterprise architect, business transformation. So I've been to lots of talks. I've never seen one like the one I'm about to give. I hope it'll be both informative and also interesting. So let's go. They say,
Ben,
yeah.
So just a quick one. The voice is coming very, very cracking and digital. Do you mind to, sorry for interrupting, but otherwise we don't want to ruin your talk. Do you mind to disconnect and reconnect just the audio?
Yeah, How do I do that? Let me just see.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, guys.
No, it's okay. I
We're
swore the
being
kids
used by
off
the
of
tool.
no. I said no Netflix, no TV streaming right now. So let's
We need
see.
to check the resiliency.
Yeah. Let me try this. Is this any better? Can you tell a difference?
No, it's still.
Do you want to try taking out your head? Just can you run the audio just from your laptop? Just try without headphones, or would that be?
Yeah, let me try switching to the mic built into the camera instead of using. Can you hear me at all now? Is this any better?
Yeah, much better.
That's great. That's great. Thank you.
We're gonna pop away. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, cool. And just do give me an interruption, please, if it's not good. Let me switch back to where I was. Great. Okay, back where we were. You guys can see this, right? So we're going to be talking about something today that I've never seen before. I think it's a pretty interesting talk. I hope you'll find it informative. They say if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. So I love history. I love learning from historical figures and quotes from history. And that's actually what we're going to look at today. Is we're going to look at a number of quotes by a few guys. And the question really is, what do Eric Hoffer is a philosopher, Winston Churchill, Charles Darwin, and former NSA and CIA director Michael Hayden all have in common? And the answer, surprisingly, is that they had a lot to say about cloud security and resilience. We're going to actually start with a quote by the first guy here, American philosopher Eric Hoffer. And this is one of my favorite quotes. I love this quote, but it's a real mouthful. Have a look at this. In times of change, learners inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. Wow. So what are we talking about? Now, I often work with customers that from a technology perspective are beautifully equipped for a world that no longer exists. I see this a lot, for example, in SIEM and security analytics, working with customers that are trying to backhaul terabytes of data from their cloud environment into a traditional on-premises SIEM. But the focus here is really about cultural transformation. And the reason why is because ultimately, all sustainable transformation is a transformation of culture. It's tech-enabled, yes, absolutely. It's tech-empowered, tech-supported, absolutely. But businesses that struggle to drive change don't have a technology problem as the general rule. They have a culture problem. Now, I have a love-hate relationship with this subject. I've worked with many large multinationals, tier 1 systemic banks on cloud security strategy engagements. I always start here, and it's always hard work. Culture is everyone's responsibility and no one's responsibility. Tech, if you have a technology background, it's easy and fun to do that. Culture's hard work. But every single time I've given into the pressure, as it were, to move on to something more comfortable like tools and roadmaps, we always end up back here at the subject of culture. And that's because sustainable transformation requires not just a transformation of technology, but it requires a transformation of people and process as well, the overall cultural ecosystem. And you simply cannot sustain transformation through tech alone. That includes cloud. Now, the most common collision of cultures, as you could say, which trips people up most often that I see is this one. It's trying to operate with horse and buggy paradigms in a car world. Now, I get it. Security organizations are in a transition between two worlds, one that they understood very well for the last 20 or 30 years, one that is very different. It has different risks. Therefore, it requires a different mindset, a different approach, different tools. But this has happened before. So if you go back to 1908, the Ford Model T was hand-built. It would cost you $825. Fast forward a few years, 1916, the Ford Model T was mass-produced and the price had plummeted to $360. But the very first drive-in gas station didn't open until 1913. in Pennsylvania. So in other words, there was 2 seasons, 2 worlds in transition and conflict. And for a period of time, you had stables, but you had no gas stations. You had vets, but you had no mechanics. In other words, the technology was accessible long before the organizations had created the mature ecosystems to support it. And this is actually the great benefit, but also the great risk of cloud. Businesses, security organizations, they adopt cloud before they've evolved the mature ecosystems to actually support it, to make the most of it, to sustain it, to get the full benefit out of it, including in the security area, of course. So what happens is they end up going backwards to the world they understand. And they try to bring horse and buggy paradigms into a car world, and it just simply doesn't work. So how would you know? What are some of the signposts, some of the tangible ways that maybe you could tell? Well, if we use Hoffer's language from the learners versus the learned, the learners are the ones who are embracing modern mindsets and architectures. They tend to have these things in common. First of all, they're cloud first and cloud native. Now, this doesn't mean cloud only. Cloud first and cloud native in this way is about an explicit, measurable, strategic intention. And this matters because it sets the boundaries for what is open for discussion and debate and what isn't, the things we're going to talk about and the things we're not going to debate. So when a very large, very well-known tier 1 systemic bank here in Europe decided that they were going to become a cloud-first, cloud-native organization, they said, explicit, measurable, strategic intention, they said, we are going to move 80% of workloads to the cloud in the next 5 years, including some core banking systems. They set the boundaries. The security organization was not empowered to change the target state. They were tasked to deliver it securely. But it started with an explicit, measurable, strategic intention. Another characteristic of learners, organizations, security organizations that are adopting modern mindsets and architectures that I see, they adopt identity perimeter thinking. Now, in the digital world, identity is the key that unlocks all doors. If you own identity, you own everything, period, end of conversation. Now, it's not just about identity, of course. There are actually 6 pillars, 6 domains, if you like. Traditional organizations, unfortunately, still many software vendors in the security industry are still focused on the network domain. Now, does it matter? Absolutely, it matters. But there's a big difference between the network, focusing on the network, and the identity perimeter thinking. And you need a containment strategy. And what I see is traditionally is with modern mindsets and architectures, learner organizations, they have a containment strategy, which is oriented around all 6 domains. That's identity and networks, yes, but it's also data, infrastructure, devices, and apps. Another characteristics of learners is that they tend to have security strategies that are driven from the top down and horizontally integrated across their organizations. Now, many traditional organizations start bottom up. In other words, they're very engineering driven. They're very technology focused. They almost always have a best of breed mentality about security technology, which means that they invariably struggle with tooling proliferation. They struggle with operational silos. Many strategies within a traditional organization, you find actually actively oppose one another. So not only they're not horizontally aligned, in other words, so you've got the network team creating a strategy over here that's pulling the organization in this direction. You've got the identity team creating a strategy over here that's pulling the organization in this direction. They're not horizontally integrated. Modern mindsets and architectures, what you find is not only are they driving strategy from the top down, in other words, they can drive change in their business, but those different strategies are horizontally integrated with one another. So they're actually all pulling together the organization in the same direction towards business requirements and objectives. Another really common one that I see, big difference between organizations, traditional versus modern. Information is protected everywhere it goes. Now, the belief that you can control where data goes is itself indicative of a traditional mindset, because we both know that you can't. It doesn't matter what kind of tenant restrictions you put on, what kind of DLP tools, your data is going to end up in places that you didn't intend. Now, for sensitive data in particular, in this day and age, you must be able to exert your will over your data. So you cannot find yourself in a situation where that data ends up outside of your traditional sanctioned channels and you have no ability to see it or govern it. You can't find yourself in that situation. And the last one, hallmarks of learners, modern mindsets and architectures, is this one. Modern security organizations spend a lot more time and energy focusing on preventing noncompliance rather than trying to discover it. The goal, of course, ultimately is preventing non-compliant workloads from running to begin with, and then shifting your ability to detect that and discern that left into the CI/CD pipeline, even back into the development process. So what about you? You know, your organization, often traditional organizations, operate around a gigantic list of controls. At Microsoft, we do not introduce new controls into our software development lifecycle, security development lifecycle, until and unless they can be highly automated or entirely automated, right? So modern organizations do not spend their time chasing around app and workload owners to try to get stuff compliant. They put guide rails in place that actually prevent noncompliance from beginning, from the outset. Now, this leads us to a really closely related cultural element. This is a quote here from Winston Churchill that I also really love. Churchill said, "We shape our buildings, and then our buildings shape us." Wow. So Parliament in World War II, the House of Commons had been bombed, and Parliament was actually debating how to reconstruct it. You know, what should that reconstructed space look like? And semicircles were actually fashionable at the time in continental Europe and other places in Europe. The House of Commons, as you know, if you're not from the UK, the MPs actually face one another, but semicircles were fashionable at the time. And Churchill actually said, no, the shape and the layout of the House of Commons is critical, because that shape and layout is actually part of what shapes our culture. So in the House of Commons, you face one another, you see one another, you interact with one another. Congress in the US, for example, is a semicircle. So all of the representatives, the senators, they're sitting beside one another. They're not facing one another. And their attention is oriented to one point at the front of the room. Churchill said no. He said, no, the shape and the layout of the House of Commons is really important to the way it shapes the culture. Now, a more familiar context for us might be something like Conway's Law. If you've ever heard of that, there was a developer by the name of Melvin Conway in 1967. He said, organizations design processes and systems that mirror their own communication structure, for good or for bad. So that means that the effectiveness, the efficiency of your security organization will be heavily shaped by the functions and roles that you define and empower, or not. So if your organization struggles with ivory tower thinking, fiefdoms, a lack of integrated end-to-end capabilities, integrated ways of working, you almost certainly have organizational structures and functional roles built around legacy paradigms and tools. Now, I'm often asked by customers, what does a modern organization with modern security roles and functions look like? It looks like this. So first of all, at the top, of course, you've got your organizational leadership, your executive board, executive management team setting the business model and vision. That drives down into the information risk management layer, which is where your security leadership comes in. And modern security leadership is really about enabling productivity and security. You can't do one or the other. You have to have both. And that's really their focus. That drives down into the third layer, which is the technical risk management layer. And there's a number of different parts to this. So one is compliance management. What are the compliance requirements in your organization, the regulatory requirements? What are they? What are the ones you need to adhere to? And what is the current compliance status of those things? Another piece of this is security architecture. So it's the understanding of the current state architecture, yes, but it's also the understanding of what is technically possible to design, implement, and enforce. Now, those security architecture and compliance requirements are now implemented in production by specialists in each of these 5 functional areas you can see on your screen: people-oriented areas, including insider risk, apps and data, infrastructure and endpoints, identity and keys, and OT, operational technology. The security operations part, the security operations function of your business is a slightly separate animal, typically divided into two parts, a sort of proactive and a reactive part. The proactive part is about preparing for incidents before they happen. It's very much a part of an assume breach mindset, which we'll talk about later. But also the reactive part, incident response, incident management. And you could really put threat hunting there as well as in, I believe, in proactive incident preparation. The next function is around threat intelligence. Now, threat intelligence is like the nervous system of our body. So you can see on this diagram, threat intelligence is actually connecting to all the other parts. And threat intelligence is really about where you take lessons learned and you feed them back into each area of your organization so that you improve their ability to protect, detect, and respond your organization. So you're taking things that you learn about in your environment, you take things that you learn about from other businesses, other things that are happening in your industry from a threat intel perspective, and you're ingesting that and you're feeding that out to all the other areas of your business so that you're improving their ability to do what they do to protect, detect, and respond to your business. Now, the last one is this one. It's the overlay on the 5 sort of operational functional layers called posture management. Now, this is the one that's newest. It's the one that most commonly I feel like orgs really haven't grown into yet. They're not quite sure how to do this. Is this a security center of excellence? Is this giving people that already have IT operation functional roles posture management instead? It's really not any of those things. So one of the strengths of the cloud is the ability to see how you're doing top down across all of your assets, right? This is one of the strengths of the cloud. Most importantly, then being able to take some of that posture information and using it as a feed into your things like access control decisions, other controls around sensitive and critical assets. So this is posture management is a group of people whose job it is to keep their eyes every day, every minute on the security and the risk posture of the organization and act accordingly. So it's active governance of risk. Posture management is not a side job for Jimmy on the help desk. Okay, it's not your identity guys doing something on the side. It's not the network guys doing their bit. No, this is about a group of people whose job it is every minute, every day to keep their eyes on the security and risk posture of the organization, active governance of risk. Now, you might have slightly different kind of functions in your organization, but there's really 3 key questions to ask. Number one is, do you have these functions clearly defined and empowered? Do they interoperate and communicate seamlessly? And number 3, do they have 100% visibility and control over the areas in their remit? Here's our third quote. This one is a real mouthful. So this comes from Michael Hayden. He's the former director of the NSA and the CIA. He said, fundamentally, if somebody wants to get in, they're getting in. Accept that. What we tell clients is, number 1, you're in the fight, whether you thought you were or not. Number 2, you are almost certainly already compromised. Wow. So what is this about? Well, it's about this. Assume breach. So our keynote today was talking about Star Wars. I'm going Lord of the Rings here. So assume breach. Assume breach is the one ring to rule them all. It's the one principle to rule them all. Now, many of you will know that assume breach is one of the 3 pillars of zero trust. You've got assume breach, verify explicitly, and least privilege. But I would actually argue that this one is the parent principle. This is the one ring to rule them all. If you really operated from the perspective, the expectation that you were going to be compromised, then something like least privilege is something you would naturally do in terms of configuration in your environment, because it's an effective way to limit blast damage, limit blast radius, to prevent lateral movement in your environment. So this really, assume breach really is the one ring, the one principle to rule them all. And truly embedding assume breach is disruptive. It's disruptive because it completely turns traditional security priority models on their heads. So how so? Well, consider this question. Think of a sensitive or critical asset in your environment, code, app, data, whatever. If you operated from the expectation that an attacker was going to compromise it, what would you do differently to prepare than what you're already doing? Now, there's a lot going on in this slide. Don't let it distract you. All it's really showing is left to right an application development and deployment process with a number of different kinds of attacks. So here's the question. Here's what you really want to think about. What would you do differently to prepare if you operated from the expectation that an attacker was going to compromise your privileged identities? Let's say we'll start there. Okay. So that expensive privileged access management system that you've got, it's the one designed to prevent people from accessing your privileged identities. Turn that on its head. Operate from the assumption that no, your privileged identities are going to be compromised and used against you. So what are you going to do to prepare for that? Would you even use that privileged access management system if you thought like that? Would you maybe repurpose your priorities in a way that might help you for when that happens, not if? Just a thought. What would you do differently to prepare if you operated from the expectation that your developer or your privileged admin workstations or endpoints were going to be compromised? What about the authentication or authorization mechanisms? So we're back at SolarWinds now. So if you operated from the expectation that your federation infrastructure was going to be compromised and it was going to be used to mint golden SAML tickets in your cloud environment, what would you do to prepare for that, knowing that in advance? You probably would have better auditing and monitoring around the use of service principals in your account, in your tenant or whatever cloud environment you're in. You probably would have better monitoring place to monitor when permissions were added to those service principals. These are things you might proactively do if you operated from the assumption that you were going to be compromised, not hoping that you wouldn't. What would you do differently if you operated from the assumption that your supply chain was going to be poisoned? So those of you that are doing artificial intelligence and machine learning, how would your data scientists approach their machine learning models if they operated from the assumption that the data they were using to train them was poisoned? Your source code, sensitive data being exfiltrated. So you see why it's so disruptive, but it's in a good way. It's the single most effective way that I can think of, the most effective principle that you can embrace with regards to your ability to protect, detect, and respond effectively in a modern environment. And that leads us really to our last quote by Mr. Charles Darwin. Number 4, sustainably resilient. He said, it's not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. Wow. So I often say that risk, strategy, resilience, those words are like Brexit. Everyone uses, but they mean different things by them. Resilience is not about what happens to you. Resilience is about how you respond and recover from what happens to you. Sustainably resilient organizations transition away from a definition of success that means stopping bad things from happening. And they transition towards a definition of success that is about improving our ability to respond and recover when bad things happen. So what are some of the keys to sustainable security resilience? Well, first and foremost, it's helpful to understand the security organization's role in the subject of resilience. So the security organization does not own security risk. There's no such thing as security risk. Security risk is business risk, and it's owned by the same people that own all other business risks. The security organization's role is as a trusted advisor, an enabler, to educate, to inform the business about risk and how to manage it effectively. So in other words, we help you to be safe while you do the things necessary to make our business relevant and successful. So the very first key to sustainable security resilience is that security must be integrated, as the slide says, with business strategy, processes, and initiatives. Now, there are 3 keys kind of below this, 3 pillars, if you like. The first one is mindset, adopting a mindset that is assume compromise or assume breach, as we've already said, and focuses on ruining attacker return on investment by raising attacker costs. Now, what does that mean? So modern attacks are sophisticated, but they're not necessarily advanced. They almost always still exploit the same basic vulnerabilities that they've been exploiting for the last 20 or 30 years. Attackers are opportunists. They don't invest time and energy in extravagant, elaborate attacks that might increase the likelihood of their discovery. The Online Threat Alliance a couple of years ago did a study that said that 93% of attacks were preventable. So in other words, 93% of attacks are 100% preventable. And you raise attacker cost by doing 2 things. So the first thing is you break the known attack playbook. Now, I work all the time with customers that are obsessively focused on niche technology to address niche attacks, but they still haven't deployed multi-factor authentication. Despite the fact that, depending on the study you read, 90 to 99% of commodity identity attacks are addressed by simply deploying multi-factor authentication. So the other thing in terms of raising attacker cost, breaking the known attack playbook, the other thing is excelling at rapid response and recovery. Now, if you adopt assume breach against it, it's the parent principle. If you adopt assume breach, you would naturally do these because you're not focused on the M&M anymore. You're not the hard outer shell with the soft gooey center. Okay, you're focusing on rapid response and recovery if you really take that principle to heart. The next one is cloud. Now, fully adopting cloud is a key to sustainable security resilience. Now, I know I'm preaching to the crowd here, but why? So just because many businesses use cloud doesn't mean that they fully embrace the full security or innovation capabilities of cloud. You know, things like the crowdsourcing aspect, and we see all the time in our GitHub pages for our security tooling. Some of the coolest stuff with workbooks and automation and visualizations don't come from Microsoft. They come from the community that create this information and collaborate together on these things. The last one, of course, is hygiene. So addressing the hygiene issues that are almost always the cause of security incidents. Assuming breach-driven prioritization of that list, burning down the list, yes, but measured and reported at the highest levels. Okay, so in Microsoft, we roll up to the corporate level and we report, for example, we know exactly what percentage of authentications are happening in our environment that are using legacy versus modern authentication protocols. So burning that list down, assume breach-driven prioritization, but measuring and reporting on it at the highest levels. And of course, adopting new key definitions of success is key for sustainability. We're no longer talking about just stopping bad things happening. We're talking about making sure that we can define new metrics of success, which is how long it takes to discover things, how long it takes to recover when bad things happen. And so just to close with this closing thoughts, number one, collision of cultures. You can't become a butterfly by trying to be a better caterpillar. Have you established a mandate for change? Can you drive change through your organization? If not, what are you going to do about it? Number two, form and function. Structure impacts effectiveness, perhaps more than we'd like to admit. Have you defined and empowered modern security roles and functions? Number three, adopt assume breach and embed it at all levels. It will revolutionize your security. It's the primary enabler for zero trust. And number four, cyber resilience in an assume breach world looks different, and it requires different definitions and measures of success. So I hope that was helpful. I hope that was entertaining. That's me.
It was entertaining. Thank you so much. Actually, really, really enjoyable talk, Ben. Thank you so much. And I'll go away thinking about I love the Lord of the Rings reference as well. That was fantastic. That's a really good analogy, I have to say. Thank you so much. And you're perfectly on time. And I know there are questions for you, but we'll try and sort something out separately on that.
Yeah.
Do you have
if anyone wants to hit me up on LinkedIn,
yeah,
feel free. I'll go back and look at the questions on the feed as well and answer them in YouTube. But hit me up on LinkedIn. We'll talk.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you so much, Ben.
Okay, so Kriti, who do we have next? We've got Seda. We had Seda, he left.
Yes, yes, we had, and maybe he's connecting.
Come back.
Yeah, he is back. Hey, Sardar.
Hi, Seda.
I need to share my screen. Give me 2 seconds. And I can share a window. Yeah. Does that work for you?
That works all perfectly.
So if I do it like this, okay, I need to be on the presentation to click through, right? Yeah. Let's do it. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sardar Kabuk. I believe, the last session before the elections and all that good stuff. So I will keep this fairly on time. So a little bit about me, about 30 seconds. So I've been in the business for about 20 years in IT and security. the thought about today's talk came about between me and Vladimir, because I've been doing a lot of major cloud migration adoption programs with, especially in financial services. I typically talk about two use cases. One of them is cloud. The second one you're seeing is about cloud. The first one is about actually recovery operations, but we will stick with the second one. I hear that there's a bit of cracking of voice. Can I just have a quick sound check if this is all working for you? Okay. So as I said, I've done a few of these major cloud adoption programs, and today, what?
Sorry, said. I think. Do you want to try? I think it's headphones issues. We had this earlier. Do you want to try just using your default?
Let me do that.
Speakers mic from your PC or laptop.
Is it better now?
Beautiful, wonderful. Thank you so much. I'll leave. Thank you.
We can go on mute. You might want to check the settings to select the correct audio source.
How about now?
Yes, good.
All right.
Over to you.
Third time lucky, Vladimir.
Yes.
All right. So these numbers on these use cases show the security teams and investment and number of years it's taken to either run a major recovery operation. My good colleague talked about resiliency in the past, and this is obviously when NotPetya hit 3.5 years ago. That's not what we're going to be talking about today. On the right, you see the cloud use case, which is all about taking a major corporation into the cloud and a major outsourcing business. And as you can see, it was a rather successful case with having 40, 50 different security individuals working on this transformation program. It took them at least a couple of years to get the migration up and running. And it cost, obviously, the budget was in the order of tens of millions pounds. So what I will be talking about today is literally just walking you through the approach that this client has taken with some help from ourselves at that time, and look at some good business, good lessons learned for what works actually, because it obviously was a successful cloud migration program. What this talk isn't going to be is it's not a, let's say, a blueprint of what a cloud adoption should look like from a technology and technical point of view. It is rather focusing on the approach and some lessons learned on how to get the security teams engaged maybe early on, and what are the different steps that we think the security teams should be involved, almost like a checklist. So I would leave it to you to see what you can take out of this talk, just going through the case. So we'll talk about the client first, then I'll talk about the approach and how we run this with the client, and then we'll talk about the outcomes and what was achieved and lessons learned. But before I start, I mean, in my cloud engagements, I've typically come across the two types of security teams. And in my experience, again, purely personal level, one of them works better than the other one. The first group is typically the ones who would actually talk mostly about what you can't do on the cloud. It's all about which workloads you can't put on the cloud, what mechanisms don't work, focusing on pretty much why it's not a good idea in the first place, and focusing also pretty much on what are the risks. Now, the positive about this is this raises awareness. The not so positive about this approach is obviously A, you may be seen as a blocker, and B, you may be left behind. And typically I've seen the second option, that security gets left behind with that option. The second group of people are more about, okay, so what is the art of the possible, and what can we put in the cloud, and how can we actually work around it so that we actually do that with the risk mitigation. And this group actually is more about how to mitigate risks and even actually enable the business to put more things on the cloud securely. And these teams I've actually seen more embedded and in a more, let's say, positive, and they get more interaction with the business, who is obviously looking at getting best return on investment on the cloud. So those are the two groups, either being part of the problem or a solution. So this client was a high street brand, quite a big high street brand in the UK. Very traditional, insourced everything. Even the all functions, IT functions were insourced. Very little managed services, very little outsourcing. So it's a big heritage of cultural change that needed actually to move this client from an internal view into a more cloud outsourcing-based approach. The reason they actually wanted to move in the end was because of the business pushing for two things. One, they wanted to control costs. If you have a security function of almost 300 people, including service desk, all insourced, that tends to be a fairly expensive ordeal. So they wanted to see if there can be a better cost option for them going into a cloud and outsourcing option. Secondly, they wanted to focus IT on more on the higher up in the stack, meaning more innovation, more expenditure for high-end agile business applications, rather than focusing on the infrastructure and more of the commodity IT services. And they, after years of no appetite for cloud migration, they had one executive come in as a CTO, and they were able to drive this change through. Of course, what are the complications? The culture of the company was mostly about not outsourcing anything. And there were a number of legacy IT applications and services that obviously is not easy to migrate to the cloud. And thirdly, this company is in a highly regulated industry, and they needed to please regulation very much so. So this is the blueprint of the approach that was used. And I can go and be bold to say, if your cloud migration adoption does not include these 3 steps, which doesn't need to run in waterfall, it can be run concurrently, I would say there is either a chance of that program failing, or your business may not get the best benefit out of that cloud investment. So typically, we want to see 3 things in a cloud adoption program. 1, coming up with a good case. So why you're doing this, and what is the return on your investment, and what is actually the value proposition of going to the cloud. And that will pretty much drive what parts of your business that you need to take into the cloud. That actually takes me to the second point. There is actually a big people aspect of the cloud, which we, in this case, call the Cloud Competency Center. And this is all about what are the functions that are going to remain on-premise, what are the functions that are going to be outsourced to the cloud service provider. And you need to be very clear about this operating model, that how it's going to be done. Most of the stuff that fail after a cloud adoption is because of the lack of roles and responsibility division between the cloud service provider and the client. And if you have a major incident like the NotPetya, working with an outsourcing provider, cloud service provider, in that scenario, it's a major nightmare. So you need to look at your target operating model. And thirdly, it's the cloud migration. That is the part that most people think about, like what is the enterprise architecture, what's the technical architecture, what are the tools and technologies, and what are the workloads are we going to migrate to the cloud? That is the first thing that people think. But without 1 and 2, it is actually not going to be very effective. And in our approach, I think we ran these things mostly concurrently. So it wasn't like we were going to wait for 6 months for a strategy and then run the second and third options. Now, what I want to do is I want to give you some elements of the approach that we think security should be part of. Initially, there's always a feasibility study to see what is basically going to be the benefits of going to the cloud. Now, I want to say that there are obviously, even though cloud is inherently less secure environment, because you're basically putting your, you basically don't have the physical security to start with. There are some security benefits that you should be focusing on and driving and going into that feasibility study. And that could be, for example, if allowing a CIO or a CTO of your company to put more things on the cloud in a secure fashion. So you need to show them that if you can do X, Y, and Z, that they can actually potentially put more workloads on the cloud or come up with a better migration plan that will actually accelerate their cloud adoption. So security should be definitely part of that feasibility study, but you need to be very clear about what your value proposition is. If security is all about, we need to buy extra things, we need to add these controls, and it's going to cost us this much, then that's where actually the business starts leaving security behind. Secondly, I think driving a cloud risk assessment is very key here, kind of understanding what are the different risks you are facing here, and without that, it is going to be hard for you to convince the business. Thirdly, I would say engaging with the regulators early on, because they will always, the favorite subject that they will ask about cloud is obviously, apart from whether you've done your risk governance, is whether you have the right security controls around. If your risk is data, if your risk is resiliency, they are going to be asking you questions. And this also goes back to the operating model. They would like to understand who is doing what exactly, especially when things don't go well. Two regulatory areas you need to be very careful on are data, obviously with GDPR and data residency, but also resiliency when it comes to PRA and Bank of England's looking after the operational resiliency after cloud migrations. So this is a big topic. If security is not included in this phase, it is very unlikely that they will be included in the latter phases. So the second is all about, and again, in this operating model for this client, to do what is the actually target operating model for the transformed organization. So there are going to be some functions that are on premise. For example, you could potentially outsource part of the vulnerability scanning function or vulnerability management function, but there's always going to be something about you knowing your business applications better than the cloud service provider. So coming up with that kind of separation of who is doing what, especially around things like incident management, especially things around patch management, it's key for the cloud migration to succeed. And here, I think it is on us to convince our good colleagues in IT and in the IT department to be part of that security tower definition and work with that security operating model to create something that is going to be workable. And the second thing is obviously testing these processes later in the day. And of course, it all comes down to migration. There will be eventually a migration strategy of what goes on the cloud and what kind of cloud it goes on to, whether it's public or private or hybrid. Again, security has also a good say in this one. You can come up with, obviously, a phased approach to say you don't necessarily put your most critical applications, most critical data sitting on them as a first thing. You could actually influence the migration strategy to fit into your risk appetite. And that will eventually drive your technical architecture of how this is going to work. Now, there is going to be an ongoing question around what are the benefits that you are realizing by going to the cloud. And one thing that I don't see our security teams doing often is there are benefits of security from the cloud. So you could potentially get an upgrade of your security technology by leveraging something maybe better provided by the cloud service provider. And this is especially true for small to medium enterprises. They will not have the best of breed, for example, security technologies. So you could potentially convince that there is a benefit of a better, improved security by leveraging the technology provided by the cloud service provider. But somebody needs to ask the question, and of course, it needs to be also baked into the business case. Now, in this client example, just going back to the timeline, I mean, this was a major, obviously, cloud adoption. I can tell you the operating model wise, they were still very reluctant to put anything from security function onto a cloud service provider responsibility. So the initial phase was all about we're going to keep all of our security functions, but eventually and slowly that changed, and that's why a phased approach is useful. So this thing started at 6 to 8 months, 18 months. But then even after 2 years, we were looking at updating the operating model. So one of the things that we were able to succeed with getting security included was, again, having that positive view of, if you can do these things securely, you can potentially put more things on the cloud, and we can convince your risk and compliance function that this is a good idea, and they can convince the regulator that this is a good idea. And if you can establish that chain, then you can actually show to your CIO that we actually got maybe 20% more workloads on the cloud than we initially envisaged. And we did a study about this at that time, and the initial plan, the migration plan, was 20% fewer workloads on the cloud. And after demonstrating that we can do things securely, that actually was a better return on investment from that point of view. Going into a phased approach is key here. Again, not looking at things black and white. Initially, yes, you can choose to keep everything on-prem. It's nothing wrong with that. But eventually, I think as you prove the concept, it is important that you can actually slowly embed more of, or transform more of your functions into a cloud service provider. One of the things that we were big advocates of at that time, and that was successful for this client, was eventually you're going to end up with a hybrid situation. You're going to have something always on-prem. It could be mainframes, it could be core banking systems, whatever you call them. And there are other things that can go on the public cloud. So eventually, in most of my migrations, I've seen a hybrid cloud option here, and also multi-cloud. You will eventually end up using several cloud service providers. So the idea here is that don't stick with one option, whether that's A or B. I think eventually you will move into A. And that actually is a good way to also satisfy the regulators, to see that you're convincing them that you are looking after your controls and operating model. And obviously this client was very happy because they were also ticking the boxes on the operational resiliency by going through this approach. One thing, obviously, looking at the success factors, there were 3 things that really helped getting security. Again, apart from the positive language and having a clear value proposition, the other thing that really helped is obviously having a team, a security team who knows about cloud, rather than having a generic security team talking about the traditional security functions and traditional security tools. And obviously embedding them into the IT teams in a multidisciplinary team was very useful as well. So if you are looking at cloud and convincing your IT functions, getting security teams in, make sure that they have their cloud jargons and cloud education complete, and they have the cloud skills to talk about, rather than just talking generically about security. I talked about phasing. It was a multi-year outlook, so we looked at it in a phased approach. We didn't do a big bang, which was actually very useful from also a cultural fit. And again, going back to the right organization was very important. So in summary, what helps? For me, it starts with the positive attitude. I think many security teams or risk teams eventually want to almost swim across, against the tide here. If it is clear that we will be on the cloud, and it's inevitable. I think this client that I was talking about today, they resisted it for about at least 5 years that I've been helping them in different functions, and it took them again one executive to drive this forward and having a major transformation of their functions. And obviously that is a big cultural shift. But having the security, helping that transformation, and rather than be the ones who are always being the blockers of change, I think that's very important. When cloud adoption happens, it happens very quickly. So when businesses decide going on the cloud, I've seen that there's going to be many steps they're going to be jumping, and I think it's very important that having that attitude to also not slow them down. One thing that I would say, one thing is going to slow things down is if your organization doesn't consider any of this, and on the 11th hour, they get the question from the regulator and they have no answer to it. And thankfully, in this case, this client did get the questions from the regulator on the 11th hour before signing the contract with the cloud service provider, but they were able to convince them that this is a good idea. Clear value propositions, I think, very important. I think I would, if I were in your shoes, I would talk about not just about risk reduction, not just about compliance. You can talk about compliance, you can talk about GDPR, data residency, resilience, but talk also about some of the KPIs that can help cost reduction, or that can help return on investment improvements. And I think it's not easy to find them in security. I'm fully aware of that. But there are also elements that I think it's just a little bit outside the box thinking that you need to convince that these can be the case. It could be an upgrade of getting a better security from the cloud, and that's also another way to convince your security people if they see an upgrade. Yeah, that's a combination of carrot and stick approach. Technical aptitude, we talked about. Security teams often talk about generic security and not necessarily specific to AWS or Azure and what works with them. I've seen actually security teams work really well when they're embedded within the IT. If you're designing a target operating model, you don't need to do it on the side. That needs to be included in your IT team. And we talked about a phased approach. But eventually, unfortunately to say, but it all comes down to having a good sponsor in security. If we are not at the table when the feasibility studies are done or when the business cases are built, we're not going to be at the table at the end. And final thing for me to say is we often do a lot of black and white thinking, especially when it comes to risk. I think there's a lot of shades of gray here, and there's a lot of phasing that we can build and still build a resilient cloud organization, but maybe do that gradually and not necessarily in a big bang approach. So I will pause here. That was the story of this client. If there are any questions, I can take in the next 5 minutes.
Thanks, Serdar. Yes, we have some questions from Dmitry. We have a question about the human kind of factor, that affecting all those three phases. Factors such as fear of loss of jobs. As the workloads are moving to cloud, some of the teams may not be needed, and needing anymore. So how was this affecting your case study, and how did your team manage that?
That's a very good question, and I will answer it in two ways. One of them is the fear of losing your job as an executive, which is, I think, something that I'd like to mention because I have a bit of a story about that. But coming back to whether we would lose out some of the functions. Now, there is typically big HR involvement, especially in the target operating model design, and that's done across the whole organization and not just about security, of course. So there's definitely an HR involvement there, and eventually, yes, there's going to be some commodity IT services. Take help desk, or take maybe some of the automation around some of the IT services that they will eventually go on to let's say a CSP or an outsourcing provider. So that is eventual, but I think the typical answer to this is, and this is similar to all of our executives talking about AI and automation, is if you are in a job area that, let's say, if you're a SOC analyst, and if you're thinking about, whether I'm a level 1 SOC analyst and my job can be outsourced in 2 years, I would strongly advise you to think about moving up the stack, right? You're not going to be a SOC analyst forever, or you're not going to be a help desk. I think there are a lot of new type of jobs like threat hunting, or, you could be on the proactive analytics. So I think my advice to those people who are fearing about losing jobs because of automation or outsourcing or cloud migration is to think about the next level of interesting jobs that are coming because of those things. So jobs are not going away. They are just changing into a bit more interesting and a bit more jobs that require human intervention. For example, if you're doing, as I said, vulnerability scanning and patch management, nobody knows your business better than you in your organization. So there's eventually going to be somebody that you need to be working in the organization as a CSP who knows about the applications. Now, another interesting topic, and I just want to talk about this very briefly, and there are also executives like CIOs and CTOs who I did speak to at some point, and they were also worried about losing jobs, but not because of going to the cloud, but because of, if something happens, I will be the responsible party. If something like NotPetya happens, how do I make sure that I keep my job when the verbatim hits the fan, right? And my answer to them is really around the previous topic, assume breach, right? Think about, you're in a situation that you are already in breach. What would you do at that point that you can do now? And that really is all about, obviously, having a good response plan, a recovery plan, and that will save a lot of executive jobs. But again, assume breach is a very good way of also keeping your job if you're a CIO.
Great. I've got probably one more question. We don't have any questions from the audience yet, but let me ask the same one I probably had at the panel that we had in London, and that is, it's very good, to move to cloud for specific workloads. Typically not the migrate, but create, re-architect your applications. Some businesses are then finding out that some cloud providers are better than others for various services. So it kind of leads into multi-cloud scenarios as well. But of course, the security team has been, for ages looking at the internal systems, internal network, internal processes. Now they need to multi-skill, and that's not easy, of course. Suddenly to need to find out, intricacies how the AWS, Azure, or GCP or other, work. How was that kind of handled? Because there's a clear skill shortage, and there's no infinite time, of course.
Yeah, and I think it's a good question, and I think I don't have the 100% answer for you. The way that it was handled in this client was, obviously there was a specialist team flowed in to help with during the especially transition, and as they go into transformation, those skills were either passed on to the team, or they became part of the actual the end state, basically. So some of them actually stayed and became so for me, it's if your client, if your organization is thinking about a cloud adoption, and if they're running through this phased approach, I think there will be time for you to educate yourself on the skills of the type of cloud that you could be going into. And I'm currently working with an organization. It's a bank, and I know that their IT strategy is moving towards one of the cloud service providers. So if I were in one of the IT teams, I would obviously think a little bit ahead of the game and say that actually this is probably a good set of skills that I would learn. And you typically want to be ahead of that. But in major cloud deployments, as I said, there's usually a need of a specialist team to help out, especially the existing team. Going back to the previous question, how does the internal culture affect the cloud migration? It becomes a major blocker, right? I think, as I said, this client did not move a single function of security into the cloud in the first 18 months until they've seen that they have the capability, and they have the skills, and they have the appetite. And that actually happened on a phase bucket. So answering your question, I would definitely think about, a little bit looking ahead and see what are the upcoming, what's your IT strategy going towards. If you've bought Office 365s, I mean, typically the next thing is the enterprise service going into Azure, for example, right?
Yeah.
And secondly, I think do it on a phased manner.
Excellent. Thanks, Sardar. Where people can find you if they want to, have further discussions.
So you can always send me an email. It's my name.lastname@gmail.com, and we can continue the discussion, and I can tell you a little bit about the other case as well.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day and enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And with that, I will hand over to Paul from our board to discuss elections. So over to you, Paul.
Yeah, hi Vlad. I liked the answer to the last question about disaster recovery plans for senior executives, and usually that means, in the case of a major breach, update your CV. I'm just seeing how I can share my screen. He says, there we go. Okay, share screen. We are getting there slowly. There we go. Allow. Fantastic. Right. Amongst various roles I have at CSA, I am the returning officer for the UK chapter. So it is my pleasant duty to talk to you about board elections, which we do every year. So this is the status. So first of all, posts are elected for a 2-year role, and mid-year currently is Vlad, Lee, Shireen, myself, Sean and Critty, most of whom you have met in some guise today. Board members expiring this year. They've completed their 2-year election to the board. That's Dimitri and Francesco, and both intend to restand, I'm pleased to say. And also our co-chair, who had to resign for personal reasons, leaving us 3 people. And technically we are a person short on the board. Therefore, it's my pleasant duty to say that we have the capability for 4 board members to stand and be voted for. So that's our 2 expiring positions and our 2 open positions. Within the board itself, we have a number of roles vacant. They are open both to new candidates and also to our existing board members. So that is chair, obviously because Francesco has to apply for re-election. Our deputy chair because they resigned for personal reasons, secretary and communications officer. And the process is pretty simple. You will see there is a link on the bottom of this screen, and this link is also available off our website. So if you wish to put yourself forward, and I would thoroughly recommend it, we're a fun bunch, believe it or not. So candidates, please nominate yourselves, fill in the form by the 30th of November. And then once that is complete, we will activate the voting form on that link that you see there, and voting will be from the 1st of December. Normally we hold it open for 2 weeks, but of course we got Christmas in the way, so we will hold voting open till the first Friday in the new year, which is the 7th of January at midnight. And after that, results will be available on our website, and obviously we will tell you whether you have been successful or not. And that's it. Try to keep it short and simple.
Very good. I'd love to add that as a maintainer of the website, I will actually add these as probably buttons on our about page, or we create a specific new election page, most likely later today or tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thank you, Vlad.
Perfect. And with that, that was quick. We can invite Francesco for some closing words. And
yeah, so thank you very much, everyone, for attending, for making this conference the conference that it is, and knowledge sharing that it is. A special thank for Vlad for creating the conference and doing all the hard work behind the scenes, and Shireen and Kriti for moderating together with me during the day, and the audience for attending, and everybody for listening in, for asking questions. it can't happen without you. So we need more support, as Paul have said. We need more people to come along. We need hands, help, heads, and some money from the sponsors, because to do all this, of course, we need to pay the streaming and other stuff. So if you want to sponsor a specific white paper or session, it will be vendor agnostic. So we will not do marketing activity, but if you're smart enough, you do smart marketing and you talk about something interesting that people are interested in. And we had track record and success. But without further ado, I think we are up for a year where we were in a year where there was stuff. So a lot of virtual event. We've done this AGM for a couple of years. I'm really looking forward for next year to go back to meet, have more meetup, have more collaboration. So we've been discussing with IC Square some more collaboration and the various other forums that are here in London to do cross-join event, because as a community, we don't want to be isolated. We want to do more collaborative, more inclusive activities. And we highly encourage you to come either join us or present a talk, present a paper, come out there. We're welcoming everybody that has something interesting to say, that is vendor agnostic, and that provide knowledge to share. But with this, I think we are just around 5. So well done, everyone. We made it not on time, but even ahead of time. I'd like to close the day. If there is any last thought from the rest of the board.
No, we look forward to seeing you in person next year.
Definitely.
we look everybody to see everybody in person next year and in meetups upcoming. So keep an eye on our pages for all the pictures, presentations, and all the videos. And you can review this on YouTube. It's going to be available. Probably we'll cut this one in different section so that every speaker can reshare. Thank you very much for your time. It's been a long day streaming.
It's not 9 hours though. It's not 9 hours.
It's not. It's just 7 hours. Just we're shy of 7 hours. So it's not been 9 hours like last year.
I'm gonna have my lunch now.
Marathon. Guys, thank you very much,
right.
and everybody, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Have a
Have
good
a
day.
good day.
Bye.
Stay safe. Bye.